The main character arrived at the square, and immediately there was a buzz around him. People whispered, not hiding their surprise and ridicule. Young people today really amaze the imagination. They said that this guy dared to come to the Shui family to ask for help, and some claimed that he was the secret disciple of a great master. However, most considered this absurd. In his place, many would have long since killed themselves out of shame. Other voices were heard in the crowd. It couldn't be that this trash was someone important. He was just a young master from the fallen Chu family, named Chu Xinyun, who had also shamelessly dared to propose marriage to the Shui family. Everything that was happening seemed like a bad joke to people. Despite all the rumors and ridicule, the young man continued on his way without slowing down. At the entrance, he was stopped by a guard, who told him that the patriarch had already given orders to let the guest in. Hearing this, the hero calmly confirmed his intention and allowed himself to be escorted inside. So he found himself in the main hall, where the patriarch of the Shui family, Chun Xian, was already waiting for him. The atmosphere in the room was heavy and restrained, as if the very setting reminded one of the weight of the decisions made here. First, Chu Xinyun apologized for the delay. The old man involuntarily recalled their last meeting. At that time, the young man hardly dared to breathe loudly. Now, however, he was standing before a completely different person, calm, collected, with a steady gaze. This discrepancy made the patriarch wary. Soon, the head of the family interrupted his own thoughts and noted that there were still a few days left before the appointed date. In his opinion, the visit seemed premature. However, the hero made it clear that the purpose of his appearance was different, namely, a request for marriage. These words took the old man by surprise. After that, Chu Xinyun recalled the events of 16 years ago, when the Shui family was under attack by a powerful enemy and was saved by his father. The memory was unpleasant for Chun Xiang, but he immediately understood what the young man was getting at. The patriarch acknowledged that such a promise did indeed exist. However, the young man's father had disappeared without a trace, and it was still unknown whether he was alive. Until reliable information appeared, the old man did not want to return to this agreement. Hearing this, the hero persistently asked whether such a position meant that without his father's return, all previous agreements were null and void. He felt that his interlocutor was not telling him everything, and therefore continued to insist, as if trying to extract the hidden truth. An awkward silence hung in the room, which was soon broken by the appearance of a girl. She immediately remarked coldly that this guy had a big mouth. The girl advised him to stop bringing up the subject and introduced herself as Shui Qianyue. She made it clear that she aspired to become one of the strongest experts and only recognized true geniuses. People like Chu Xinyun were nothing more than trash in her eyes. Chu Xinyun possessed a first-class fighting spirit, the transformation of the Shadow Sword, which was considered the lowest level. His cultivation was only at the third heavenly layer of body tempering, and his status was limited to the title of Young Master of the long-forgotten Chu family. Against this backdrop, Shui Qianyue seemed like the complete opposite, a fourth-class fighting spirit, the mystical face of water, the ninth heavenly layer of body tempering, and the reputation of an outstanding genius of Qifeng City. The difference between them seemed like an insurmountable chasm. The representatives of the Shui family openly mocked the young man. In their eyes, what was happening looked like a farce. Too loud words for such a pitiful situation. They believed that he was only disgracing his own family and the young lady by daring to even talk about such a thing. In their view, it all resembled a toad's attempt to reach swan meat, absurd and doomed. Shui Qianyue, not hiding her superiority, made it clear that he had better give up his illusions and stop dreaming of the impossible. Her gaze showed complete contempt. However, Xin Yun, showing neither embarrassment nor fear, noted that such confidence was more like arrogance. These words hurt the girl much more than she expected. She reacted sharply, not understanding how he dared to say such a thing. In response, the young man calmly made it clear that no one had claimed that his visit was specifically related to her. Then he turned to the patriarch, clearly stating that his intended bride was not Shui Qianyue, but the family's second daughter, Shui Liu Xiang. This realization came as a real shock to the girl. She found it hard to believe that all this time, they had been talking about the awkward and inconspicuous Liu Xiang. Shui Qianyue's indignation flared up with renewed vigor. In her eyes, Liu Xiang was not worth a penny compared to herself, and therefore, such a choice seemed like an insult. She believed that Liu Xiang had neither the dignity nor the right to even think about such a union. All these words were heard by Liu Xiang. For her, they were an unbearable blow. Tears rolled down her face, and her heart ached with familiar pain and humiliation. Watching this, Chu Xinyun realized one thing clearly. In this life, he would not allow her to continue living, suffering the suffering and contempt of those around her. Shui Qianyue was absolutely certain that such a union was predestined by heaven. On the one hand, the trash from the fallen Chu family, and on the other, a girl whom she did not even consider a full member of the clan, almost a servant. In her eyes, such a marriage seemed like a mockery of fate. She coldly advised her father not to interfere and to let this trash finally lose the opportunity to ever hide behind the old promise of the Shui family. The patriarch paused for a moment, then asked if Xinyun really intended to marry Liu Xiang. He reminded him that after that, the Shui family would have the right to officially renounce their previous obligations. Hearing this, the young man was finally convinced. This clan had long since rotted from within, and further ties with it made no sense. Xinyun calmly and firmly announced that from that day on, Shui Liu Xiang would come under the protection of the Chu family. All agreements, debts, and ties between the two families were were considered null and void, as if they had never existed. Then he turned to Liu Xiang and asked if she agreed to tie her fate to his. The girl, holding back her excitement and tears, still found the strength to agree. For the patriarch, this was an unexpected but logical outcome. He just sighed and, observing the formalities, handed them a brush and paper to sign the marriage agreement. To outsiders, they really did look like a strange couple, but that was precisely why they were so surprisingly well suited to each other. Two outcasts who found support where they least expected it. A decision had already matured in Xin Yun's heart. In a year, at the selection of the 5 fighting clans of the dynasty, he would show the whole world what it meant to be a true genius, and not someone defined by their origins and ridicule. To Shui Qianyue, such thoughts sounded ridiculous and presumptuous. In her mind, it didn't matter if a year, 2 years, or even 100 years passed. This man would never be able to stand on the same level as her. Ignoring the stares and gossip, Xin Yun gently picked up Liu Xiang and suggested they leave. For him, everything had already been decided. After a while, they arrived at the Chu family home. On the way, the young man made it clear that from now on, she was no longer alone. Now she was part of his family, and no one else had the right to look down on her. Before her eyes appeared an abandoned clan, crooked walls, cracked slabs in the courtyard, and silence in which neither laughter nor footsteps could be heard. This place looked as if time had stopped here many years ago. Once upon a time, this house was a large and majestic family estate, filled with the happy cries of children, noisy conversations, and constant movement. Life was bustling here, and every corner breathed warmth. In those days, even the city lord himself would visit, showing his respect and emphasizing the high status of the Chu family. But one dark night, everything changed. Most of the clan's geniuses were brutally murdered, as if uprooted. Chu Xinyun's mother disappeared without a trace, and his father went looking for her and never returned. Without the protection of powerful experts, the Chu family quickly weakened. Soon, they were driven out by the forces of Qingfeng City, and the once glorious clan found itself on the verge of complete oblivion. Liu Xiang noticed that Xinwen was lost in painful memories and tried to gently get his attention. The young man apologized, saying that he was in such a hurry that he didn't even have time to tidy up the house. But the girl just shook her head and replied that she had nothing to worry about, since Brother Yun had taken her as his wife. At that moment, Xiao Hu ran up to them, happily announcing that today was a great day and that he wanted to cook chicken to celebrate the event. Xin Yun asked doubtfully whether it was worth having a party in such a place. Xiao Hu immediately objected. If it weren't for the young master's efforts, he would have died on the streets of the city long ago. Hearing this, Xin Yun agreed. Such a day was indeed worth celebrating, even if modestly, with everyone gathered together. At dinner, Xiao Hu ate his fill, never ceasing to marvel. Who would have thought that the young master would turn out to be such a good cook? Xin Yun just laughed it off, saying that he wasn't really that good. Then, Xin Yun apologized to Liu Xiang, noting that his cooking was far from the cuisine she was used to in the Shui family. The girl smiled sincerely and said that the food was delicious, and most importantly, warm and homely. The young master and mistress were now considered husband and wife, which meant that according to custom, they had to share a room. However, Liu Xiang firmly stated that no one could enter her chambers, not even her brother Yun. Xiao Hu immediately remarked with a serious look that he had a spare key. It was clear from his expression that he had already imagined something completely unnecessary, something that the main character had not even thought of. That's exactly why he got hit on the head. Xin Yun gave him a cold look, making it clear that such thoughts were unacceptable. Xiao Hu quickly apologized, and the conversation was quickly ended. Xiao Hu, however, noticed that the young master seemed to have become a completely different person. Xin Yun only said that he was going to practice, and told him to look after Liu Xiang. Xiao Hu promised not to let him down. Few knew that he would one day play a decisive role in Xin Yun's fate. In a previous life, Xiao Xingtian had saved his life at the most critical moment, and from that day on, they became brothers bound by life and death. However, at that time, the main character had no idea that this very person would secretly become the reason for his rebirth. It all started with a mysterious stone that ended up in Xiao Xingtian's possession. After it was used against that very villain, Xin Yun relied on the power of the stone and went back in time to when he was only 16 years old. In his past life, it was the Shui family who inflicted fatal wounds on him. Then Liu Xiang saved him, nursed him back to health, and helped him recover. Together, they left Qingfeng City and wandered through the Li Yun dynasty until she died protecting him from a monster. That is why, in this life, Xin Yun will not allow such a tragedy to happen again under any circumstances. Shui Chun Shang still believed that the young man did not know about the fate of his parents. However, the truth was that their disappearance was the result of a secret conspiracy between the Shui family and the Yunmeng military house. It was a blood debt that could not be forgotten, but the Yunmeng military house was still too powerful, so the first step would be to settle the score with the Shui family. The union of spirit, Qi, and body is the key to true power. Fortunately, Xin Yun still had the reincarnation stone with its vast internal space, capable of greatly enhancing the results of his cultivation. One day in the outside world was equivalent to 5 days inside the reincarnation stone. which gave a huge advantage to those who knew how to use this space correctly. Now his body was at the third heavenly layer of tempering, and he was only 7 steps away from the spirit realm. The day of the dynasty competition was approaching, and it was clear that this time, he intended to rise above everyone else without exception. The next morning, the peace was disturbed by the sudden intrusion of Chu Yang, who rudely demanded that Chu Xingyun come out immediately, otherwise the consequences would be dire. The main character calmly inquired about the reason for such a sudden appearance, showing neither haste nor irritation. It turned out that the whole city was already discussing yesterday's events in the Shui family. In Chu Yang's eyes, Xingyun was an insignificant person who dared to marry Shui Liuxiang, and therefore, he demanded that the family's golden seal of the patriarch be handed over to him. The next moment, a blow to the face followed. It was a slap for insulting Liu Xiang, and it was delivered without the slightest hesitation. Chu Yang was confused. He was at the 4th heavenly layer of body tempering, and could not understand how his opponent could attack him so suddenly. The second slap followed almost immediately, this time without explanation, as if to avoid wasting time on useless conversation. After that, Xingyun made it clear that Chu Yang could leave without testing his patience any further. However, Chu Yang, humiliated and enraged, decided that such behavior was tantamount to seeking death. He summoned his fighting spirit, a lone-horned mad cow, intending to crush his opponent and show him the difference in strength. Xingyun instantly picked up Liu Xiang in his arms and dodged the attack with her, moving with ease and confidence, which only reinforced Chu Yang's belief that he was facing the same man without fighting spirit. He continued to believe that the golden seal should be handed over immediately, but at that very moment, the main character himself went on the attack. The blow was so powerful that Chu Yang flew backward and crashed into his own servants, causing confusion among them. A sword appeared in Xingyun's hand, seemingly out of nowhere, cold and dangerous. Then he threw the weapon right at Chu Yang's feet, and at that moment, the thought flashed through Chu Yang's mind for the first time that the person in front of him might not be the Chu Xingyun he knew before. Chu Yang struggled to his feet, overcome with rage and humiliation. In his eyes, Xingyun was a despicable man who hid his true abilities and acted underhandedly. He was sure that at the family meeting in 3 days, this upstart would be crushed by the power of the entire clan. However, as soon as Xingyun made it clear that they had no business here, the whole group instantly lost their former confidence and rushed away without looking back. Liu Xiang, who had been standing nearby the whole time, felt guilty and decided that what had happened was a consequence of her existence. But Xingyun made it clear that the reason lay elsewhere. The Chu family had been watched for too long because of the patriarch's golden seal, and what was happening was inevitable. The meeting in 3 days' time only confirmed this. He gently embraced the girl, instilling calm and confidence in her, showing her that what was happening had long been taken into account and was developing according to a pre-planned plan. Nevertheless, one circumstance still turned out to be unexpected. Even Chu Yang managed to condense a second-class fighting spirit. This meant that further delay was unacceptable, and it was time to work on his own fighting spirit. Before Xingyun appeared his current spirit, a first-class fighting spirit, a broken iron sword. This image looked pitiful. Even the cheapest iron swords sold by blacksmiths seemed far more dignified than his current fighting spirit. Fortunately, he had the nameless volume, a rare inheritance that allowed him to absorb other people's fighting spirits. Fighting spirits were born in people's bodies when they came into contact with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and every cultivator was able to rotate and develop them. Despite the existence of many varieties, all battle spirits obeyed a strict hierarchy of 9 classes. The first class was considered the weakest, while the 9th was the pinnacle. The higher the class, the faster the cultivation developed. At the same time, the class of a battle spirit was determined at birth and could not be increased through normal practice. It was for this reason that Shui Qianyue was considered the #1 genius in Qingfeng City. Her 4th class combat spirit gave her a significant advantage from the very beginning of her journey. At that moment, changes occurred in Xingyun's body. Spiritual energy began to circulate rapidly, marking a breakthrough. The nameless volume once again proved its uniqueness. Not only did it strengthen his fighting spirit, but it also helped Xingyun advance further in tempering his body, consolidating the level he had achieved. There were only 3 days left before the family meeting. Even taking into account the accelerated time inside the reincarnation stone, that meant only 15 days of training. With his current strength, it was impossible to oppose the 3 great elders of the Chu family. It became clear that it was necessary to move on to the next stage of the plan without wasting a moment. At the moment, he could barely use mid-level martial arts without risking exhaustion. Martial arts were divided into ranks: human, spirit, saint, heaven, and creation, each of which had lower, middle, and higher levels. The 9 waves of jade pulsation technique was only at the middle level of the spirit rank and was already beginning to limit his growth. The 9 waves of jade pulsation consisted of exactly 9 consecutive movements. With sufficient mastery, all 9 palms gradually merged into a single whole, essentially approaching the martial art of the highest spirit rank. The rebirth deprived him of the cultivation he had accumulated over thousands of years, and he did not expect that reworking such a low-level martial art would be so laborious. However, step by step, he still managed to bring the technique to completion. Xingyun knew that the main martial art practiced by the Shui family formerly belonged to the same class as the 9-wave jade ripples, but in terms of depth, structure, and potential, it was significantly inferior to his own technique. The plan was simple: sell the martial art at the 100 Treasures Pavilion, then purchase spiritual herbs and dramatically increase his strength. With these thoughts in mind, he headed for the huge pavilion, whose massive building towered over the surrounding area and radiated an atmosphere of wealth and power. At the entrance, he was greeted by a young female servant who politely welcomed the guest and inquired about the purpose of his visit, carefully assessing his appearance. The young man calmly informed her that he possessed first-class martial arts skills and intended to offer them for sale, so he required a personal meeting with the lord of the pavilion. Hearing this, the girl did not ask any unnecessary questions and invited him to the VIP lounge, asking him to wait a moment while she immediately notified the lord of the pavilion. While the attendant hurriedly delivered the message, one of the guests noted to himself that today had indeed been a lucky day. He had only just arrived at the pavilion and had already witnessed the appearance of a man wishing to sell martial arts, which immediately attracted the attention of those around him. The girl reported to the lord of the pavilion that there was a guest in the waiting room with an offer to sell martial arts. At that moment, Xinyun clearly felt a hidden spiritual perception directed at him. His cultivation was being tested without warning. The check quickly revealed the level of his body's tempering to be at the 3rd heavenly layer. From the outside, he looked too ordinary to take his words seriously, as if someone had decided to bring an unsuitable person here for a joke. However, whatever the doubts, this was still the 100 Treasures Pavilion, a place where they were not accustomed to judging by appearances alone. Despite the awkwardness of the moment, the lord of the pavilion soon asked the guest to wait a moment. Such a delay did not seem very polite, and the pavilion's host hastened to express his regret, counting on the visitor's generosity. The man was invited to sit down and enjoy some tea. At the same time, the aura emanating from him felt deep and restrained, without the slightest hint of falsehood, as if he were deliberately hiding his true level of perfection. The lord of the pavilion already knew that this guest had a martial art intended for auction, and therefore wanted first of all to understand what class it belonged to and whether something truly valuable could be expected. Xinyun calmly handed over the martial art, indicating that it belonged to the middle level of the spirit rank, without adding unnecessary explanations or trying to embellish its value. The lord of the pavilion carefully studied the contents, and only then was he finally convinced that he was indeed looking at a mid-level spirit martial art. Based on his own assessment, he concluded that the starting price could not be less than 200,000 silver coins, after which he looked at Xinyun with interest. The news spread through the pavilion with astonishing speed. No one expected the 100 Treasures Pavilion to hold an auction of mid-level martial arts, and many hurriedly left the hall to immediately notify their families and patriarchs. The representatives of the Ouyang family were particularly excited. They had long been looking for an opportunity to obtain such martial arts, and understood that they could not allow other clans to get ahead of them. Without wasting any time, they hurried to prepare a sufficient amount of silver and report to the young master. Xinyun watched the proceedings from the sidelines and understood deep down that with his current strength, he was only capable of creating a middle-class martial art. Attempting to force himself to rise above that could lead to a serious backlash and severe internal injuries. Soon, silence fell over the hall. The auctioneer asked everyone to be quiet, announcing that the 100 Treasures Pavilion was officially starting the auction, and the first lot was ready to be presented. The auction welcomed all the guests. Despite Yun Er's absence, she was the one who had been given the right to conduct today's auction, which in itself spoke to her status and the pavilion's trust in her. With a slight smile, the girl asked those present to welcome her, then gestured that it was time to focus on the main event. She reminded everyone that mid-level martial arts techniques were extremely rare treasures, and everyone in the hall understood how difficult it was to obtain such techniques. This time, the auction featured a jade ripple of 9 overlapping waves. The starting bid was 200,000 silver coins, and only one person would be able to take this martial art home with them. One of the attendees was the first to raise the price to 230,000, soon followed by another who offered 250,000 silver coins. Then, a young master from the hall calmly raised the bid to 300,000, instantly attracting the attention of those around him. Many recognized him as the young master of the Yin Martial Arts House from Yunmeng. People preferred not to compete directly with such a person, because he had the backing of 5 major martial arts houses. At that moment, Shui Chenyue confidently entered the hall, and, without hesitation, offered 400,000 silver coins. Recognizing her, those present immediately realized that the #1 genius of Qingfeng City had appeared at the auction. Xinyun immediately noticed her appearance, and a cold clarity flashed in his eyes. He understood perfectly well that from this moment on, the auction had entered a completely different phase. She apologized modestly to her older brother Yin for her hastiness, explaining that this martial art was of paramount importance to the Shui family, and expressed her hope that he would not object to her participation in the auction. The young master just laughed and waved his hand. He said that since Chen Yue was personally interested in this martial art, no one in the hall would dare to continue competing, so as not to spoil relations. Thus, the jade ripple of 9 overlapping waves of the middle spiritual class was finally sold to the Shui family for 400,000 silver coins. Deep down, he was still dissatisfied. If it weren't for the existing alliance with the Shui family, he would have pushed the price down without hesitation and not given an inch. Observing their coordinated interaction, Xinyun was finally convinced that there was indeed a close connection between the Shui family and the Yunmeng house. The owner of the pavilion immediately invited Shui Chongxian to come closer and introduced him to the gentleman who owned the 9-wave jade ripple. He noted that the main martial art of the Shui family also belonged to the middle class of spirit, but in terms of depth and sophistication, it was noticeably inferior to the jade ripples. It was obvious that it was necessary to build good relations with such a person. Shui Chunxian politely introduced himself and expressed his desire to know the name of such an outstanding gentleman. Xinyun did not hesitate to call himself Wei Qian, at the same time reminding him that the jade ripples of 9 overlapping waves already belonged to the Shui family. He was given a bag with 40 spiritual stones, each worth 10,000 silver coins. He calmly declined the offer to count them. At that moment, Shui Qianyu approached him and gently asked him to stay for a moment. She introduced herself and admitted that when she saw him, she couldn't help but feel sincere admiration. The girl invited him to visit the Shui family as an honored guest and waited with interest for his answer. Xinyun knew perfectly well who Shui Qianyue was, and this was reflected in his calm gaze. The girl clearly did not expect the gentleman to be aware of her identity. It was difficult to find anyone in Qingfeng City who did not know her name. Her refusal of an arranged marriage, sharp temper, domineering nature, and unwillingness to compromise had made her widely known. However, no one could have imagined that the jade ripple of 9 overlapping waves would end up in the hands of a person of such low birth. For many, it seemed like a real disgrace. After these words, an oppressive silence hung in the hall, and the eyes of those present involuntarily turned to Wei Qian, waiting for his reaction. The people in the hall were even amused to watch what was happening. Finally, someone dared to speak openly about the Shui family without mincing words. For so many years, they had tried with all their might to rise above, but in the end, they achieved the opposite effect. Experts from ancient times were known for their strange personalities and their own rules. The owner of the pavilion expressed his hope that brother Chun Xiang would not take what had happened too seriously. He still had to visit the master, so they decided to part ways. The old man calmly replied that it was just a difference of opinion, and he would not take what had happened to heart. Besides, it was already late, and there was no point in staying any longer. The Shui family left the pavilion amid whispers and open exclamations that they had truly disgraced themselves today. For many spectators, this was an unexpected but pleasant sight. Shui Chun Xian himself did not derive the slightest pleasure from this outcome. On the contrary, what had happened left a heavy feeling. His thoughts kept returning to the mysterious master who had so easily stirred up the entire auction hall. Qianyu struggled to contain her irritation. She did not understand since when her family had to endure such humiliation. The girl insisted that this man should pay for the disgrace he had caused, but her father gestured for her to speak more quietly. Examining the martial art he had acquired, he suddenly noticed a detail that made him wary. The ink on the scroll had not yet dried completely. The thought immediately flashed through Qian Yue's mind that the middle-class martial art had been rewritten very recently. To create a copy of martial arts of this level, the master must be at least at the earthly level of cultivation. Even if this person was connected to the Yun Meng family, he was still a high-ranking master with whom the Shui family could not afford to have an open conflict. Meanwhile, the owner of the pavilion returned to the master and politely apologized for keeping him waiting. He asked if the elder had any other requests. At that moment, the main character removed his disguise, and the manager immediately recognized Chu Xingyun. The young man himself did not expect that Manager Qin would be able to recognize him so quickly. The Chu family was once one of the largest in Qingfen City, but even so, it was hard to believe that after the fall and decline of Chu Xingyun, he would be able to create a mid-level martial art. Their legacy was clearly not enough for that. The manager asked if the young master had any additional requests. Xin Yun indicated that he needed 30 pills to strengthen his body and 10 spiritual nourishment pills. For the 100 Treasures Pavilion, such a request was not difficult. The manager immediately ordered the necessary pills to be prepared. The total cost was 100,000 silver coins, but in gratitude for the martial arts auctioned off, the owner of the pavilion gave a 10% discount. Xin Yun expressed his gratitude. However, when he carefully examined the items handed to him, a flicker of doubt appeared in his eyes. Manager Qin immediately noticed his reaction and asked if the young master had any difficulties. He immediately noticed that the quality of these pills left much to be desired. The energy inside them was unstable, and the distribution of power was uneven, as if the composition had been prepared in a hurry. The man coldly warned the young master to be more careful with such statements. The main character, in turn, wondered if the reason why telling the truth was forbidden here was because the pills themselves were indeed of very poor quality. The manager reminded him again that words should be chosen carefully, but at that moment, a young lady's voice rang out, ordering Qin Shanyu to bring the insolent young man to her. Before leaving, the man once again advised this reckless guest to watch his words, because next time, no one might be able to protect him. The young man simply indicated that he understood. Soon, a high-quality artifact appeared before his eyes, immediately revealing the status of the mistress of this place. Even without deep analysis, it was clear that this was no ordinary item. Next, the lady herself appeared, a woman with cold beauty and a confident bearing. It was obvious that she possessed the techniques of charm and suppression. Ordinary people would hardly be able to maintain their composure under her gaze. Finally, she saw the one who dared to declare the low quality of her body-tempering pills. Xin Yun pointed out without hesitation that their effectiveness barely reached 40%. This aroused her genuine interest. She became curious about the basis for such conclusions. At the same time, it was clear that if he could not back up his words with convincing arguments, he would not be allowed to leave the pavilion alive. Xin Shan tried to smooth things over by reminding her that Yu Yan was a second-rank pill master and that such a boy did not deserve her attention. He was about to order the insolent guest to be thrown out, but the woman instantly stopped him, making it clear that she did not need such interference. Qin Shan hastily apologized. Deep down, he was sure that this insolent man had painted himself into a corner by daring to argue with the second-rank master. Xin Yun began by acknowledging Qin Shan's merits, but immediately pointed out that the mid-level body-tempering pills created here were no match for what they should actually be. To those around him, it seemed like empty boasting, and many were already waiting for words to finally give way to action. He explained that although the first-level body-tempering pill did indeed require 3 spiritual branches, they had to be soaked in water before grinding to remove hidden impurities. If this was not done, the final product would inevitably be of the same low quality as the pills presented here. Yu Yan had never heard of such a stage in the processing of ingredients, and this immediately hurt her professional pride. However, this did not rule out the possibility of an error in the recipe. To verify the truth or falsehood of the young man's words, she allowed him to explain the process in full, asking him to prepare a brush and ink. The condition was simple. She would strictly follow every step in the recipe without any changes. Yu Yan agreed to personally prepare the pill using the proposed method. If the result confirmed the young man's words, she would forget about today's incident. But if he was wrong, the consequences for him would be much more serious than simple expulsion. If this recipe succeeded in increasing the effectiveness of the body-tempering pills to at least 60%, the 100 Treasures Pavilion would truly enter a golden age. With such quality, demand would skyrocket instantly, and the pavilion's influence would spread far beyond the city limits. And judging by the calm tone and confident manner of this young man, he did not seem like someone who would make empty promises. Xin Yun asked the lady to wait a moment. The woman wondered skeptically if he had begun to hesitate at the last moment, but the young man made it clear that he was only talking about a standard recipe for an ordinary pill, not something that could cause doubt. She needed time to refine the pill correctly. Therefore, Xin Yun inquired about the possibility of using a cauldron to make pills in order to demonstrate his own method. This proposal slightly surprised Yu Yan. Not only did he dare to criticize her work, but now he was also going to personally take on the improvement. She immediately set the conditions. He would pay market price for the spiritual herbs, and the use of one of the 4 cauldrons, high-quality artifacts, would cost him 1,000 silver coins. The man in front of her only had the physical strength of the 3rd heavenly layer, but he showed rare confidence. If this confidence was really backed up by ability, then such a person could not be ignored. He was worth considering, and perhaps cooperating with. In the end, she agreed. The young man was allowed to use the herbs as he saw fit, and Yu Yan herself decided to watch the process closely, wanting to see with her own eyes what he was capable of. From the very beginning, her attention was drawn to the strange proportions of the herbs. The method of preliminary cleaning and preparation of the ingredients was completely unfamiliar to her. Even with her level of skill as a second-rank pill master, she could not immediately understand the logic behind these actions. Despite this, she decided not to interfere. Regardless of her doubts, the experiment was worth seeing through to the end. The art of pill making requires concentration and precision. Forming a pill in one cycle is a complex process that depends not only on the amount of spiritual energy, but also on the strength of the soul, control, and understanding of the essence of the ingredients. The fact that a young man with the physique of the 3rd heavenly layer dared to work with a cauldron and talk about improving pills seemed downright audacious. To most, it would seem reckless. However, there was no fuss in his movements. Each action was performed confidently, as if he had repeated this process countless times and knew exactly what result he was aiming for. Morning came. The night passed unnoticed, filled with the subtle aroma of herbs and fluctuations of spiritual energy. Qin Zhen woke up to unusual sounds and first made sure that the lady was all right. Xin Yun made it clear that there was nothing to worry about. It was just the usual cleansing of the body-tempering pill. The expression on his face made it clear that he was satisfied with the result and saw nothing unexpected in it. Yu Yan suggested conducting a check. As soon as the pill was examined, Qin Shan sensed a rich and pure healing aroma that far exceeded the usual level. Xin Wu noted that the impurities had been almost completely removed. The pill's effectiveness was about 80%, which he considered an acceptable result. This attitude irritated Yu Yan. She had managed to create only 8 pills in one night, and this was the best of them. Hearing that such a result was considered merely passable was a serious blow to her pride. Qin Shan hastened to smooth things over, trying to calm the lady and remind her that such assessments could only come from someone with a different level of understanding. He also noted that the potential of these pills had not yet been fully revealed, and that it was indeed impossible to call them perfect. It was at this moment that Yu Yan realized that the pills she had created had not made the desired impression on the young man, and therefore her interest in his own result only increased. After that, she carefully looked into the jar containing the resulting substance. Qin Shan couldn't help but think that perhaps it would be better if this guy didn't touch alchemy at all. At first glance, the contents looked extremely dubious, and the smell was so pungent that it resembled a spoiled potion. It seemed to him that the young man had simply decided to tease Lady Yu Yan and show off, without having any real skills to back him up. However, despite the disgusting smell, the liquid emitted a strikingly dense spiritual energy. Even with her knowledge as a second-rank pill master, Yu Yan could not fully grasp its true structure and purpose. It was a first-rank liquid known as the Spirit of Raging Fire. Its effect could be recognized almost immediately after application to the skin. But what was more important was that the quality of this medicine was close to absolute, practically 100%. Its effectiveness exceeded that of her own body-tempering pills by almost 3 times. However, final conclusions could only be made after practical application. Xinchen tried to stop her. The effect of the liquid was unknown, and the consequences could be unpredictable. But Yu Yan resolutely dismissed his doubts. As a second-rank master, she could clearly see that there were no impurities in the substance. As soon as the liquid touched her skin, a sharp burning sensation ran through her arm, reminiscent of a flame bite. Xinwen made it clear that it was not worth interfering, and that such a reaction was a natural part of the process. Xinchen still couldn't hide his anxiety, and mentally promised himself that if there was the slightest danger, he would not let it go unpunished. The liquid began to take effect. The fiery energy burned away internal impurities while strengthening the body. The process was unpleasant, but not beyond tolerable limits. Xinyun inquired about her condition, observing the changes in her aura. In his estimation, if a person was unable to endure such mild pain, they should not even think about serious cultivation or combat practice. Hearing this, Yu Yan changed noticeably. She straightened up and made it clear that such sensations were not a problem for her. Now, there was no doubt left. The effectiveness of this medicine was truly shocking. That was why she was interested in the possibility of acquiring the formula for creating the Spirit of Raging Fire for the Treasure Pavilion. Xinwen saw nothing wrong with this. If Lady Yu Yan herself was interested, then a business partnership seemed entirely appropriate. He set the price for the formula at 40 spirit stones. Qin Chan was frankly annoyed by this amount. 40 spirit stones meant 400,000 silver coins, a price that not everyone could afford. However, Yu Yan did not object and suggested moving straight on to discussing the terms of the deal. In addition to the promised spirit stones, he was given a spatial ring. Although its volume was limited, the value of such an artifact reached 5 spirit stones. This was presented as a sign of goodwill and the beginning of long-term cooperation. Xinyan accepted the gift without hesitation and, in turn, passed on the complete method for increasing the effectiveness of the medicine, including the method for completely removing impurities. With this knowledge, Yu Yan would be able to bring the effectiveness of the body-tempering pills to 100% in just a few days. If everything turned out exactly as he described, she would have a real chance to make a breakthrough and become a third-rank pill master. In that case, he noted in advance that he could congratulate the lady on a possible promotion in the future. However, it was clearly stated that this method was his personal achievement and the result of his own research, and therefore, it could not be transferred without compensation. Such knowledge could not be disseminated uncontrollably. Yu Yan, carefully observing his behavior, came to the conclusion that the young master was not one to act impulsively. Therefore, she asked if he had any specific conditions, requests, or wishes that could form the basis for further cooperation. Xin Wen reminded her that they had already had a successful deal that proved to be mutually beneficial. At this stage, spiritual stones were no longer his primary goal. As the lord of the Chu clan, he intended to build a deeper relationship with the 100 Treasures Pavilion and obtain official permission to collect resources from Fengxing Mountain. Fengxing Mountain was known as one of the most dangerous, but also one of the richest places in the area. Rare wild spiritual herbs grew there in abundance, but the entire area was shrouded in a thick layer of poisonous gas that could destroy an unprepared person in a matter of moments. Even for experienced alchemists and cultivators, simply approaching the mountain was considered a serious risk, let alone gathering resources there. Any mistake could lead to poisoning or death. Nevertheless, he had at his disposal a complete and detailed map of the Fengxing Mountain area, which marked both deadly dangerous zones and rare safe routes that allowed one to penetrate deep into the mountain without risking one's life. The value of such a map was obvious. If the 5 great houses had learned of its existence, they would have immediately tried to obtain it by any means necessary. That is why the logical question arose as to why Chu Xinyun had decided to reveal such a trump card so openly. However, he viewed it solely as a business proposal based on mutual benefit. Therefore, it was important for him to understand how Yu Yan would evaluate it. For the Treasure Pavilion, such an agreement promised enormous profits and strategic advantages. Nevertheless, she was wary of why such a valuable resource was being offered to them specifically and at this particular moment. At first, she thought the young man was straightforward and even naive. However, as the conversation progressed, it became clear that his actions were calculated and far-sighted, not befitting his age. Xin Yung clearly understood that an alliance with the 100 Treasures Pavilion would be a powerful shield for the Chu clan. In that case, no one in the city would dare to look down on his family anymore. In addition, the leak of information about the map, purification methods, and rare herbs could cause a chain of conflicts. The weak Chu clan would not be able to hold the mountain and its secrets on its own. These arguments were quite compelling. At that moment, Yu Yan finally understood the true purpose of the proposal. The young man sought not only access to resources, but also protection from the pavilion. It was decided that in 2 days, he would contact the manager Qin to arrange for the shipment and start cooperation. As for the map and the agreements reached, the pavilion undertakes to maintain confidentiality and comply with the terms of the agreement. After finishing the conversation, he left the pavilion. Yu Yan remained in thought for a while, wondering when this young representative of the Chu family had managed to become such a dangerous and promising partner. Xin Shan, on the other hand, saw enormous potential in this. With the map of the safe zones of Fengxing Mountain, the pavilion would be able to open a specialized market for rare spiritual herbs in the city, thereby significantly increasing its influence. However, he considered it premature to draw any final conclusions. Such a map was priceless. Even with a verbal agreement in place, there was still a chance that the young master would change the terms or refuse to cooperate altogether. In addition, there were fears that he might have hidden motives. It could not be ruled out that he was using the pavilion as a temporary cover. In this regard, Qin Shan suggested immediately sending people after the young man to clarify a number of details and finally clarify his intentions. Yu Yan considered this reasonable. If the pavilion really got the map of the mountain, the young man's value might go down, but they had to be careful not to raise suspicion and attract unwanted attention from other forces. Recognizing these arguments as valid, it was decided to immediately send people to carry out the plan. Of course, he intended to use them without the slightest hesitation. This piece of land known as Fengxing Mountain was not particularly valuable to him in itself. In his eyes, it was merely a tool, a temporary resource that could be used for larger goals. There were only 2 days left before the Chu clan meeting, and every minute was crucial. If he wanted to change the balance of power, he had to increase his own power as quickly as possible. Otherwise, any confrontation would turn into a disaster for him. He did not give the people following him a single chance to get close. When they came out of hiding, it became clear that the distance was already too great and the chase was pointless. Realizing this, they had no choice but to retreat and report the failure to the Qin administrator as quickly as possible. When he returned home, he saw that Lu Xiang had already prepared a simple meal. However, he made it clear that he would not be staying at the table and told them to start without him. The girl was genuinely surprised by his behavior. He did not even look tired or hungry, which seemed strange after such a busy day. Xin Yun was being polite, realizing that he was causing her inconvenience. Despite this, she still felt hurt inside. Not only had she put a lot of effort into preparing the meal, but she had also put her heart into it, and the realization that he was leaving without even touching her caused her irritation. Xiao Hu watched the scene from the sidelines and couldn't help but notice the depth and purity of this affection. However, he thought it wise not to interfere, realizing that it was more important for the young master to focus on his own affairs at the moment. At that moment, they finally arrived at their destination. The woman accompanying him looked at the remote estate with bewilderment, not understanding how this place could be connected to recent events. The martial arts that had appeared at the auction clearly belonged to the Chu family. This meant that they still had hidden resources and stashes that not everyone knew about. Gradually, rumors came to her mind. This was the very family that had been almost completely destroyed many years ago. Formerly, the clan no longer existed, but the very fact that someone was still here spoke to the unpredictability of fate. In her mind, this day was already marked as the last for the Chu family. She was sure that after today's events, not even a shadow of this name would remain. Finally, their goal was before them. The young master was indeed here, and the wait was coming to an end. A thought flashed through his mind to arrange a personal meeting with Chu Xingyun before it was all over. Curiosity mingled with a thirst for domination. The girl standing next to him was clearly uncomfortable, complaining of disgust at the sight of blood. Her companion, on the contrary, treated the upcoming event with cold calm, as if it were something ordinary. All she could do was watch from the sidelines as the young master prepared to demonstrate his understanding of murder and power, leaving his opponent no chance whatsoever. He burst into the courtyard without hesitation, making it clear that their meeting was only a matter of time and that the past had already caught up with the present. Xin Yun, in turn, had expected this turn of events. The opportunity to sell mid-level martial arts clearly indicated that the Chu family might have other relics in their possession. If he had handed them over voluntarily, there was a chance he could have saved his life. However, such leniency was not part of the visitor's plans. He preferred to take what he wanted by force if his opponent could not protect it. At that moment, he sensed Xin Yun's cultivation level, the initial stage of body tempering of the fourth heavenly layer. In his eyes, it seemed pathetic, and he was confident that he could easily suppress such an opponent by demonstrating his third-level fighting spirit, a strange and repulsive image. Despite his years of experience, Xing Yun encountered someone for the first time who used such a perverted and absurd fighting spirit that its very existence caused not only disgust, but also wariness. Only a few in this world were destined to see such a technique with their own eyes, and even fewer were destined to experience a clash with it. Its very nature was designed for destruction, not for demonstration. For an enemy, such a death would be considered the highest honor, for to fall before such power meant acknowledging one's own insignificance in the face of true mastery. Xin Yun instinctively shifted to the side, trying to avoid direct contact with the attack, feeling the dangerous energy cutting through the air next to his body. However, he understood perfectly well that relying solely on evasion was impossible. Any mistake, any hesitation, and the next blow would be fatal. He had no intention of showing mercy. He made it clear that he was going to deprive his opponent of the very source of his twisted power, destroying his fighting spirit at its root. The young master from the Yunmeng house was shocked. The destruction of the third-level fighting spirit happened too easily. almost instantly, as if his weapon had been nothing more than a fragile illusion from the start. At that moment, it became clear that he was not facing someone who could be considered weak. The Yin family had once almost wiped the Chu clan off the face of the earth, and now, Shin Yun intended to shed the heir's blood to demonstrate that the past had not been forgotten and that the debt would be collected. This realization caused panic. The young master lost his composure. His confidence crumbled, and he saw escape as his only way out. However, Shin Yun had no intention of letting him go. There was no hesitation in his movements, only cold determination to see what he had started through to the end. At that moment, the girl who had been following the young master intervened. Obeying the order to protect him at all costs, she rushed forward, but her attack was too straightforward and easy to read. Shin Yun easily dodged, already moving into a counterattack, completely controlling the distance and pace of the fight. His weapon was aimed precisely at the target, and the opponent desperately tried to defend himself, having neither a plan nor dignity. At the critical moment, he used the girl as a human shield, covering himself with her body, completely exposing his cowardice. Even that couldn't save him. The blow still hit its target, inflicting devastating damage from which it was impossible to recover. The sight of what had happened filled Shin Yun with cold fury. Allowing another to take a deadly blow for the sake of his own salvation was an act worthy only of contempt. After the clash ended, he immediately focused on cultivation. This man's interference had slowed his progress, and now he had to make up for lost time. On the path of true development, it was impossible to separate cultivation, techniques, and martial arts. They were all part of a single whole. At this point, he was already practicing the nameless development technique, and it was time to supplement it with combat forms. Only the synchronous development of these areas allowed for breakthroughs in the shortest possible time. The technique he chose, the art of wind, thunder, and lightning, belonged to the highest spiritual level and consisted of only 3 movements, but each of them carried destructive power. When perfected, this technique could rival even the martial arts of the holy class, inferior to them only in name, but not in effectiveness. The art consisted of 3 stages: fierce wind, flashing lightning, and the fury of wind and thunder. At the current stage, Shin Yun could only confidently practice the first movement, laying the foundation for future advancement. And then, after some time, the breakthrough finally came. 10 days of grueling, almost inhuman development finally paid off, and the accumulated energy broke through the limits that had seemed insurmountable just a short time ago. The morning greeted Shin Yun with calm. Liu Xiang was already waiting for him, slightly embarrassed and uncertain, checking whether the outfit she had chosen for today was appropriate. His reaction was warm and confident. There was nothing superfluous about her appearance. At that moment, another person approached them and reported that everything was ready. This meant only one thing: the time had come, and there could be no more delays. The Chu family clan meeting was about to begin. Soon, the whole group set off for the meeting place, where the fate of the clan would be decided. Their appearance caused quite a stir. Many did not hide their contempt. A young man walking to an ancient shrine, accompanied by the very girl they considered a disgrace, seemed to them a mockery of tradition. Shin Yun's companions felt uncomfortable under the stares and whispers, but he himself remained calm, not allowing the words of strangers to shake his inner balance. Before entering the sanctuary, he asked his companions to stay outside, letting them know that he would not be long. Inside, 3 figures were already waiting for him: the first, second, and third elders, sitting in silent tension. The first elder immediately made it clear that his patience had run out and that he did not need further discussion. The issue concerned only the immediate transfer of the patriarch's golden seal. In response, Shin Yun recalled the past of the Chu family, the times when it was the most powerful in the city of Xifeng, and how this prosperity had been made possible by his father's far-sighted decisions. Although he had disappeared 10 years ago, there was still no reliable information about his death. This meant that the day of his return was still possible, and then the faces of many of those present here could be distorted with shame. Moreover, the clan rules clearly stated that the patriarch's golden seal was hereditary. Even in the event of his father's death, his son remained the sole legal owner. The first elder acknowledged the former patriarch's past merits, but immediately pointed out the flip side. It was his actions that had made the Chu family enemies on all sides, leading to their current decline. He emphasized that if Shin Yun's father had not left the clan, it might not have ended up in such a pitiful state. Doubts about the son's right to inherit the seal were expressed openly, without any attempt to soften the wording. At that moment, it was announced that Chu Ping Tian was nominating himself as a candidate for the position of the new patriarch. Almost without hesitation, those present agreed, believing that such a choice was justified for the future of the clan. Shin Yun's reaction was unexpected. Instead of indignation, he merely smiled, as if he had seen exactly what he had expected. He asked only one question concerning the claimant's true intentions. Chu Ping Tian, with smug confidence, allowed him to continue, seeing no threat in it. Shin Yun pointed to the current state of the Chu family and asked a direct but uncomfortable question. Could the new patriarch really lead it to revival? The elder replied that his primary task would be to accumulate wealth, because without finances, it would be impossible to restore the family's former power. He confidently stated that thanks to the city's advantageous location in a mountain valley, it would not be difficult to collect 1,000 silver coins a year. These words caused excitement among the clan members. The prospect of a stable income inspired hope, and some even began to make plans for restoration and treatment. Despite this, doubt still lingered in the air. People had heard grandiose promises too often, which eventually crumbled to dust, so even the confident words of the first elder could not completely dispel their wariness. And it was at this moment that Xinyun stunned those present. He made it clear that if the future patriarch's limit was only 1,000 silver coins a year, then such a level of ambition was clearly insufficient for the revival of the family, which meant that he himself was much more suited to the role. The first elder burst out laughing, perceiving what was happening as a ridiculous joke. In his eyes, the young man had neither the authority, nor the support, nor the sufficient weight to even participate in such a conversation. Many members of the clan joined in the laughter. The idea that an impoverished heir dared to claim the position of patriarch seemed absurd and unworthy of serious discussion. However, the main character was not bothered by this ridicule. Maintaining a calm smile, he slowly took out a small bag and opened it in front of everyone. Inside were spirit stones, and there were far more than a few. This sight instantly caused confusion. No one expected to see such wealth in his hands. When it became clear that the stones were real and that there were nearly 80 of them, the hall fell silent. That number meant almost 800,000 silver coins, an amount that most of those present did not even dare to dream of. Doubt quickly gave way to shock. After that, Xinyun calmly asked the first elder a question, suggesting that he himself determine who, in such a situation, was truly capable of rising to the top and leading the clan forward. At that moment, he was interrupted by a young expert, whose appearance was clearly not accidental. It was Chu Hai, the recognized #1 in the Chu family, on whom great hopes were pinned. He sharply pointed out Xinyun's excessive self-confidence. The hero did not immediately understand what his interlocutor was getting at, and then it became clear that he was emphasizing not wealth, but fighting spirit. In his eyes, Xinyun remained nothing more than a first-level fighter, unworthy of a high position. Hearing this, Xinyun came to an obvious conclusion. As long as a person is not considered trash, he has the right to claim the position of patriarch. Receiving silent confirmation, he asked the next logical question. How could he prove the opposite? Chu Hai's answer was extremely simple and straightforward. Only victory in combat could serve as proof. The young expert was absolutely confident in his superiority. The 6th level of heavenly body tempering and 3rd-class fighting spirit made him a figure that almost no one in the clan dared to compete with. For him, the outcome of such a challenge was obvious. To the surprise of everyone present, Xinyun remained calm and showed no sign of hesitation. Moreover, he made it clear that he was going to propose exactly that. Such words caused a new wave of disbelief. Challenging the #1 genius meant signing your own death warrant. In the eyes of those around him, Xinyun looked either insane or tired of life. However, Chu Hai saw in this only audacity and ignorance, for which, in his opinion, blood would be paid. Both opponents remained outwardly calm, but their thoughts were focused solely on the upcoming confrontation, the outcome of which would determine too much. A considerable amount of time had passed, and in the distance, Liu Xiang was beginning to worry, fearing for the safety of her brother Yun, but deep down, she believed that he would not let her down and would be able to withstand whatever this meeting had in store for him. Chu Hai possessed a body tempered to the 6th heavenly level, and in the eyes of those around him, his opponent didn't stand a chance. A 3rd-class fighting spirit was considered impressive even among young experts, while Xinyun only had a 1st-class spirit, a level that usually drew ridicule. Even the hellish spirit of a demon wolf looked far more terrifying. When the fight began, the air seemed to thicken. All conversation ceased, and the eyes of those present were fixed on the arena, where the fate of the young man was being decided. A sword appeared in Xinyun's hands, and at that moment, he took the blow, blocking his opponent's attack. Metal clanged, and the force of the collision rolled through his hands. Chu Hai froze in surprise for a moment. He did not expect this guy to be able to react at all, let alone take a blow to the forehead. However, his confidence quickly returned. In his mind, 3 moves were more than enough to end this farce and humiliate his insolent opponent. Xinyun took a step forward and swung his sword, as if cutting through the space in front of him. The movement looked simple, but it had a hidden power and precision. The demonic wolf lunged forward, and Xinyun barely managed to put up a defense, meeting the claws with his blade. Even so, the force of the attack was too great. He was thrown back, and bloody wounds appeared on his body. The claws had still managed to scratch his flesh. Chu Hai mockingly asked how he was feeling, reminding him that the wounds from the demon wolf's claws were not only painful, but also destroyed the body from within. Xinyun was well aware of the difference in cultivation levels. Chu Hai's spiritual energy was dense and stable, and a protracted battle only worked against him. He realized that this duel had to be ended quickly and decisively. Chu Hai coldly advised him to stop pretending to be strong, reminding him that his opponent still had a chance to kneel and beg for forgiveness. In response, Xinyun only smiled. This calm smile finally enraged Chu Hai, and he activated the fierce wind technique. He declared that refusing mercy was a direct path to death and vowed to tear his opponent apart with the claws of a demonic wolf. In the next moment, a fierce wind rose. The air currents howled, raising dust and debris, and the demonic image of the wolf became even more distinct and ominous. Many of those present involuntarily clenched their fists, worrying about the young master, unable to take their eyes off the raging elements. However, contrary to expectations, it was clear from the expression on Xinyun's face that he was not panicking at all. On the contrary, his gaze remained cold and focused. With a single movement, he broke through the whirlwind and delivered a decisive blow that combined speed, accuracy, and power. Chuhai collapsed to his knees, unable to comprehend what had happened. He, the strongest in the Chu family, had lost, and this contradicted everything he believed in. Xingyun calmly announced that the fight was over and the outcome was clear. His voice was even, without mockery, as if he were stating an obvious fact. A dead silence hung in the hall. No one knew how to react to what they had seen. What was happening seemed impossible. Xiao Hu was the first to break the silence, shouting loudly that this was exactly what should be expected from a young master who had mastered divine movements in just a few days and won with a single breath. These words caused a real shock. Those present could not believe that such techniques could be learned in such a short time. In their eyes, Xingyun was no longer an ordinary person. Chuhai desperately refused to accept reality. He couldn't understand how someone like Xingyun had managed to defeat him. There was clearly something going on that was beyond his comprehension. Xingyun even felt it necessary to give him some advice. From now on, Chuhai should show respect to the patriarch. However, in the eyes of the defeated man, this sounded like a mockery of his honor. And at that very moment, an old man appeared, whose cold voice ordered everyone to stop what they were doing and disperse immediately. Judging by what this young man had just demonstrated, he truly had everything necessary to claim the position of patriarch. His strength, composure, and determination spoke for themselves, and even the most prejudiced views could not deny it. However, the past still lingered in people's memories. Since childhood, this young man had been considered the scum of the family, a person without talent or future. Therefore, no one understood how, in just a few days, he had managed to obtain such a large number of spirit stones and so rapidly increase his cultivation. Such changes could not be explained by ordinary means. The elders understood that if this young man really became the patriarch, his every action would represent the entire Chu family. Therefore, as the greatest elder of the clan, he considered it his duty to test Xingyun before allowing him to go any further. The elder coldly demanded that the young man show all his belongings for a thorough inspection, intending to find out the source of his power and wealth. Xingyun calmly replied that it seemed that this old man had some special feelings towards him, since such demands sounded so insistent. These words only reinforced their suspicions. Could it be that Chu Xingyun really felt guilty? Many recalled what they had thought from the beginning. This guy had something to hide, and now the truth was about to come out. Not wanting to delay any longer, the elder abruptly ordered the guards to seize this monster and immediately lock him in the dungeon. He intended to interrogate him personally, regardless of the methods used. The guards obeyed the order without hesitation. The elder's pressure was too great, and no one dared to object at such a moment. Xingyun, without raising his voice, reminded them that the Chu family guards existed to protect the clan from external threats and to punish traitors. They were never created to deal with family members, let alone settle internal scores. These words sounded like thunder from a clear sky. The people around him were shocked and even began to fear this young man, not because of his brute strength, but because of his clear mind, confidence, and knowledge of clan laws. Chu Xingyun's plans were now completely exposed in the eyes of the elders. In their view, he was no longer a bold youngster. Now they were faced with a dangerous element who was trying to wriggle out of the situation with fine words and knowledge of clan rules. The first elder decided that he could not delay any longer. Any further discussion was pointless, and so he coldly announced that this deceiver would be executed right here and now, in front of the entire clan, as an example to the others. At that moment, the fighting spirit was summoned once more. The demonic wolf lunged forward with a growl, filling the hall with an oppressive, murderous aura. The man sharply ordered everyone to get up and retreat immediately, not wanting the weak to suffer the consequences of the battle. Almost simultaneously, the Chu family guards also pounced on the main character, trying to surround him on all sides. However, they posed no real threat to Xingyun. Their movements were too slow and predictable. The elder mentally acknowledged that he had been careless earlier, allowing this young man to get so far. But today, at this very moment, Chu Xingyun had to die. The young man himself calmly thought that his opponents would be deeply disappointed with the outcome. Everyone present instantly felt a terrifying wave of murderous intent. Even experienced cultivators paled. The old man shouted loudly, ordering Chu Xingyun to retreat immediately. But this idiot didn't even think of retreating at such a crucial moment. He didn't want to tarnish his title as #1 in the Chu family and refused to acknowledge the danger. There was only one thought in his head. He wanted Chu Xingyun dead at any cost. And suddenly, the guy disappeared. It happened so quickly that no one even had time to follow his movement, leaving everyone around him frozen in shock. The next moment, Chuhai was dead. His eyes remained wide open, as if he couldn't believe what had happened until the very end. How dare this little piece of trash kill him? The #1 genius of the Chu family, Xingyun calmly replied that the father and son had both raised their hands against him, so he had only done everything possible to protect his life. An icy spear slowly formed in his hands, radiating a piercing cold. The elder immediately ordered everyone to step back. He was going to take the life of this scum himself. Many in the crowd decided that this was the end. The first elder was too strong, and the young master seemed to have no chance of survival. People did not understand what to do now, and who could save him. The elder still considered Xingyun to be trash. Therefore, he could not accept the idea that his own son had fallen at the hands of someone he despised. For him, it was the greatest shame. And at that moment, a piercing cry rang out in the sky. A red firebird descended rapidly from above, illuminating everything around it with a blazing light. The elder raised his head sharply, not understanding who had just intervened and dared to appear here at such a moment. People almost immediately noticed the appearance of Boss Chin from the Thousand Treasures Pavilion. It had only been a few days since their last meeting, so he sincerely hoped that everything was fine with the young Master Chu. As before, his appearance was accompanied by an overwhelming aura of confidence and authority. He stated directly that young Master Chu could turn to him at any time in the future if he found himself in trouble. Moreover, he was genuinely interested to see who was so reckless and insolent as to raise a hand against a partner of the Thousand Treasures Pavilion. The first elder hastily tried to explain, saying that what was happening was exclusively an internal matter for the Chu family, and therefore, Mr. Chin should not interfere in clan affairs. However, looking at the body of his murdered son, he could no longer contain his rage. It was unthinkable for him to allow the murderer to stand there freely, as if nothing had happened. Chin Chan coldly asked who this old man thought he was. Since when did he dare to interrupt him and tell him what to do? His voice was calm, but there was a hidden threat in it. Then he stated bluntly that if anyone dared to injure or attempt to harm the young Master Chu, the Thousand Treasures Pavilion would make the guilty parties pay 100-fold, regardless of their status or background. Under this pressure, the first elder had to back down. He clearly understood that continuing the conflict would lead to disastrous consequences for the entire Chu family. Qin Han realized that his intervention had been harsh, so he changed his tone and expressed his regret, asking the Chu family not to hold a grudge against him for what had happened. Xin Yun calmly replied that this man was only defending justice. That being the case, the ancestors of the Chu family should not only not reproach him, but should also be grateful to him for preventing even greater bloodshed. After that, he briefly said to bring what had been prepared: 30 bottles of body-tempering pills, 30 bottles of spiritual nourishment pills, and 30 bottles of fire-dispelling liquid were displayed in front of everyone. All of them had been purified personally by Miss Yu Yan, and their effects had been brought to near perfection. Qin Shan expressed his hope that the Chu family would accept this gift. Those present understood perfectly well how valuable these resources were. For the impoverished Chu clan, it was a treasure that could change their fate. Since Mr. Qin had made such a decision, no one dared to refuse such a generous gift. Even the elders were forced to acknowledge its significance. As the Chu family clan meeting was still ongoing, Qin Shan felt it would be awkward to stay any longer. He expressed his hope that the young Master Chu would find time in the coming days to discuss the details of further cooperation, after which he politely took his leave. From the outside, it might have seemed like a coincidence. However, it was clear that Xin Yun, having invited Qin Shan 2 days ago, had already anticipated such a turn of events and prepared a way out of what seemed like a hopeless situation in advance. By doing so, he made Mr. Qin indebted to him. And yet, Xin Yun stopped him at the last moment. He couldn't leave without expressing his gratitude for the fairness and timely support shown to him. It was a small but sincere gesture of appreciation that only strengthened their future alliance. The scroll he handed over turned out to be a formula for a second-level heart purification pill. Even for the Thousand Treasures Pavilion, such a recipe was of considerable value, so those around them felt that such a gift seemed overly generous for a simple gesture of gratitude. However, from Xin Yun's point of view, they were already business partners, and one formula was not decisive in the context of future cooperation. Qin Shan, fully aware of the value of what he had received, expressed his sincere gratitude and finally became convinced that this young master was far more dangerous and far-sighted than he seemed at first glance. A low murmur rose in the hall. People whispered, exchanged glances, and reassessed what was happening. Today's events completely overturned their perception of the Chu family's position and of Xin Yun himself. The 3 elders had already left the hall, so Xin Yun calmly scanned the remaining attendees. He was interested in only one thing. Was there anyone else who wished to challenge his right to the patriarch's golden seal, or who doubted his position as head of the family? The answer was obvious. No one dared to object. The clan rules clearly stated that the golden seal was hereditary, and forcible seizure was considered a serious crime. After everything they had seen that day, even the most skeptical chose to remain silent. Soon, words of support and blessing rang out in the hall. For many, this was an unexpected stroke of luck. The Chu family had gained a patriarch who possessed not only strength, but also connections, resources, and a cool head. In such a situation, no one would dare to speak out against it. Having established himself in the silence and attention of the hall, Chu Xinyun made it clear that he already had several proposals regarding the future of the family. These words caused tense anticipation among those present, because now, everyone understood that from this moment on, the fate of the Chu clan was entering a completely new era. Those present respectfully asked the main character to continue. He calmly announced that he did not intend to treat any of them badly, and did not intend to begin his reign with senseless reprisals. Today, he had officially assumed the position of patriarch of the Chu family, which meant that a new era and a new path were beginning for the entire clan. However, his tone soon became noticeably stricter. Xin Yun openly declared that Chu Hai had been killed by his hand, which meant direct blood feud with Chu Pingtian. Moreover, he clearly saw the discontent of the other elders, who did not like the fact that the position of patriarch had fallen into his hands. That is why he announced his decision without hesitation. From now on, these 3 elders would be expelled from the Chu family. As long as they were alive, Their names would not be entered into the clan's family register, and if death overtook them far away, they would not be honored with burial in the ancestral hall. These words caused a great shock and heavy silence among those present. Shin Yun continued, making it clear that he was not forcing anyone to blindly obey. He only hoped that everyone here would make a conscious and wise choice between the future of the Chu family and the three elders who had long put their personal ambitions above the fate of the clan. Xiao Hu was genuinely pleased to hear this. He enthusiastically noted that the young master had shown true determination and strength today. Chu Hai was accustomed to mocking the weak and solving everything with brute force, so his end was inevitable. The main character's wife also quietly supported him, considering his actions to be fair and worthy. Xin Yun glanced at the prepared resources and noted that these pills could accelerate cultivation and stabilize fighting spirit more quickly. In front of him were several bottles of body-tempering pills, each of which was quite valuable. However, after thinking for a moment, he decided that he would need less than it seemed. Therefore, he gave most of the pills to Xiao Hu. At first, Xiao Hu thought he had misheard, but when he realized what had been said, he was truly shocked. Receiving such resources from the patriarch himself was an honor that could not be refused. Then, Xin Yun announced that he intended to entrust him with an important task in the coming days. During the battle with Chu Hai, he had realized something important about his own path of development, so he planned to secretly withdraw for a while for deep self-improvement. A few days ago, a partnership had been formed with the Thousand Treasures Pavilion. The protagonist intended to use this alliance to develop the market for rare and special spiritual herbs, which was crucial for the future of the Chu family and its economic rise. In this regard, Xin Yun gave Xiao Hu full authority to deal with all matters related to supplies, negotiations, and resource allocation. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hu could not believe his ears. From now on, all these matters would indeed be in his hands, and no one would have the right to give him orders or interfere with his decisions. Moreover, Xin Yun noted that Xiao Hu could take a few of his most trusted people with him and begin to train them in secret. These people would become the foundation of a force capable of opposing Chu Pingtian and his supporters in the future. Xiao Hu replied without hesitation that the young master could rely on him completely. At that moment, Liu Xiang quietly asked what role she would play in all this. Xin Yun initially thought it would be best for her to focus on her own practice and recovery. However, he saw her sincere desire to be useful and not stand on the sidelines. In the end, he gently pointed out that the very fact that Liu Xiang was on his side was the greatest support and encouragement for him, far more valuable than any external forces. Overall, the meeting with the family went almost as he had expected. Due to their fear of Qin Shan and the influence of the Thousand Treasures Pavilion, many members of the clan would gradually turn away from Chu Pingtian and side with the new patriarch. But even that was not enough. Xin Yun clearly understood that in the end, personal strength was the deciding factor, and without its growth, no alliances could guarantee safety. During the battle with Chu Hai, he used an unnamed technique, absorbing the fighting spirit of the demon wolf and preventing it from dissipating after its master's death. Therefore, Chu Hai's death was not in vain. At least, his fighting spirit became fuel for strengthening Xin Yun's spiritual sword and fortifying his own foundation. However, the young man noticed that the wolf's spirit continued to resist. This was strange, because Chu Hai had fallen at his hands, which meant that the spirit should have submitted without a fight. Then, Xin Yun decided to use direct suppression. Under the influence of his will and nameless technique, the spirit of the demonic wolf began to gradually dissipate, losing its aggression and resistance, turning into pure spiritual energy, ready to be absorbed. In his past life, the first battle spirit he absorbed was only second level. Xin Yun still clearly remembered that feeling, a violent surge of excess energy that almost got out of control. That was why he was now unsure if he could absorb a third-level battle spirit in one go without consequences. His fears were quickly confirmed. As expected of a third-level fighting spirit, the assimilation process was much more difficult. The transformation had only just begun, but the fighting spirit's sword had already acquired the special attribute of a demon wolf, affecting the flow of energy and placing a heavy burden on the body. The third day of practice came to an end. The 10th cycle of the Qi circulation was complete, and only then did the tension inside his body finally subside. At that moment, Xin Yun realized that the process was complete. It had really worked. The spirit of the demon wolf, in addition to its outstanding speed, had the ability to hide its own presence. These two rare and extremely useful attributes were successfully assimilated by his Sword of Fighting Spirit. They blended perfectly with the technique of the Sword of Thunder and Wind, as if they had been created specifically for it. At that moment, he clearly realized that the heavens were indeed smiling upon him. Soon, Xiao Hu approached him. Xin Yun immediately noticed the changes and realized that he had managed to materialize his fighting spirit. After all, nothing could be hidden from the young master's gaze, especially things like this. Looking closely, he was convinced that it was indeed a worthy third-level fighting spirit. It may not be outstanding, but it is stable and promising, exactly what is needed for further growth. Now, Xiao Hu would no longer be a burden. Realizing this, he was determined to try even harder and not let the young master down. After that, he remembered the book with a list of well-known spiritual herbs, which, on his orders, had to be carefully studied. This knowledge would soon play an important role. On the same day that the young master temporarily left the estate, the 100 Treasures Pavilion sent its people without wasting a minute. In full accordance with Xin Yun's instructions, Xiaohu directed them to the outer area of Fengxing Mountain. Throughout the 3 days, the gathering of spiritual herbs did not stop for a moment. The work continued without interruption. The speed was impressive. If things continued like this, the outer area of the mountain would be completely cleared in about half a month. At the same time, as the main character had warned, Chu Pingtian and his entourage repeatedly tried to cause problems and interfere with the work. Remembering Xin Yun's words, Xiaohu did not hesitate to contact Mr. Qin to slightly intimidate them. After that, the attempts at interference quickly came to nothing. It seemed that their desire to create problems had noticeably diminished. Xin Yun continued to rely on him in these matters. At the same time, he became curious about where Liu Xiang had gone. As it turned out, she was practicing diligently, but her progress was noticeably slower than expected. Her fighting spirit had not yet materialized. In 3 days, she still hadn't managed to manifest her fighting spirit, which was indeed quite slow. However, Xin Yun understood that he couldn't rush her. Instead, he decided not to interfere and give her time. He himself was going to go to the city of Xifeng. It was time to strike while the iron was hot and move on to the next stage of the plan, without giving the enemies the slightest respite. Meanwhile, Miss Yu Yan received a detailed report on the progress of the investigation into Chu Xinyun. The information had been carefully compiled and covered not only his current activities, but also the changes that had taken place in him recently. Perhaps in the past, this guy was considered trash, but after he married Shui Liu Xiang, his cultivation began to grow rapidly. Moreover, many members of the Chu family gradually began to unite around him, openly expressing their support and recognizing his authority. At the same time, Shui Liu Xiang's situation looked much bleaker. As the daughter of Shui Chongxiang and a girl who had come out of a brothel, she had no one to rely on. She had neither family nor influential patrons behind her. Yu Yan ordered the investigation to continue. If the key to the mystery could not be found in Chu Xinyun himself, then they should dig deeper and check his father's generation, including old connections and disappearances. She was also interested in how the harvesting of spiritual plants on Fengxing Mountain was progressing. According to the reports, everything was going more than smoothly. In just 3 days, several thousand spiritual plants had been collected. If they continued at this pace, profits would increase significantly in the near future. However, Yu Yan emphasized that it was not worth focusing too much on the harvest itself. It was much more important to secretly track all of Chu Xinyun's movements. Any unusual actions or suspicious steps should be reported to her immediately. Hearing this, Qin Shan couldn't help but ask about the reason for such caution. She reminded him of the fire spirit's dispersing elixir and the heart purification pill. She had been searching for these two formulas for a long time and had even developed her own technique for purifying pills, but neither of them could be found in ancient scrolls or records. The cost of such a formula could reach thousands of spirit stones, but Chu Xinyun gave it away without the slightest hesitation. This clearly indicated that his interests were not limited to money and ordinary profit. He clearly had other goals, and the extraction of spiritual plants was most likely just a cover for much larger plans. At that moment, they were informed that Chu Xinyun had personally arrived at the pavilion. He said that he intended to purchase a cauldron for making pills and was now waiting outside. Qin Shan immediately ordered that he be invited inside, that the best room be prepared, and that no outsiders be allowed in. However, Yu Yan stopped him, calmly but confidently. She stated that if Xin Yun was brought directly to the treasure house, she would have the opportunity to personally observe his every move and draw her own conclusions. Meanwhile, the main character was already being led to the meeting place, with all due courtesy and caution. Xin Yun himself believed that he had kept Miss Yu Yan waiting and thus shown disrespect. However, in her eyes, the young master was an important guest of the 100 Treasures Pavilion. Waiting for such a person meant nothing at all. Moreover, she did not expect Chu Xinyun to decide to personally purchase a cauldron for purifying medicines, which only increased her interest in him. She also casually mentioned that Fengxing Mountain had long been home to many treasures. Xin Yun took these words calmly, thinking that it must be a joke. After all, he had only just begun to master the pill knife, and he needed the cauldron only for the most basic operations. However, the phrase still caught his attention. The thought of treasures involuntarily popped into his head, and he wondered if there was any truth to these rumors. In response, she immediately smoothed over the conversation, making it clear that it was just a light joke and that the young master should not attach any importance to it. After that, she suggested going inside to choose a suitable cauldron and, with polite courtesy, led him to the treasury, where the air was filled with a faint but persistent spiritual background. She explained that all valuable artifacts were divided into strict categories: deadly, precious, state, and royal. Each of these categories, in turn, was subdivided into lower, middle, and higher ranks, forming a total of 12 levels. There were also legends that only imperial artifacts and divine weapons were higher than royal artifacts. However, such things were only accessible to the emperor's closest circle or beings on the level of great gods. She wondered which category the young Master Chu would choose. Considering that he had only just begun his journey in alchemy, it would be wisest to choose the precious category. A higher level artifact could be too difficult to handle and even dangerous. The Tao of the purifying pill she used herself was an example of a progressive approach. When she first formed the Tao core, it turned out that her tool belonged to the highest rank of mortal artifacts, which was already considered a very valuable achievement. There were only 2 or 3 artifacts of the precious category in the entire city, and pill cauldrons of this level were extremely rare. She had only 2 such cauldrons at her disposal. One she used personally, and the second was now right in front of Xin Yun. It was a black spirit cauldron. It had the ability to generate qi water during the pill purification process and evenly saturate spiritual herbs with moisture. For a precious artifact, such properties were considered extremely valuable. Xin Yun inquired about the price of this black spirit cauldron. The cost was exactly 100 spirit stones, an amount that in itself spoke to the rarity of the item. For any other buyer, the price would have been significantly higher. However, given the status of the young Master Chu and their recent collaboration, she was willing to offer more favorable terms. Xin Yun only had 20 spirit stones on him. Therefore, he cautiously inquired whether it was possible to purchase on credit. After receiving his share from the sale of spiritual herbs, he promised to pay the balance immediately. She found this offer quite reasonable and even trustworthy. At that moment, his attention was drawn to a green jade stone used to tune and stabilize weapons. Usually, such stones were no larger than a thumb, but this one was significantly larger than the standard. Xin Yun immediately understood how valuable it was. Realizing this, she was willing to give up the stone for only 3 spirit stones, effectively making a symbolic offer. Of course, he did not refuse such a generous offer. Xin Yun only asked to include the cost of the green jade in the total credit, finalizing the deal. He briefly mentioned their partnership and expressed his hope that the 100 Jewels Pavilion would continue to support him in the future. The deal was mutually beneficial, which meant it was only the beginning. With these words, he said goodbye and walked away without pausing for a moment. At that moment, a man approached Yu Yan and remarked with a smile that, despite the passing years, her beauty had not only not faded, but had become even more attractive and dangerous, like a sharpened blade. She gave the stranger a cold look, making it clear that she had no time for idle chatter. If he had business, he should seek out the manager, Qin Shanya, and not distract her. The man immediately introduced himself as Shui Chongxian. He hastily added that, if Miss Yu Yan was busy, he would leave immediately and not bother her. Hearing his name, she immediately understood who was standing before her. The patriarch of the Shui family, the father of Shui Qian Yue. His position was well known, as was the influence he once wielded in the city. Shui Chongxian was honored that Yu Yan knew his daughter. However, in response, he heard a cold and extremely clear statement. From today onwards, all relations between the 100 Treasures Pavilion and the Shui family were completely severed. These words caused a real whisper among those around them. People looked at each other, not believing what they had heard. Some tried to ask Shui Qian Yue if she knew the reason, but the girl remained silent. Yu Yan simply said calmly that she simply did not like working with the Shui family. Qin Shan, upon hearing this, could not hide his surprise. Such a decision was too abrupt and clearly thought out in advance. This woman was much more perceptive than she seemed at first glance. She quickly realized that Xin Yun didn't really need the spiritual plants. His true goal was hidden elsewhere, not far from Dragon Peak, on the deserted and barren Peak. That was where the sealed cave was located, where a spirit realm expert once lived. In his past life, Xin Yun had discovered it by accident. Such places always became a point of choice, either a breakthrough into a new realm or eternal stagnation. Now he needed the sword left deep in the cave. Without it, further progress would be much more difficult. However, his current power was still insufficient to break the ancient seal, and if Yu Yan wanted to investigate his actions, he would allow her to know exactly as much as he deemed necessary. Everything that was happening was still under his control. Every step, every encounter was part of a carefully thought out plan. That same night, he was abruptly awakened by a dull rumbling coming from outside, as if something heavy had fallen nearby. The smell of the poisonous spiritual pearl was clearly noticeable in the air. If even one representative of the 5 poisons had been nearby, he would certainly have tried to take possession of it, regardless of the consequences. This sensation suddenly stirred long-forgotten images in his memory. He remembered people from his past life, those he once considered close. The name Xiaoxing Tian came to mind particularly clearly. It was this man who had taken his life without hesitation, acting coldly and ruthlessly. Now, having been given a second chance, he had no intention of forgetting this. If fate had given him a new life, then retribution would inevitably catch up with this scoundrel. The forest outside the city of Chu was quiet and gloomy, as especially created for dark schemes and hidden murders. Chu Xinyun had long been in partnership with the 100 Treasures Pavilion, which was why Qin Shan had appeared here at this time. In fact, he was only using the situation to suit his own interests. His plan was to spread rumors that Chu Xinyun intended to embezzle the money earned from harvesting spiritual plants. However, he did not expect that all the profits would be transferred to the clan treasury without exception. What annoyed him most was the fact that they had been expelled from the Chu family because of this man. Now they were left without support, without status, and without a future. Hatred and a desire to teach this scoundrel a cruel lesson grew in the hearts of each of them. The one who strikes first gains the advantage. That is why the idea of killing Chu Xinyun seemed so tempting. But at the same time, they understood that if they returned empty-handed, the 100 Treasures Pavilion would not spare them. However, the situation could be interpreted differently. For the pavilion, all this was just a business deal based on profit. Chu Xinyun was just a partner to them, and there should be no personal feelings involved. If they eliminated him, they could take control of the Chu family, take a step back in the extraction of spiritual plants, and offer the pavilion even more favorable terms. His downfall would bring them direct profit. The problem was that no one had seen this bastard for several days. Therefore, they were forced to use every opportunity and act cautiously. Besides, it was hard to believe that a piece of trash at the level of the Four Heavens body tempering could escape an experienced killer. The purified poisonous solution was deadly. It killed quickly and silently, leaving no blood or traces of a struggle. 3 needles meant 3 chances to kill. The main thing was not to reveal themselves. Anyone they hit would die without a chance of survival. He had already stepped outside when he suddenly noticed Liu Xiang sitting there. Hearing his voice, she was genuinely happy to see him, as if a weight had finally been lifted from her heart. The guy apologized for making her worry and wait so long. Liu Xiang confessed that she was troubled by her own powerlessness. Every time she cultivated, cold qi appeared in her body, dispersing her spiritual energy. Because of this, she was unable to materialize her fighting spirit. He carefully examined her condition, but found no cold qi in her body. Perhaps the source of the problem lay in the fighting spirit itself? If his qi manifested itself in such an unusual way, then its level could be far from low. The problem was the weakness of the body. There was no need to worry. With training, everything would definitely return to normal. At that moment, Xiao Hu ran up to them, also unable to hide his joy at seeing the young master. A little more, and he would have rushed to him without waiting for permission. A couple of days ago, there had been a collapse in the Chu family's mine, and a few hundred meters from the main passage, the workers accidentally discovered spiritual fire ore. At first glance, it looked like a rare stroke of luck, but there were some very strange signs accompanying the discovery. Xin Yun immediately asked if there were any fatalities or serious injuries. It turned out that there were only a few minor injuries. Hearing this, he was even more surprised. With such luck, the excavation should have begun immediately, and there was no reason to wait for his decision. The reason quickly became clear. It was impossible to approach the site of the discovery. Thick fog inside the cave was destroying people's spiritual energy. Xin Yun asked an unexpected question. Could anyone smell a sweetish odor there? Xiao Hu was genuinely amazed, not understanding how the young master could know such a detail. However, Xin Yun had already made his conclusions and suggested going to the site immediately to inspect everything personally. Before setting out, he ordered guards to be posted and strictly forbade anyone from taking even a step inside the cave without his permission. The inspection confirmed his guess. It was the fruit of the fiery heart, and there was no longer any doubt. Xinun gave Xiao Hu a heart purification pill and told him to take it immediately. This pill stabilizes spiritual energy and provides temporary immunity to the destructive effects of the mist. As they advanced inward, the space became wider and wider until they reached the central part of the cave, where a strange tree came into view. Even without knowing what kind of plant it was, one could sense the danger. The very fact that such a tree existed in this place was extremely unusual and alarming. Xiao Hu couldn't take it anymore and asked for an explanation. Xin Yun pointed to the source of the problem. It was a flaming heart tree. It only grows in places with extreme temperatures, where ordinary creatures simply cannot survive. And it is this tree that creates the fog. The mist surrounding the tree destroys the spiritual energy of cultivators, and, in extreme cases, can lead to death, literally tearing the body apart from within. Xiao Hu suggested that after the mist dissipated, it would be possible to obtain fire spirit stones. But Xin Yun explained that the mist would only disappear after the fruit had fully ripened. One fruit of the fiery heart is worth at least 3 spiritual plants of the highest quality. If a cultivator in the body tempering stage eats it, they will be able to break through to the next level directly, bypassing the usual limitations. Such an effect seemed truly incredible. For a moment, the thought even arose as to what would happen if all the fruits were consumed at once. But unfortunately, such an enhancement only works once. In addition, these fruits take at least 10 years to fully ripen. If picked earlier, they will be useless. 10 years is too long, especially in a world where every day can bring disaster. It became clear that all information about this place must be kept secret at all costs. If other families learned of the existence of the flaming heart tree, a bloody struggle would begin, and the Chu family would not be able to survive. However, the main question remained, how to keep this secret for a whole decade. And then, he saw the young master calmly take out the light purple tree grass. Xiao Hu immediately became alert, because he did not understand why this particular plant was being used in such a place. The fruit of the flaming heart belongs to Yang and the fire element, while the herb from the light purple tree carries Yin and belongs to the wood element. Yin and Yang, when in harmony, create balance, and wood, fueling fire, accelerates its growth without allowing the flames to get out of control. Xiao Hu couldn't help but ask when the young master had mastered such spells. Xin Yun calmly explained that it was simply the application of the laws of the 5 paths of Yin and Yang. To put it simply, this method can artificially accelerate the ripening of the flame heart fruit. With the right balance, the fruit will ripen in just a month, and the fog will dissipate and stop poisoning the cave. And indeed, the fog had already begun to thin noticeably. This news seemed incredibly joyful. Even Xiao Hu, who had seen many strange things, could not hide his excitement. However, Xin Yun quickly dampened his enthusiasm, making it clear that now was not the time to get carried away. They needed to leave this place immediately, before the situation got completely out of control. Such composure was to be expected from the young master. At that moment, A sharp, disgusting smell filled the cave. Almost immediately, they noticed wounded people emerging from a side passage. Only 2 were still alive. Xiao Hu saw the poisonous spots on their faces and instantly realized that they were facing a poisonous yang. Moreover, this old man was familiar to them, which made the situation even more dangerous. The old man casually remarked that since they were just young people, he could spare them and let them go. However, Xin Yun immediately stopped him. He pointed out that this place belonged to the Chu family and therefore did not understand why an outsider would presume to dispose of other people's lives here. The old man didn't care. He was only interested in the flaming heart fruit. Everything else, whether people or rules, was of no importance to him. Anyone who stood in his way would be killed without hesitation. Xiao Hu realized that the poisonous yang knew about the fruit long before they did. This meant that the secret had already begun to leak out, and it would be extremely difficult to keep this place hidden. Now, a lot of things became clearer. The next moment, Xin Yun rushed forward himself. The old man smiled, deciding that this reckless brat was simply seeking death. He was ready to grant that wish. Xiao Hu tensed involuntarily. The enemy's power had reached the level of a spirit connecting the 9 heavens, and he was a truly dangerous foe. Poisonous Yang did not expect the young man to survive even one of his moves. He even counted on an easy and boring victory. But after a moment, he realized that despite the effects of the illusory poisonous smoke, Xin Yun not only remained alive, but also retained his clarity of movement, which was the first warning sign for the old man. Xin Yun found it almost funny to watch the old man try to defeat him, relying solely on illusory poisonous smoke. This smoke is indeed dangerous, but only if it enters the bloodstream and mixes with spiritual energy. As long as the body is sealed and the circulation of qi is stopped, such poison is completely useless. However, for the poisonous Yang, the very fact that his methods had been ridiculed was a grave insult. In his eyes, the young man had already signed his own death warrant. The old man quickly changed tactics, using spirit decay powder, a poison capable of spreading throughout the body through the cultivator's spiritual energy, destroying channels and organs from within. But the truth was simple and cruel. It was even easier to fight such a poison. All one had to do was not use spiritual energy at all. Without qi nourishment, the poison lost most of its lethality. Xin Yun had once heard that the poisonous martial arts of the poisonous Yang were said to be unmatched even in the Middle Kingdom, but now he could see clearly that these were just exaggerated rumors. If the old man had really used the dark blood poison, he might have had a tiny chance of killing him. The old man did not expect the child in front of him to be so dangerous and perceptive. Every move and choice he made seemed to be thought out to the smallest detail. Realizing that continuing the fight could end in his death, the poisonous Yang decided to retreat. Xiao Hu was amazed. He did not expect such a cruel opponent to choose to flee. He couldn't help but ask the young master how long he had been so strong. But Xiao Hu failed to notice the main thing. From the very beginning to the end, poisonous Yang never dared to use his spiritual energy. Xin Yun prevailed only because he unerringly caught this weakness and ruthlessly exploited it. A faint but ominous smell emanated from the old man's body, one that only appears in those who have been poisoned by dark blood. Any ordinary cultivator would have died instantly. Apparently, he had once swallowed this poison to increase his strength, but now he was forced to use all his resources just to stay on the brink of life and death. It seemed that this was indeed the case. Xiao Hu was still worried that the old man might harbor resentment and return after recovering, but Xin Yun was calm. That day would never come for the poisonous Yang. The dark blood poison was too toxic. With his level of cultivation, it was impossible to remove it. In 3 days, the poison would destroy his vital organs, and the old man would die. The only chance of survival was to do something extremely radical. Xiao Hu cautiously asked if the young master knew a way to neutralize the poison. Xin Yun only replied that he should forget about it. Right now, it was more important to save these people and completely neutralize the effects of the illusory poisonous smoke. The subordinate sincerely thanked the patriarch. He also ordered them to keep what had happened a strict secret. Not a single word was to leave the Chu family. Xiao Hu couldn't hide his shock. This guy instantly understood that the old man had been poisoned, and judging by his words, he really might know how to cure it. Poisonous Yang had studied poisons for decades and was helpless. While the young man saw right through everything, it seemed frighteningly strange. Xin Yun announced that they needed to leave this place for a short while. He had to receive some special guests. He tried to reassure Liu Xiang, assuring her that as soon as everything was over, he would definitely return for her. Then, he ordered that she be left under Xiao Hu's protection, adding that they would have to leave that very night. Meanwhile, the others were beside themselves with rage. Chu Xinyun and his men had found deposits of fiery spirit stones. If control of this mine fell into their hands, the profits would be incomparably greater than they were now, and this gave rise to dangerous envy. Any delay could lead to serious problems. He was sure that now it was necessary to throw all forces into the extraction of stones in order to facilitate further steps. As soon as the work yielded results, the fire spirit stones would come under the control of the second brother, and then the situation would become much more stable. Now, even the slightest carelessness could not be allowed. When Chu Xinyun returned, he almost immediately moved Xiao Hu and Shui Liuxiang to another location, leaving the house alone. Such behavior seemed too suspicious to be considered accidental, so they did not rush to conclusions. Over time, their suspicions only grew stronger. Everything pointed to the fact that he was hiding something and deliberately misleading everyone. The only question was what exactly he had in mind. 2 days later, their patience finally ran out. This brat seemed to be idling away his days doing nothing, while they were going crazy with tension. It seemed to them that after Chu Hai's death, the older brother was simply afraid of Shin Yun. They came to the conclusion that it was better to act first. Their excessive caution only gave the boy time. In addition, the thirst for revenge for the young Master He boiled in people's hearts and demanded an outlet. The thought that a simple boy was the reason why the old men were hiding in this dilapidated house, causing fear and humiliation, was unbearable to them. Compared to them, cultivators at the level of the three heavens imprisoned spirit, this boy seemed insignificant. Killing him seemed as easy as slaughtering a chicken and taking its eggs. They decided to act that very night. No one could have imagined that the 5 poisons of the sacred imperial scripture would help him at such a critical moment. In the distant past, one of the 10 warrior emperors traveled with him. This man possessed the rare poisonous blood of a chameleon and practiced forbidden martial arts. It was dangerous, but he asked the main character dozens of times to evaluate this book, knowing that others were simply incapable of understanding its true value. It was precisely because he had studied this book that Shin Yun gained a deep knowledge of everything related to the poisons of the Celestial Empire. He did not expect that he would have the chance to apply this knowledge right now. It all looked like the intervention of fate itself. Now, all he had to do was wait. Any hasty move could ruin everything. In the silence of the night, the main character spoke first, asking if his guest was tired of hiding for so long. Was this really how the famous poisonous old Yang should behave? The old man, of course, understood why he had been discovered. He smiled, noting that this guy was asking questions he already knew the answers to, and that was what made him amusing. Poisonous Yang stated his goal directly. He wanted to obtain a method of dispelling the effects of dark blood poison. In exchange, he was willing to give away the fruits of the Flaming Heart. But this offer seemed absurd. The fruits of the Flaming Heart originally belonged to the Chu family. Why would the old man even offer them to their owner? So far, everything was going as Shin Yun had said, but in a few days, the poison would finally spread, and the old man would die. Then, these lands would inevitably come under the complete control of the main character. A beggar should look like a beggar, and he shouldn't have bargained with someone who had no future. Did this guy seriously expect them to beg him? As long as Old Man Yang was still capable of producing the poisonous mist, in a single night, the city of Chu could forget about the existence of at least one person. He could try to go down that path. After all, even if he poisoned someone in the end, it would only speed up the spread of the dark blood poison through his own body. Before the poison took someone else's life, he would die first. Old Man Yang coldly stated that if this guy helped him, he was willing to protect the Chu family for 3 years without asking any questions. But such a term seemed ridiculously short to Shin Yun. If the old man was willing to serve the Chu family for the rest of his life, then he might consider the offer. Hearing this, Yang flew into a rage. How could he, the poisonous Yang, a cultivator with a name and reputation, worship some petty Chu family for the rest of his life? Shin Yun calmly replied that he had already said everything he wanted to say. It would be better for the old man to use the time he had left before the poison reached his heart to prepare for his own funeral. He even added that Yang should be careful because he didn't want to say goodbye to him so soon. The old man had seen countless experts in his lifetime, but this was the first time he had met such a cold-blooded and arrogant young man. Suddenly, Yang sensed a murderous intent. It seemed that this guy was really ready to die. If he agreed to reveal the method of dispersing the poison, the old man was even willing to protect his miserable life. 2 experts in the field of soul collection appeared before him. Yang smiled inwardly. Chu Ping had clearly overestimated this boy. For opponents of this level, death would be quick and painless. However, Shin Yun himself couldn't believe that people with such mediocre abilities were going to kill him. One of them no longer wanted to listen to the conversation and gave a short order to kill him immediately. The blade sliced through the air, but Shin Yun dodged it as if he had anticipated the attack in advance and immediately threw a silver needle at the attacker. The second assassin rushed forward, trying to take advantage of the moment, but Shin Yun stopped his blade with his bare hands without a moment's hesitation. In the next moment, he threw the captured needle back, accurately and without error. The man still had time to smile, not understanding how a simple silver needle could harm him. But in an instant, his vision blurred, and his body stopped responding. Old Man Yang blinked just once, and 2 pools of blood lay before him. It all happened so quickly that his mind refused to accept it. Shin Yun calmly asked if the old man could repeat the words he had said earlier, but Yang remained silent. Then, Shin Yun waved his hand, allowing him to leave, since he did not wish to continue the conversation. Old Man Yang immediately swore that he would become an invited elder and servant of the Chu family for the rest of his life. He realized that this was no ordinary person, and that serving him was no disgrace. But Shin Yun replied that he had already changed his mind. Now, he wanted Yang to become his slave. The old man was horrified and said that this was impossible. How could a 9th grade martial spirit cultivator become a slave? But Shin Yun only coldly remarked that Yang had seen his abilities himself, and that was why he wanted to become an invited elder. Did the old man really think that he didn't understand anything and couldn't see true value? In the past, even if a yin-yang cultivator had knelt before him and begged to be taken as a slave, he would not have even deigned to look at him. At that time, such scenes only aroused contempt and boredom in him. Old Man Yang still did not understand who this young man really was. But one thing was crystal clear. In his current state, he would not be able to deal with him. Moreover, Shin Yun gave him only 3 seconds to think, and each of them felt like a heartbeat before a sentence. In the end, Poisonous Yang made his choice. He slowly knelt down and acknowledged himself as a slave. Xin Yun calmly replied that in the future, he would understand how wise today's decision was. After that, he taught him how to dispel the poison of dark blood, as well as the complete art of poison. He ordered Poisonous Yang to study them thoroughly and forget forever all the other inferior techniques he had used before. Just by looking at the scrolls, Yang immediately understood that he was looking at martial arts of the highest spiritual rank. If he mastered them to perfection, he would be able to break through and reach a spiritual level that he could only dream of before. Realizing this, the old man bowed his head without hesitation and thanked the master for such an incredible gift, which had effectively changed his entire future destiny. Meanwhile, they had been waiting for 4 nights. The second elder had not returned. People began to whisper, suspecting that something unexpected had happened, but they preferred not to say it out loud. At first, there was an oppressive silence, in which everyone could hear their own breathing. Then they began to discuss the spy's report. Everything was calm in the city of Chu, with no signs of escape. The second elder could not have disappeared just like that. Continuing to wait seemed pointless. They had enough people, so why not storm the city of Chu and capture Chu Xinyun by force? But suddenly, a sharp shout rang out, ordering everyone to shut up. They were told outright that the 2 were already dead, and that these idiots would only find their own deaths if they rushed into Chu City without a plan and understanding of the situation. Before leaving, they checked the city once more and made sure there were no hidden experts there. It was unclear how the second elder had been killed, but since they themselves were seeking death, no one would stop them. His cultivation was at the same level as the second brother's. If the latter had not returned, how could he himself survive? Their thoughts were confused. They couldn't just sit and wait for their demise. In the end, they decided to avenge the second elder, regain control of the Chu family, and focus on developing the deposits of flaming spirit stones, regardless of the losses. Several days passed. Xinyun suddenly attacked the Poisonous Yang, but the old man managed to dodge, feeling the deadly intent pass him by. In the next moment, the main character swung his sword, and the space seemed to shudder. Poisonous Yang attempted to respond by employing a concussion technique, hoping to disrupt the rhythm of the attack, but even that wasn't enough. He was still defeated. The master's sword was like thunder and lightning, swift and relentless. Yang was unable to block it, and was forced to apologize. After all, a rule had already been established between them. He was obliged to suppress his cultivation to the level of a master. How could he break this condition again? The master's progress over the past half-month had been truly staggering. Even with the constant restriction on his own cultivation, his movements remained precise and overwhelming, making battles increasingly difficult for his opponents. With his current strength, the young master seemed practically invincible, even if he had to face a cultivator of the 8th heavenly layer of body tempering. His recent breakthrough to the 6th level only confirmed that the effect of the practice was much stronger than expected. Soon, Xiaohu and Liu Xiang approached them. The girl suggested taking a short break and eating some fruit, while Xiaohu noted that old man Yang was safely hidden and no one in the Chu family suspected his presence. Xinyun noticed Liu Xiang's condition and asked about her progress in cultivation. She admitted that she had not yet achieved any noticeable results, although after the treatment, her body was in perfect condition. Liu Xiang also made it clear that cultivation itself was not her main goal. It was much more important to simply be there and support the one she had chosen. When they entered the cave, the old man was frankly surprised. The poisonous mist that had previously filled the entire space had completely disappeared, as if it had never existed. He then noticed that the fruits of the fiery heart had ripened, filling the cave with soft warmth and pure spiritual energy. Xin Wen explained that he had used a special method of accelerated growth, thanks to which the fruits had ripened ahead of schedule, and the mist had dissipated on its own. He then announced that everyone who served the Chu family faithfully would receive 1 fruit. Realizing the value of such a gift, the people were truly shocked. Xiaohu did not hide his admiration, acknowledging that the young master was truly worthy of his name, for the rewards he bestowed were truly generous and rare. At that moment, an alarmed subordinate ran up to them and reported that the situation had deteriorated sharply. It turned out that the cave was surrounded by a group of people with clearly hostile intentions, and Xin Yun immediately understood that these were not random visitors. Among the attackers was the first elder, and their goal was precisely the fruits of the fiery heart. It became clear that Chu Pingtian was still alive. Poisonous Yang expressed his willingness to deal with him personally if he received permission. Xin Yun told him to wait for the signal, while the enemies were already eagerly awaiting the appearance of the one they had come for. Finally, the young patriarch came out to them, and in the eyes of his enemies, it was a moment they considered the beginning of his end. Xin Yun calmly assessed the situation, making it clear that he did not consider the assembled group to be a real threat. A man stepped forward, openly expressing his contempt. He was a jungle master named Li Chongdao, known for his cruelty and bounty hunting. The first elder promised a generous reward in the form of flaming heart fruit for eliminating Xin Yun, and Chongdao showed obvious interest in choosing the method of execution. Thus, it became clear that these people had not come for negotiations. They had been promised a share, 20% of the fruit, in exchange for his life, and they had no intention of backing down. These people had no desire to miss out on such a generous reward. For 20% of the fruits of the flaming heart, it was worth risking everything, and in their eyes, the life of one young man was truly too precious to refuse. Chong Dao even allowed himself a sneer, saying that he would take care of a decent coffin because it was not every day that he had the honor of killing the patriarch of an entire clan with his own hands. Xiao Hu seethed with anger as he looked at these people. Not long ago, some of them had sworn allegiance, and now they had switched sides to the enemy without hesitation. In his heart, he hoped for only one thing, that the master would not leave any of them alive. Xin Yun, however, remained completely calm. Since they so desperately wanted him dead, he would let them take the first step and choose their own fate with their own hands. Hearing this, the attackers burst out laughing. In their eyes, the young patriarch looked like a madman who had completely lost his sense of danger. They did not believe that he could remain so unperturbed in the face of death. In the next moment, the air grew cold. The elder stepped forward and, without further ado, released an icy beam concentrated with pure, deadly cold energy, which rushed straight toward the main character. Suddenly, panic broke out among the attackers. Several people grabbed their throats, gasped, and began to choke, blood gushing from their mouths. Their bodies trembled as if something inside was trying to break out, and in a moment, they collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. The elder instantly noticed the strangeness of what was happening and turned sharply, trying to understand the source of this gruesome death. And then, his gaze fell on the figure of the poisonous Yan. His heart sank. The appearance of this madman at this particular moment seemed too suspicious. The elder clearly sensed that he had not come with good intentions, and this caused him serious concern. There were many terrible rumors about poisonous Yan, so the elder wanted to understand why he had interfered in their affairs and whose side he was going to take. However, the old man did not even deign to look at him. He calmly walked past, headed straight for Xin Yun, and bowed his head, acknowledging his haste and willingness to accept any punishment. Xin Yun only discreetly indicated that it did not matter. The elder and Chong Dao tensed up at the same time. They were shocked that the cruel and unpredictable Yang was acting like a servant in front of this young man. Such a sight was beyond comprehension. Xin Yun calmly explained that he had previously spared Chu Ping Tan only because of his status as an elder, but the latter had failed to understand his mistake. Now, there was no point in keeping him alive. The elder tried to dismiss these words, considering what was happening to be a farce. In his eyes, Xin Yun looked like a ridiculous upstart who had overestimated himself. He was sure that it would all be over very quickly. Without wasting a second, the elder rushed forward with the clear intention to kill, putting all his strength into the attack. His movements were sharp and merciless, but the poisonous Yang stood in his way. With a single movement, he intercepted the attack and made it clear that such dreams were too naive. His gaze was filled with contempt. Right before everyone's eyes, Chu Ping Tang was destroyed. His body collapsed to the ground, showing no signs of life. The attempt to intervene ended in instant and brutal retribution. Chong Dao lunged forward, wanting to avenge his elder, but in the same second he was struck by the poisonous Yang, who coldly showed him how much he had overestimated his strength. Seeing the elders fall one after another, the people faltered. Fear overwhelmed them, and they hastily began to beg for mercy from the young patriarch, promising to renounce their former patrons and immediately leave the lands of Chu and Qifeng. Xin Yun coldly announced that since Chu Ping Tang was already dead, their lives would be spared. After that, they were ordered to disappear from his sight immediately. The men, not believing their own salvation, hastily thanked the young patriarch and scattered in panic, afraid to linger even for a moment. Poisonous Yang asked the master what to do with the rest. His gaze was cold, and it was clear that it would not be difficult for him to end everything right there. Chong Dao hastily changed his tone and addressed Xin Yun as the patriarch, claiming that everything that had happened was a misunderstanding and that the late Chu Ping Tang had misled them. He hastened to express his remorse, shifting all the blame onto the dead man. Xin Yun noted to himself that this man had a keen sense of the situation and knew how to take advantage of it at the right moment. Chong Dao continued to justify himself, assuring everyone that he could not deceive the young patriarch, and immediately began to revile Chu Ping Tan, calling him a cunning instigator. The others hastily supported these words, adding that he had allegedly been plotting to assassinate Xin Yun for a long time. None of this mattered to Xin Yun. Chu Ping Tang, whatever he was still a member of the Chu family, and the way Chong Dao spoke of him was not just frivolous. It was a direct display of disrespect for the clan and the patriarch himself. Xin Yun coldly remarked that if Patriarch Lin claimed he had been deceived, then it seemed he really needed help to get his thoughts in order. His gaze became dangerous, and a threat was clearly visible in it. Zhang Dao flared up with rage. He loudly declared that he was the patriarch of the Lin family and one of the most influential people in Qifeng City. He couldn't believe that some kid dared to talk to him in such a tone. Poisonous Yang lazily remarked that even the ruler of Qifeng should not behave so arrogantly if he valued his life. Chong Dao was no longer willing to tolerate this. His face contorted with rage. Spiritual energy exploded around his body, and he lunged forward, intending to tear Xin Yun apart on the spot. But Poisonous Yang was faster. His figure seemed to dissolve into the air, and in the next moment appeared in front of Chong Dao. One short, sharp blow, and Patriarch Lin flew backward, coughing up blood. Poisonous Yang coldly announced that this was not the end, and without giving his opponent time to recover, delivered a second blow. There was not a shred of mercy in it, only pure, refined cruelty. The old man shook his head in contempt. He was frankly displeased that a man of such status was so weak. He couldn't even withstand 2 attacks. Disappointment was evident in his every movement. Xin Yun approached, looking down at Chongdao. His voice was calm, almost indifferent. He asked if Patriarch Lin had learned his lesson. Chongdao hastily nodded, choking on words of gratitude and vows of obedience. Xin Yun remarked that next time, he should think about the consequences of his words and actions. The world has no patience for fools, especially self-confident ones. He expressed his hope that such a mistake would not be repeated, and then calmly ordered the poisonous Yan to finish him off. Chongdao fell to his knees in despair, begging and swearing allegiance. He promised that the Lin family would forever be allies of the Chu family, that he was willing to give up everything just to save his life. Xin Yun coldly asked if he really considered his 5th-rank fighting spirit to be something significant. This was followed by a repeat order to kill him immediately. Chongdao wept uncontrollably, begging for a little more time. He swore that the Lin family was ready to obey the Chu family unconditionally, that they would follow them into fire, into the abyss, into certain death. His voice trembled, his knees buckled, and the patriarch's pride had long been trampled by fear. Xin Yun slowly leaned toward him, his face very close. A thin, almost playful smile appeared on his lips, and he quietly said that all this was just a joke. He calmly added that if he really wanted to kill Chongdao, he would have been dead long ago and would not be wasting his time with his pathetic pleas. Hearing this, Chongdao could not take it anymore. His eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground like a sack. Poisonous Yang glanced at the others and coldly asked what the Bai, Hu, Chen, and Sang families thought about this. His voice was even, but it carried a threat that sent a chill down the spine. All 4 patriarchs fell to their knees, almost simultaneously, as if on command. They cried out in panic that they were ready to submit to the Chu family, that they recognized the authority of the young patriarch, and begged for their lives to be spared. They swore that they would work for the good of the Chu family, give resources, people, whatever was needed. Their faces were contorted with fear, and their voices trembled as they begged Xin Yun to show mercy. Xin Yun smiled. A hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. He noted that since they wanted to serve the Chu family, they must recognize Chu Hu as their master and obey him as they would the patriarch himself. These words hit them like a blow to the head. These big shots, accustomed to commanding thousands of people, now had to bow down before Xiao Hu, a young man they had never even noticed before. Humiliation, contempt, and anger flared in their hearts, but fear was stronger. They didn't believe that Xin Yun was serious. Did this brat really want them to serve someone like Xiao Hu? Xin Yun narrowed his eyes coldly and asked if they really disagreed. At that moment, the venomous Yang stepped forward, his aura instantly pinning everyone to the ground. Xin Yun added that with their strength and desire to preserve their pathetic lives, they were asking too much if they thought they could bargain. Without another second of hesitation, all 4 bowed their heads to the ground and greeted their new master in unison. Their voices were full of submission, humiliation, and fear. At that moment, they finally realized that the era of the old clans was over, and now the Chu family ruled over them. Xiao Hu looked uncertainly at the young master, as if everything that was happening still seemed like a dream to him. So many great figures bowing before him did not inspire pride, but rather internal tension. Xin Yun noticed this and gestured to show that everything was under control, then explained that from today onwards, these people were under Xiao Hu's command, and all matters related to the Chu family would go through him. Xiao Hu took a deep breath, gathering his willpower. He clearly understood the meaning of the young master's words, and promised himself not to let him down under any circumstances, even if it meant going through fire and blood. Internal strife had been suppressed, external threats eliminated, and for the first time in a long time, a sense of relative peace reigned over the Chu family. The atmosphere of tension that had hung over the clan began to dissipate little by little. Under the leadership of the poisonous Yan and Xiao Hu Xin Yun, he was confident that the Chu family would rise rapidly in the city of Xifeng. These two were like sharp blades, one dark and poisonous, the other straightforward and loyal. Therefore, he could calmly focus on his own development because too much time had been lost and much more serious enemies awaited ahead. The fruit of the fiery heart could only be used once, but even that was enough to lay a solid foundation for a future breakthrough. Such an opportunity could not be missed. 3 days later, Poisonous Yang ordered Xiao Hu to begin the offensive. A covert mopping up operation of the remaining hostile elements began, and every step was as precise as a predator tracking its prey. Liu Xiang was genuinely delighted to see the arrival of the main character. Her eyes lit up with warmth, as if all the anxiety of the last few days had instantly disappeared. She was happy to learn that he had taken a break, and immediately set about making tea, putting all her effort into it. At that moment, Xin Yun thought again about her fighting spirit. The fact that she couldn't materialize it raised serious suspicions. He had already encountered special cases in the development of spirits, so he decided to look into it carefully later. He turned to Xiao Hu and the poisonous Yan, informing them that he was leaving the city of Chu and going on a journey. At first, Xiao Hu thought he was referring to the city of Xifeng, but it quickly became clear that his goal was different: training and self-improvement, which could take a long time. During his absence, the defense of Chu City would fall entirely on their shoulders. In the event of any threat, they were not to show mercy and were obliged to act harshly and decisively, leaving their enemies no chance. Liu Xiang was upset to learn of his departure. She felt a void inside, as if something important was slipping through her fingers. She worried about how long he would be gone, and a shadow of anxiety flashed in her eyes. Xinwen made it clear that his absence would be long. He hoped that she would take care of the house and keep it in order while he was away. Liu Shang replied that she would take care of it, even if her heart ached with longing. She wasn't going to complain, but the thought of separation still hurt her deeply. Xiao Hu noticed that he didn't even recognize the young master at first. His appearance had changed noticeably. His features had become different, his gaze deeper and colder. This was natural, because the trip had to remain a secret, which meant that a different appearance was needed, so as not to attract unnecessary attention. Xinwen lightly touched Liu Xiang's cheek, letting her know that he was leaving, and only then did she realize how much he had changed. That touch was both a farewell and a promise. Xiao Hu and Liu Xiang watched him go, wishing him a safe journey and a speedy return, not even suspecting how dangerous his journey would be. The hidden dragon peak loomed like a giant beast lurking among the mountains. Even the air here was heavier than usual, saturated with an ancient aura and traces of long-forgotten battles. The place itself was unsettling and forced one's instincts to be on high alert. He carefully examined the surroundings, checking his memories of his past life, until he suddenly noticed a fiery spirit eagle soaring above the rocks. Its huge wings cut through the air, leaving a trail of hot wind behind. One glance was enough to understand that this beast was not to be trifled with. Eagles of the fiery spirit were renowned for their ferocity and territoriality. They could sense fluctuations in space and detect strangers even from a great distance. An encounter with such a creature now would mean certain death, so he began to descend without hesitation, hiding his presence and holding his breath. The wind in the gorge was still strong, howling between the stone walls like the voices of ghosts. The gusts of air hit his face, hindering his movement and throwing him off balance. But he moved confidently, clinging to ledges and choosing the most inconspicuous paths. After a while, he finally found the place. His heart skipped a beat, for his memory had not failed him. Even after all these years, the relief of the rocks, the shape of the entrance, and the arrangement of the stones remained the same. This confirmed that he had indeed reached his destination. Fortunately, the eagles of the fiery spirit did not pursue him. Deep inside the cave, he noticed an ancient text carved into the stone wall. Last time, he hadn't paid any attention to it, but now the symbols immediately caught his eye. However, the meaning of these signs remained unclear, as if the language belonged to a different era or race. This place was full of secrets. Every step, every stone seemed to hide a story. He was determined to explore everything thoroughly. Moving further, he noticed another area of the cave, almost identical to the one he had seen before, as if the space here had been artificially replicated. Since there were no people or animals around, he removed his disguise. The true purpose of his journey was right here. The tension inside him gradually gave way to concentration, for he was one step away from what he had risked everything for. The main character was looking for a sword that could cut through space. The creator of this weapon had made a grave mistake in his past life, treating the golden windstone as if it were an ordinary material. In the hands of a true master, this blade could become a royal artifact capable of cutting not only flesh, but space itself. He ordered the spiritual sword to reveal itself. Energy fluctuated, the air trembled, and the blade appeared, emitting a cold, sharp light. Even the surrounding stones seemed to recede under its pressure. Fortunately, the spiritual sword and the space-cutting blade merged successfully. In an instant, a strange resonant connection arose between them. After that, he mentally commanded the sword to fly to him, and the weapon obeyed, as if it had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Despite being created by a fool, the blade was still full of hidden power. Its structure, lines, and energy channels were perfect. In the future, after gathering all the necessary materials, the main character would be able to upgrade it to a full-fledged royal artifact, turning it into a true weapon of destruction. However, with his current level of cultivation, the question remained whether he would be able to fully control this power. Even now, the blade radiated a pressure that could tear a weak cultivator apart from within. Despite the risk, he decided to test it right away. Energy gathered, his intention became sharp as a blade, and the sword came into motion. The result was astonishing. With one swing, the surface of the lake was cut in two, the water parting like fabric. At that moment, a hidden mechanism, previously invisible, opened up beneath the surface, as if the cave itself had begun to reveal its secrets. Entering inside, he saw a star formation of 9 essences merging, spreading out under his feet in a complex pattern. Xin Yun did not expect to find such a high-level formation in such a remote and forgotten place, where there were almost no traces of human presence left. It was a well-known 8th-grade spirit formation, one of those renowned for its stability and complexity. It was considered virtually invulnerable, so breaking it would be extremely difficult. However, time had left its mark on it. The lines had faded, the structure had weakened, and with his current level of cultivation, he would still be able to open it if he spent a significant amount of spiritual energy. Yesterday, the 9 heads of Jifeng City loudly declared their loyalty to Chu City, causing quite a stir. At the same time, Chu City officially announced its cooperation with the 1,000 Treasures Pavilion and its possession of the location of the Flaming Spirit Stones, which immediately changed the balance of power in the region. In addition, all the great clans of Xifeng began to send representatives to Chu City to strengthen relations. If this continues, the Chu family will completely suppress the Shui family in less than 6 months. Not long ago, it was the Shui family that sought to eradicate the Chu family, but who would have thought that everything would change so quickly? The situation is strange and even alarming. Not long ago, the Chu family was in decline, on the verge of extinction, But now, in just a few months, they have not only secured the support of the Thousand Treasures Pavilion, but also gained influence that forces others to reckon with them. The Shui family had humiliated the Chu family for years, considering them helpless and unworthy of attention, so they did not notice the actions they had taken. In addition, they must remember how the Thousand Treasures Pavilion severed all ties with the Shui family a few months ago, which was already an alarming sign at the time. It seems that the Chu family had a hand in this. If you think about it, they really did cooperate with the pavilion, much more closely than it seemed from the outside, but everything was done quietly and without unnecessary noise. This means that the Chu family had long since joined forces with the Thousand Treasures Pavilion. The main problem was that the Shui family underestimated Chu's abilities and miscalculated. Who would have thought that the detested Chu Xinyun had such far-reaching intentions? Chu Xinyun seemed like a pathetic man with modest means and no serious support. Therefore, she did not understand why her father was so worried and treated him as a threat. It was Shui Qianyue. Her father asked how her cultivation was going, and the girl confirmed without hesitation that everything was going more than well, as she was rightly considered a genius of the city of Sifeng. The man asked if she had already reached the spirit gathering level. For someone her age, this was truly impressive and rare, even among the powerful clans. She said that she had reached this level a few days ago and was now stabilizing her first heavenly level spirit power while practicing the jade ripple of 10 intersecting waves, perfecting her technique. This was to be expected of her. Moreover, if she took part in the martial arts house elections, she would be able to compete for first place, and she had no doubt about that for a moment. However, as a representative of the Shui family's upper echelons, she was annoyed that those around her had suddenly begun to fear the outcast, Chu Xinyun. She was concerned that such rumors could affect her reputation and position if they reached the right ears. He acknowledged that her words made sense, and therefore suggested sending spies to Chu City to thoroughly investigate the current situation. Qian Yue was surprised in response, wondering if she was still considered the one who should make such decisions. They should sort it all out, and the situation would remain under control as long as it did not affect her cultivation. After she left, a quiet murmur immediately arose in the hall. People talked among themselves, noting that the young lady had become too arrogant and self-confident, as if she already considered herself unattainable. Finally, he managed to open the formation, and the hidden mechanism yielded with a slight hum, releasing a stream of ancient, dense, spiritual energy. The space in front of him seemed to tremble, confirming that the protection had been removed. Inside was a separate area, completely isolated from the outside world. In the middle was the nest of the spiritual beast, around which were the remains of the star formation of the fusion of 9 essences, a separate space, an ancient altar, and the egg of the spiritual beast. The person who hid this place was clearly not just an old man, but a being with remarkable knowledge and power. Spiritual beasts are formed from animals, capable of absorbing the chi of heaven and earth, gradually changing their nature and rising to a new level of existence. Such creatures are rare, and their offspring are valued at their weight in gold. Xin Yun surmised that the altar was intended to seal the egg, to hide its aura, and protect it from outside interference. Therefore, he became particularly interested in what class the spirit beast egg belonged to, if it had been hidden so deeply and surrounded by such complex defenses. There was even a covering formation on the surface of the egg, skillfully woven into the structure of the shell. Inside, there was clearly an unusual spirit beast, whose power had not yet awakened, but could already be felt in the surrounding space. She was furious that she had not been able to find out about everything in advance, that many leaders would announce an alliance with the city of Chu and the location of the fiery spirit stones. It all happened too suddenly, and she was annoyed that she had previously been ordered to keep an eye on Chu Xinyun, but important signals had still been missed. Qinshan began to argue that his subordinate deserved to die for his incompetence. He had failed to gather information in time and had let Lady Yu Yan down, so the man even asked to be punished to set an example for the others. In the end, she calmed down, realizing that she couldn't blame him entirely. No one had expected such a rapid rise of the city of Chu, and events had unfolded too quickly, even for experienced observers. Possession of spiritual stones and subjugation of numerous families seemed suspicious. Even if the Pavilion of 1,000 Treasures was behind these two incidents, in Qin Shan's opinion, it would already cause serious problems. However, the city of Chu handled it easily and confidently, as if someone's strong hand was behind the scenes. She admitted that an expert was helping them, but still believed that this could not be the only reason. If they were really being helped by a great expert, they would have acted much more harshly and straightforwardly. Her intuition told her that all this was the result of Chu Xinyun's carefully thought-out plan, not a coincidence. Xinshan did not even expect Lady Yu Yan to think so highly of Chu Xinyun. The man cautiously asked what they should do next, and whether they should continue spying on the city of Chu. There was no longer any need for that. With Chu City developing so rapidly, it would inevitably attract envy and create enemies. Using the partnership, the pavilion would support them publicly, while emphasizing the problems of the Shui family to increase pressure. Qinshan accepted the order and expressed his willingness to carry it out precisely, without making any mistakes. He understood that further actions required extreme caution. 3 months later, Chu City. He was slightly puzzled. If it weren't for the sign above the gate that read, House of the Chu Family, he would not have recognized his own residence. Everything around him looked new, neat, and well kept, as if it were the estate of an influential clan, not a former dilapidated dwelling. Xiaohu was the first to notice the young master, and immediately beamed with joy, as if he had seen salvation. His face literally lit up when he realized that Xingyun had finally returned. Glancing around the newly rebuilt residence, the protagonist immediately understood that this little shit had really put all his energy into it and spared no time or expense. Everything was done well and tastefully. Xiaohu proudly invited the young master to come inside and look around the house. Poisonous Yang also came out to greet the master. Xingyun noticed that the old man looked much healthier and more composed than before. His aura had become more stable and his gaze sharper, all of which was clearly the result of proper treatment and care. In 3 months, Xiaohu's body had reached the 4th level of tempering, which was considered a very good result for such a short period of time. This was made possible thanks to the guidance of Old Man Yang. Poisonous Yang's cultivation had also grown significantly, and many in the city were shocked by such rapid changes. Xingyun asked to be told everything that had happened during this time, without omitting any important details. He was interested in the situation of the family, the situation in the city, and the actions of the enemies. Xiaohu reported that immediately after the young master's departure, the Thousand Treasures Pavilion had publicly threatened the Shui family. This move clearly showed that the pavilion had completely sided with the Chu family and was no longer hiding its support. The Pavilion of 1,000 Treasures also greatly assisted in the renovation and expansion of the house, providing people, materials, and even craftsmen. After that, Xingyun asked why Liu Xiang was nowhere to be seen, and a hint of anxiety slipped into his voice. As soon as the two fell silent and exchanged glances, he immediately realized that something had happened. The atmosphere around them became tense for a moment. However, in the next moment, Liu Xiang rushed in, clearly in a hurry, and almost stumbling. There was sincere joy on her face, and it was clear that she was truly happy to see the main character. But Xingyun immediately sensed the cold qi emanating from her. His gaze became serious, and he immediately realized that changes were taking place in her body that were unlike normal cultivation. At that moment, another girl entered the hall. She stood straight and cold, her gaze calm and detached. She wanted to know if he was Liu Xiang's husband, named Chu Xingyun. Xingyun noticed the ice cloud symbols on her clothes. Now everything became clear. She was a disciple of the 9th Ice Palace. These symbols could not be faked. The 9th Ice Palace was located on the edge of the snowy plain of the northern city of the Cloud Stream dynasty. It was a mystical force that was the subject of legends and feared by many clans. The sect accepted only women, and all their martial arts were related to cold, ice, and suppression of emotions. The highest status was held by the one with the most ice cloud marks on her sleeves. The person with 9 such marks was the owner of the 9th Ice Palace. This woman had 7 ice cloud marks on her sleeves, which meant she had a high status in the 9th Ice Palace. This immediately aroused suspicion. A logical question arose as to why the elder of such a powerful sect had suddenly appeared in this remote place and turned her attention to the Chu family. Xiaohu introduced a woman named Bing Li to the young master. He explained that 2 months ago, she was passing through the city, felt a special affinity for Liu Xiang, and stayed here on her own initiative without revealing her true reasons. Xiaohu suggested that everyone relax and chat while he made tea. Poisonous Yang, in turn, noted that this woman's intentions were hidden and her power was profound and difficult to measure. Even with his experience, it was difficult to understand her true level. The fact that she felt sympathy for Liu Xiang seemed favorable, but too unusual. Liu Xiang herself began to assert that Bing Li was a good person and had always treated her gently and caringly. Bing Li could easily mislead Liu Xiang, but it was much more difficult for her to do the same with Xingyun. He immediately got to the point and demanded an explanation of her true intentions. The atmosphere in the hall became noticeably tense. As the elder of the 9th Ice Palace, she admitted that she had set her sights on Liu Xiang from the moment they first met. Bing Li openly declared her desire to make her her disciple and take her to the 9th Ice Palace for cultivation. Since Xingyun was her husband, she felt it necessary to discuss the matter with him personally. Although there were few disciples in the 9th Ice Palace, each of them was a rare genius. That was why Bing Li declared that she wanted to take Liu Xiang as her disciple and personally take care of her development. Bing Li also acknowledged that she knew about the deep feelings between Liu Xiang and Xingyun. She understood that the separation would be difficult, so she assured them that, with their consent, the 9th Ice Palace would not oppress them and would treat them with respect. To back up her words, she pointed to the ring. Inside was a first-level divine cultivation technique, a 5th-rank martial art, 1,000 spirit stones, and rare herbs sufficient for long-term practice. Moreover, she mentioned that she knew about Xingyun's desire to enter the top 5 martial houses and could give him a recommendation. Xiaohu and Poisonous Yang immediately realized that the conditions offered by Bing Li were extremely generous. Even large clans would consider such an offer priceless. However, Xingyun knew very well the level of Liu Xiang's talent. He clearly understood that her abilities did not match such a huge price. This is what aroused suspicion. It became obvious that there was more than just sympathy behind all this. Bin Li coldly asked if she was obliged to explain the decisions of the 9th Ice Palace to outsiders. Her tone was tinged with the arrogance characteristic of great sects. Xin Yun glanced at the ring and then threw it at her feet without hesitation. Until she told the truth, there was no point in continuing the conversation. He made it clear that Liu Xiang was his woman, and he would not trade her for all the treasures in the world. He did not care which influential sect Bing Li came from, or what resources she offered. After that, Xin Yun calmly ordered his guest to be shown out. His decision was firm and non-negotiable. Bing Li smiled and remarked that she had not offered this in order for him to refuse, but to show the seriousness of the Ninth Ice Palace's intentions. Her gaze grew colder, and the atmosphere around her became even heavier. Liu Xiang hastily asked her sister Bin Li not to do so, her voice trembling with anxiety. Xin Yun made it clear that if Bin Li insisted on taking Liu Xiang away, he would have no choice but to fight. The atmosphere in the room instantly became tense. Bing Li understood perfectly well that if she tried to take the girl by force, she would face fierce resistance and a complete loss of trust. This would make further cooperation impossible. Therefore, she decided to use the art of limited disguise to keep the conversation strictly confidential. Bin Li said she could explain everything, but it would involve the secret of the Ninth Ice Palace. Everything said must remain between them, without the involvement of outside ears. Her tone became serious and devoid of her former cold detachment. Limited masking was used to prevent eavesdropping and covert surveillance. This meant that the matter was indeed extremely important. Xin Yun had a heavy premonition that the conversation would be about something dangerous and irreversible. Bing Li confidently continued that it was all about spiritual cultivation qualifications. Liu Xiang was truly unique. Her attention was drawn to the Ninth Ice Pulse stop in Liu Xiang's body, a rare and frighteningly powerful phenomenon. This explains why Liu Xiang still cannot materialize her fighting spirit. It is all because of the Ninth Ice Pulse stop, which blocks the normal flow of spiritual energy and suppresses the awakening of the fighting spirit. Judging by Xin Yun's reaction, Bing Li realized that he already guessed the nature of this phenomenon. Some people are born with special lineages. The Ninth Icy Pulse stop is one of the rarest and most dangerous among them. Such monstrous power means that the bearer will almost never be able to normalize their fighting spirit. Using innate power carries enormous risk, as the slightest mistake can lead to the death of the bearer. Once the Ninth Ice Pulse stop is activated, endless ice ki will gush out of the body. If this is not strictly controlled, everything within a 10-mile radius will turn into an icy hell, where neither man nor beast can survive. Fortunately, Liu Xiang was at a suitable age and had only recently begun cultivation. The Ninth Ice Pulse stop in her body had not yet been fully activated, so the situation remained manageable. If the girl went to the Ninth Ice Palace now, there was still a chance to save her. Xin Yun asked if this meant that the Ninth Ice Palace had a method of suppressing the Ninth Ice Pulse stop. His assumption turned out to be correct, which only added to the seriousness of the conversation. Bing Li explained that the first generation of palace owners also possessed the Ninth Ice Pulse stop. After their deaths, they left behind the bloody jade of the ice stop. As long as Liu Xiang cultivated at the top of this jade, she would be able to suppress the ice ki and gradually learn to control the dangerous power. Xin Yun clarified that bloody jade does not simply suppress ice ki, but absorbs it. This process requires the consent of the wearer and takes an extremely long time. Mistakes in such matters are unacceptable. Bing Li was surprised by his knowledge and asked where he had learned this. However, Xin Yun made it clear that the source of his knowledge was irrelevant and demanded to know the exact time frame. Bing Li suggested that the process would take at least 30 years. This time frame proved too long for both Liu Xiang and those around her, making the atmosphere in the room even more tense. Liu Xiang timidly asked if Xin Yun could go with her if she agreed, but the Ninth Ice Palace does not accept men, and cultivation there requires complete concentration. Xin Yun's presence nearby would be impossible. If Liu Xiang left with Bing Li, they might have a chance to meet again in 30 years. But if she refused, Bing Li guaranteed that Liu Xiang would not live for more than 6 months. The choice was cruel and merciless. Xin Yun looked at the girl, waiting for her decision. Liu Xiang did not want to part with him for a moment, because 30 years of separation seemed like an eternity, but she was ready to accept any decision he made without showing the slightest hesitation. Xin Yun took her hands, making it clear that he understood the intentions of the Ninth Ice Palace. He said that he would take it into consideration and that Bin Li could return. At that moment, it became clear that the final decision was still ahead. Qin Chen understood that the situation was awkward, but from the look on Xin Yun's face, it was immediately clear that he was not going to back down. The pressure emanating from the young patriarch was calm but unyielding. The servants exchanged glances, not daring to take a step. No one wanted to take responsibility for the possible wrath of Lady Yu Yan. The atmosphere gradually heated up. At that moment, a cold, calm voice came from the inner hall, ordering the guest to be let in. Even without seeing her, everyone immediately understood that it was Lady Yu Yan. The girls in pink hurriedly bowed their heads and stepped aside, clearing the way. Qin Shan breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that the storm might pass them by. Xin Yun took Liu Xiang by the hand and confidently headed inside, ignoring the sidelong glances of those around him. His steps were calm but determined. The lord of the city was already in the spacious hall, his face expressing slight dissatisfaction at the interruption of his conversation. However, upon seeing Xin Yun, he nodded restrainedly, not wanting to escalate the situation. Yu Yan sat at the tea table, her gaze cold and attentive. She immediately noticed Liu Xiang next to Xin Yun, as well as the faint traces of ice ki around her. Yu Yan narrowed her eyes, instantly sensing something was wrong. Even without words, it was clear that the problem was not related to ordinary cultivation. Xin Yun bowed, and without further ado, said that he urgently needed her help in improving the pills to suppress the ice kwai. He spoke directly, without trying to sugarcoat the situation. The lord of the city frowned, clearly unhappy that his conversation was being interrupted for personal matters. But Yu Yan raised her hand, indicating that the matter was more important to her. She stood up and slowly approached Lu Xiang, carefully examining her condition. The cold energy was hidden deep inside, but it was no trouble for Yu Yan. Surprise flashed in Yu Yan's eyes, followed by seriousness. She immediately understood that this was not a matter of ordinary technique or deviation in cultivation. Yu Yan quietly said that this girl carried an extremely rare and dangerous lineage. These words made even the city lord tense up. Xin Yun nodded, confirming her guess, and spoke directly about the 9th ice pulse stop. A heavy silence hung in the hall. Yu Yan took a deep breath, and then stated that if this was indeed the case, ordinary pills would not solve the problem. Special recipes and rare ingredients would be needed. Xin Yun made it clear that Yu Yan was being given a truly rare opportunity, a personal meeting for the sake of improving the pills. Chances like this don't come twice, and if she missed this moment, there might not be another one. His words didn't sound like a threat, but they conveyed the unyielding confidence of a man accustomed to dictating terms. As soon as Qin Shanyu heard this, his expression changed instantly. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurriedly asked to wait, promising to immediately convey the information to Yu Yan, as if afraid of losing even a moment. At that moment, Lady Yu Yan was in conversation with the lord of the city, and Qin Shanyu considered it extremely inappropriate to interrupt. As the younger patriarch of the Chu family, it was not fitting for him to disturb such influential people. He hastened to apologize for his own short-sightedness, and emphasized that he did not dare to impose on people of such stature. The sudden change in his behavior puzzled those around him. Not long ago, he had been confident, but now, he looked almost humiliated. However, as soon as they walked away, Qin Shan heard sharp and contemptuous words. He was called a cheeky man who dared to interrupt the conversation between Lady Yu Yan and the lord of the city, as if he did not understand his place at all. From the outside, it seemed that Qin Shan really had a lot of courage, or recklessness, if he decided to take such a step, knowing full well who he might anger. Yu Yan coldly asked, since when her words had become empty sounds to him, like a light breeze. She made it clear that with such behavior, he risked not staying long in the Thousand Treasures Pavilion. Qin Shan visibly tensed and hastened to ask the lord of the city and Yu Yan herself to temper their anger. He explained that the patriarch of the Chu family was urgently seeking her out in order to perfect the pill, and that it had been impossible to convince him to wait. At that moment, Xin Yun confirmed what had been said. It was he who had insisted that Qin Shan come here. As soon as Yu Yan saw the main character, her mood changed. Her irritation gave way to attentive interest. The lord of the city, however, was not going to give in so easily. He declared that everyone who wanted to improve Yu Yan's pills had to wait their turn, and even he himself was no exception. And this man, just the patriarch of the Chu family, dared to demand an immediate meeting, as if he considered himself equal to the ruler of the city. His indignation grew. A logical question arose as to why this insolent man had not yet been thrown out. It seemed as if he was deliberately testing the city lord's patience. Yu Yan sighed wearily and told them both to stop. The city lord waved his hand, saying that such a minor figure was not worth paying attention to. However, Yu Yan cut him off sharply, making it clear that she demanded silence. Addressing Gu Qingxiang directly, he was extremely dissatisfied with being humiliated in front of a commoner. Meanwhile, Yu Yan turned her gaze to Xin Yun and asked which pill he wanted to improve. Xin Yun noted that she had already reached the 3rd class and acknowledged that her talent was truly worthy of respect. He said he intended to improve the Stayang pill, a 3rd class pill, and handed over the corresponding formula. Yu Yan, without hesitation, decided to get to work immediately. This finally deprived the lord of the city of the opportunity to intervene, and his dissatisfaction became almost palpable. Yu Yan ordered Qin Shan to immediately organize the preparation of materials for the Stayang pill. However, Xin Yun stopped him, saying that all the necessary ingredients had already been prepared in advance. At such an important moment in the refinement of the pill, he did not want to allow the slightest delay or mistake. After that, Yu Yan gave a strict order that no one was to approach her private room. Otherwise, Qin Shan would have to fear for his own head. The responsibility for the violation would fall on him. After finishing the preparations, Xin Yun asked Lu Xiang to come closer. Yu Yan looked at the girl with interest, wondering who she was and what role she would play in the upcoming process. The main character introduced Lu Xiang as his wife and made it clear that she would follow them to the private room. This statement sounded calm, but it carried weight, as if he did not allow for the possibility of objection in the first place. The lord of the city flew into a rage. To him, this seemed absurd and a blatant challenge. He considered it unacceptable to give in to this man's demands, for it was Chu Xinyun who had caused unrest among the Sifeng clans. In his eyes, what was happening looked like a brazen violation of the established order. Qin Shan, noticing the growing tension, tried to defuse the situation and advised the lord of the city not to hold a grudge against Chu Xinyun. However, the latter did not understand why he should even consider the simple patriarch of the Chu family. The very fact that someone dared to give him such advice only increased his irritation. Qin Shan seemed to have gained a boldness that had not been noticed before. The lord of the city began to suspect that he was behaving so confidently only because he was related to Lady Yu Yan and therefore allowed himself to be overly authoritative. It all seemed like a blatant insult. The lord of the city felt that his authority was being questioned. Qin Shan sighed heavily and made it clear that Gu Qingshan was simply unaware of the whole background of what was happening. Now it became clear to him why Lady Yu Yan had been able to raise the purification pills to the 3rd grade so quickly. The real reason lay in Chu Xinyun's teachings. This realization came as a real shock to the lord of the city. Given Yu Yan's status and knowledge, her respect for this man spoke for itself. Chu Xinyun turned out to be a much deeper and more dangerous figure than he seemed at first glance. The city lord understood that the situation was not developing in his favor. Now, he needed to find a way to smooth over his own rudeness and avoid the consequences of his rash emotions. Meanwhile, the Shui family was already aware of Chu Xinyun's trip to the Thousand Treasures Pavilion. The news spread rapidly, and the commotion spread throughout almost all of Xifeng. They insisted that Lady Yu Yan immediately improve their pills, while putting pressure on Qin Shan, who was increasingly caught between the opposing sides. What was particularly annoying was that Chu Xinyun entered his private room without hesitation, effectively ignoring the status of the city lord. But the strangest thing was that Gu Qingshan not only did not deal with the incident, but even presented him with a generous gift, as if acknowledging his importance. If even Gu Qingshan sided with Xinyun, it meant only one thing. The entire city of Xifeng was gradually leaning in his favor. In that case, the Shui family was left without allies. Moreover, rumors began to spread that Xinyun's cultivation had already reached the 8th level of body tempering. Xianyue flared up with anger and demanded that the conversation stop. In her opinion, those around her were only fueling Xinyun's arrogance with their words. Even if this man had received the support of Gu Qingshan and a number of other families, she was convinced that it was nothing more than fleeting glory. He could not compare to the true power of the Shui family. Moreover, Qianyue was confident that she would be the winner of the upcoming martial house elections. Therefore, it seemed pointless to her to pay so much attention to the simple Chu family. However, one of those present pointed out that if Xinyun, with his current level of cultivation, took part in the 5 martial houses election, the result could be unpredictable. Qianyue understood this. With such a rapid rate of growth, she could no longer be absolutely certain of the outcome. However, the girl made it clear that there were no shortcuts in cultivation. If Xinyun had managed to raise his level so rapidly, then there was something suspicious about it. As long as she was here, he could forget about the 5 martial houses election. She would not allow such an outcome. As for the martial house elections themselves, worrying about them now would be of no use. As things stood, they still had the option of turning to the Yunmeng martial house and secretly influencing the outcome of the elections without causing too much of a stir. It was much more important to focus not on Chu Xinyun, but on the city of Chu itself. If the situation is left unchecked, it will inevitably lead to serious consequences in the future. It was necessary to act before the Chu family managed to attract real experts. If that day came, the patriarch of the Shui family would destroy them without hesitation. The man asked his older brother to entrust this task to him. Zhongde sincerely wanted to help the Shui family get rid of the source of their troubles. After a moment's thought, the patriarch agreed and handed the matter over to his younger brother. Zhongde received a clear order to destroy the Chu family and to do so secretly, without unnecessary noise. While there was still time, the situation could be remedied. More than 10 days later, events were unfolding in a private room. In front of Xinyun lay 30 portions of spiritual herbs and 17 improved Sta Yang pills. However, even with this result, he believed that it was still not enough to achieve the desired outcome. Yu Yan noticed that all the improvements were made under his guidance. Perhaps the reason lay in her lack of technique, or perhaps in the inaccuracies of his instructions. She did not rule out either possibility. She added that if the venerable master learned of such a result, he would surely be speechless with amazement. Suddenly, Yu Yan noticed that Xinyun had fallen silent. Sensing a change in his aura, she immediately understood that his cultivation level had risen again. It turned out that this had happened almost half a month ago. Yu Yan was so focused on improving the pills that she didn't notice what was happening. His body tempering had already reached the 9th level. Xinyun had indeed used a special method. In the process of refining spiritual herbs, he simultaneously cultivated by absorbing scattered energy. He then enhanced the result with spiritual liquid, which greatly accelerated the growth of his strength. This approach yielded quick and stable results. He discovered the source of the spiritual liquid by accident while observing the spirit beast's egg. From time to time, the egg secreted this pure substance, which was an unexpected but extremely valuable discovery. Yu Yan saw such pure spiritual liquid for the first time in her life. Even for her, an experienced master, such a sight was astonishing. This was indeed the case. Spiritual liquid itself was valued several times higher than spiritual stones, and the quality of the one Xinyun had could be called the highest among all known varieties. Even experienced cultivators rarely saw such a pure and rich substance. Yu Yan couldn't hide her curiosity and inquired about the source of such a rare resource. However, Xinyun only hinted that it remained a secret, not meant for outsiders' ears. He then mentioned that Liu Xiang also used this method, but not to accelerate cultivation. For her, the spiritual liquid served as a means of suppressing the ice ki raging inside her body. Yu Yan was genuinely surprised. Ice ki that required such an approach must have been extremely dangerous and destructive. In addition, the girl received such rare care and support. In Yu Yan's opinion, such luck did not fall to everyone. Soon they noticed that quite a few people had gathered outside. Yu Yan made it clear that the guards had been deliberately positioned so that no one could interfere with the process. Xin Yun, in turn, inquired about the current actions of the lord of the city. It turned out that Lord Gu, seeking to make up for his own rudeness, had stayed nearby and personally ordered the security to be reinforced. Moreover, he had already prepared a banquet and planned to invite the patriarch of the Chu family to his residence. At that moment, Xiao Hu rushed into the room. It was clear from his appearance that something serious had happened. He reported that 2 days ago, a group of people posing as mountain bandits had suddenly attacked Chu City in the middle of the night. Xin Yun immediately understood who was behind the attack. It was the Shui family. Fortunately, Poisonous Yang was nearby and managed to capture several of the attackers. They were now being held in an underground prison. It was obvious that the Shui family had lost patience and resorted to open pressure. Xin Yun expressed his gratitude for the city lord's attention and care, but made it clear that due to the problems that had arisen with the Chu family, he would not be able to accept the invitation. He also addressed Lady Yu Yan, noting that he would definitely repay her for her help later. After that, they said goodbye and left the Thousand Treasures Pavilion. Poisonous Yang was already waiting for them at the entrance to the estate and respectfully greeted his master. Xin Yun immediately assessed the old man's condition. It turned out that he had only suffered external injuries. After that, Xin Yun told his wife to go into the house. He had matters to discuss that were not meant for her to hear. He himself went to the underground prison with Poisonous Yang and Xiao Hu, intending to deal with the prisoners personally. The captured people complained and protested, unable to believe that the Chu family had dared to imprison them in such a gloomy place. However, their protests were in vain. They had already been poisoned and therefore had neither the strength nor the chance to escape. No one could have imagined that Poisonous Yang would stoop to cooperating with the Chu family. Moreover, no one expected that what had happened could be concealed so thoroughly. However, at that moment, the prisoners heard the sound of footsteps. Someone was approaching. Chu Xinyun appeared in the dimly lit passageway of the underground prison. His figure slowly emerged from the shadows, his footsteps echoing hollowly on the stone floor. For the prisoners, this moment meant the end of their waiting. The man who had caused everything to go wrong finally appeared before them, calm and collected, as if what was happening was of no particular importance to him. Chongda greeted him with ostentatious indifference and angry bravado. He made it clear that Xinyun was free to do with them as he pleased, kill them, torture them, or slowly destroy them. The main thing, in his opinion, was not to waste time on meaningless conversations that would lead nowhere anyway. Xinyun only sighed softly, as if he had heard not threats, but something tediously banal. Disappointment was evident in his eyes. Such a reaction seemed too primitive. For him, the simple death of the prisoners would mean only an easy way out, almost mercy. These words finally drove Chongdae out of his mind, and he spat at his feet with disgust, not hiding his contempt. He lashed out at Xinyun with harsh insults, claiming that without Poisonous Yang, the city of Chu would have remained obscure and insignificant. His words betrayed the malice of a man convinced that he was dealing with nothing more than a smug upstart who had accidentally come to power. However, Xinyun did not care how he was perceived. This man's opinion was of no value to him. The main character was interested in only one question, which he had carried with him for many years. He wanted to know the true reason behind the events of 14 years ago, when the Shui family conspired with the Yun Meng martial house to kidnap his parents. Chongdae turned away, demonstratively distancing himself from the conversation, pretending not to understand what was being discussed. Xinyun calmly made it clear that such stubbornness was pointless. Now, Zhongdae's life was completely in his hands, and the only reasonable choice was cooperation. He made it clear that the Shui family would not risk everything to save one performer, and therefore any hopes for outside intervention were just empty fantasies. Despite this, Zhongdae continued to deny everything he heard. He insisted that Xinyun had mistaken him for someone else, and stubbornly repeated that he had nothing to do with those events, as if simple denial could change reality. Surprised by such stubborn resistance, Xinyun offered another way, a deal. This proposal made Zhongda wary, and his gaze flashed with curiosity, mixed with distrust. He wanted to know what this man had in mind. The terms of the deal were crystal clear. Xinyun would cure him of the poison, after which they would fight a duel. Victory for Zhongda meant freedom. Defeat would oblige him to reveal the whole truth about the events of 14 years ago. To Zhongdae, this sounded like outright arrogance. He did not believe that the man standing before him was willing to risk his own life. Xinyun simply asked if he accepted the terms. Chongdae agreed without hesitation, deciding that this young man was seeking his own demise, and he would gladly take the opportunity to get rid of a serious threat to the Shui family. Xiao Hu, realizing the danger of what was happening, hastily reminded everyone that Chongdae was a third-class spirit gatherer cultivator. Such an opponent posed a deadly threat. However, Xinyun remained unperturbed, making it clear that he was fully aware of the risk and was acting deliberately. Chongda was given the antidote. He was given exactly 1 hour to recover his strength. The duel was to begin immediately after that. In his mind, Chongdae was already celebrating victory. He was sure that this overconfident opponent had brought about his own demise, saving the Shui family from a serious problem. After an hour, Zhongdae's aura stabilized. His breathing became even, and his body was filled with strength. He had fully recovered and was ready for battle. The decisive moment had come. Poisonous Yang warned Xin Yun to be careful, reminding him that Changde was hiding valuable artifacts in his body that could change the course of the battle in an instant. Changde launched his attack, intending to overwhelm his opponent with the twisting snake sword technique. He was confident that this move would be fatal. However, his confidence was shattered in an instant. Xin Yun managed to parry the blow, meeting the technique with frightening calm and precise calculation. Without giving his opponent a moment to catch his breath, Zhang De moved on to his next move and unleashed a technique known as the Thousand Snakes Technique. His spiritual energy poured out in a violent stream, forming dozens of swift trajectories, like writhing blades ready to tear apart everything in their path. Deep down, Zhang De was absolutely certain that such a chaotic and multi-layered attack could not be completely blocked. To consolidate his advantage, he immediately activated the second movement of the technique, the fierce dance of the twisting snakes, increasing the pressure and accelerating the rhythm of the strikes to the limit. He was convinced that his opponent's mind was already descending into chaos. With so many attacks, it was impossible to orient oneself, especially when one's vision was blurred and space seemed distorted. In his understanding, Xin Yun could not dodge, let alone fight while remaining calm. This martial art was not only aimed at physical destruction, it intensified the factor of terror, suppressing the enemy's will. The victim's gaze was filled with fear, their breathing became erratic, and their movements became predictable and easily controllable. However, Xin Yun acted differently. He closed his eyes, completely blocking his vision, and directed his spiritual energy inward, sharpening his perception to the limit. He did not sense the forms of the attacks, but the very flow of intention, reading his opponent's movements even before they materialized into a strike. Changde couldn't believe his eyes. His opponent not only moved freely through the deadly storm, but also confidently closed the distance, as if each attack only showed him the way. In an instant, it was all over. Zhang De only realized what was happening when he found himself on the ground and felt the cold touch his throat. A slight wound was already bleeding, close enough to remind him of death. He didn't understand what had happened. His mind refused to accept defeat. In desperation, he decided not to acknowledge the outcome and was ready to continue the fight, believing that it was now Xin Yun's turn to attack. And that's when his gaze caught on the sword in his opponent's hands. This blade was a state artifact, a symbol of power and strength, accessible only to the chosen few. Fury and envy flashed through Zhang De's mind. He could not accept that such a man possessed such a weapon, considering him unworthy. Xin Yun, noticing this, allowed himself to show the true depth of his skill. Changde attacked him with another wave of rage, assuring himself that it was too early to rejoice, and that everything could be fixed with one precise strike. But even for him, Xin Yun's movements became elusive. His opponent's body seemed to dissolve into space, leaving only blurred images that were impossible to track. Realizing the threat, Zhang De tried to anticipate the maneuver and block the attack from behind, deciding not to give his opponent the slightest chance to get behind him. It was at this moment that Xin Yun struck a blow that shook the air. Even the precious artifact could not withstand it. The metal cracked, covered with a network of destructive lines, before finally falling apart. Xin Yun calmly inquired about the result of what he had seen, as if what was happening was just a demonstration and not a fight to the death. Changde tried to preserve what remained of his dignity, convincing himself that without the artifact, he was still dangerous. At the same time, Xiao Hu, watching what was happening, could not hide his horror and turned to Poisonous Yan, trying to understand how the young master could have done such a thing. Even the realization of what he had seen instilled fear. It became clear that Xin Yun didn't just understand his opponent's techniques, he saw right through them. Even with only a 9th grade body tempering, he completely suppressed a higher level cultivator. He instantly recognized the life pulse of the precious artifact, caught its weak spot, and destroyed it with a single movement, as if it were not a legendary relic, but a fragile vessel. Despite what was happening, Changde was even glad for a moment. A thought flashed through his twisted mind, that now that the artifact was destroyed, his opponent would no longer be able to block his attacks. He was confident that he was still capable of taking the life he had already mentally sentenced. However, Xin Yun noticed the familiar movements even before the attack began to take shape. He immediately understood his opponent's intentions and calmly decided not to let him repeat his previous move under any circumstances. In the next moment, blood spurted from Changde's mouth. His body twitched, and both his arms were helplessly severed. Only now did he realize the magnitude of his mistake. The Shui family had underestimated Chu Xinyun. He was no longer the trash that could be trampled on. A completely different person stood before them. Xiao Hu did not hide his joy as he watched the outcome of the battle. The young master's victory was not just convincing, it was crushing. Poisonous Yang watched what was happening with a heavy, almost reverent expression. In his eyes, Xin Yun resembled a divine saint who had descended into the mortal world. Changde had lost, which meant that, according to the terms of the deal, he was obliged to tell everything about the events of 14 years ago. However, the broken man only laughed, clinging to the last remnants of his stubbornness. He reiterated that he knew nothing and that Xin Yun had mistaken him for someone else. Xiao Hu couldn't take it anymore, considering such behavior a pathetic denial after a complete defeat. Poisonous Yang coldly interrupted this farce. He threw Changde aside, making it clear that empty words no longer interested anyone. Changde tried to provoke the old man, hoping that he would kill him on the spot. Deep down, he wanted a quick death to avoid further suffering. However, Poisonous Yang was indeed ready to do so. if he were allowed to. But Poisonous Yang's gaze met the calm expression on Xin Yun's face. He silently ordered him to stop. He made it clear that a simple death would be too easy an outcome. Moving closer, Xin Yun touched Zhongdae's body. Using an unknown technique, Zhongdae did not understand what was being done to him, but in the next second, he was overcome by unbearable pain. It was not sharp or instantaneous. It came in waves, penetrating to the very core of his being. Every cultivator knew that at the peak of spiritual tempering, a so-called internal sea of energy formed inside the body. Xin Yun used only a small part of his power to reverse the flow of this sea. Such interference did not kill immediately, but caused suffering that was impossible to describe in words. The flow did not stop on its own. Zhongdae could either sink into this pain forever or tell everything he knew. In the end, his will was broken. He agreed to tell everything that was required, just to make it stop. Xin Yun straightened the disrupted flow, returning it to its normal state. A solution had been found. He then ordered Xiao Hu to give Zhongdae some water, allowing him to catch his breath before the real conversation began. The truth turned out to be much dirtier and scarier than expected. The murder committed 14 years ago was the work of the Shui family in collusion with the Yun Meng martial house. At that time, representatives of Yun Meng came to them and offered a price that was impossible to refuse. The eldest brother of the Shui family was instantly overcome with greed. He agreed without hesitation, without even trying to weigh the consequences. However, they were not the only ones behind this crime. In the shadows was a far more dangerous player, the royal clan of Luo Yun. The Shui family was only given the role of executors, responsible for the murder. Those who finally got rid of Xin Yun's parents and covered up the traces were the people of Yun Meng and the royal clan of Luo Yun. In his past life, Xin Yun had no information about the royal clan's involvement. This discovery raised new questions. Why did the Luo Yun Royal Academy need to spend enormous resources to kidnap and eliminate two seemingly ordinary people? He tried to find out if Zhongdae knew the real reason behind what had happened. However, Zhongdae could not add anything. He had not been told the motives. He only followed orders without asking unnecessary questions. Believing that he had fulfilled the terms of the deal, Zhongdae wanted to leave. However, Xiao Hu grabbed him by his clothes, not allowing him to take a step. It was unthinkable for him that a man involved in the destruction of the Chu family could simply turn around and walk away alive. Zhongdae reminded him that he had fulfilled the terms of the bet, but Xiao Hu made it clear. Defeat in a duel did not mean forgiveness. Xin Yun had indeed spared his life, but that did not mean freedom. A different fate awaited him. Zhongdae was roughly pushed down the stone stairs. His body hit the steps with a dull thud, after which he was mercilessly grabbed by the hair and lifted up. Now, he had to open his eyes wide and see how the bloody debt accumulated by the Shui family would end. Poisonous Yang used the breath of death. Poisonous energy spread throughout the prison, and all the prisoners screamed in unison from the unbearable pain. The bloody debt of the Chu family began to be repaid in full. Meanwhile, night had already fallen, and there was still no news from the Shui family camp. Qianyue suggested that Xin Yun's unexpected return might have disrupted their plans. She tried to reassure her father, reminding him that the Shui family had numerical superiority and that many members of the clan had reached the stage of tempering their spirit. In her opinion, the destruction of the Chu family was only a matter of time. Even if there had been any changes, the information would have reached them long ago. But at that moment, a subordinate rushed into the hall and informed the patriarch that Chu Xinyun was here. At that moment, the patriarch realized that the situation was much more serious than it seemed. He hastily asked if he had come alone. The subordinate reported that there were two others with him, both wearing black cloaks that hid their faces. Shen Yue became interested in what was happening, trying to understand what exactly Xin Yun had in mind. Appearing at such a late hour, the patriarch gave orders to bring him to the main hall immediately and prepare for the meeting. Soon, all the key figures of the Shui family gathered in the main hall. The space was filled with heavy anticipation, as if the air itself had become thicker. Glances crossed, but no one dared to be the first to break the oppressive silence. The patriarch of the Shui family slowly began by saying that people don't come to places like this without a good reason. His tone was restrained, but behind his outward calm lay intense curiosity. He was genuinely interested in why Chu Xinyun had come here in the middle of the night. The main character, in turn, recalled the changes of recent months. In 6 months, he had not only become the patriarch of the Chu family, but had also subjugated many of the clans of Chu City. At the same time, he was particularly amused by the lack of visits from his uncle Shui, who had not bothered to congratulate him on this achievement. The patriarch of the Shui family coughed demonstratively, pretending that his health was not the best. He made it clear that due to his physical condition, he was not always aware of events in the outside world. However, Xin Yun clearly saw that this was just a convenient mask, behind which lay sober calculation. Xin Yun then calmly made it clear that Uncle Shui should not worry. His visit was not intended to cause trouble or provocation. He had come only to present a gift. Following this, Xin Yun snapped his fingers. The doors of the hall swung open, and 2 people in black cloaks entered. Their presence instantly changed the atmosphere, as if a shadow had fallen over the hearts of those present. The patriarch of the Shui family frowned, trying to understand what Chu Xinyun meant and what role these mysterious figures played in this. When one of the cloaks was thrown aside, it became clear that it was Cheon Dae hiding underneath. The recognition was instantaneous. The vice patriarch of the Shui family, the second uncle, a man considered one of the pillars of the clan, stood before them in a pitiful and broken state. This was the gift. Xin Yun watched the reactions of those present, noticing barely perceptible, satisfied grimaces on some faces. For them, Chongdae's downfall meant the elimination of a dangerous competitor. He added that the remaining 100 people had already turned to sand, so it was not possible to bring them here. However, if the Shui family wished, he was ready to offer their residences to prepare transportation and personally escort them to the place where only traces remained. Qian Yue could not understand the nature of the terrifying aura that spread throughout the hall. The patriarch of the Shui family, on the contrary, instantly flew into a rage. In his eyes, it was a blatant challenge and a direct flirtation with death. Unable to bear it, he rushed into the attack, unleashing all his strength on Xin Yun, intending to put an end to this humiliation once and for all. However, at that very moment, a second man in black appeared in the path of the blow. His movement was lightning fast and precise. He effortlessly took the attack upon himself and deflected it, as if it were not a deadly blow from the patriarch, but a mere lunge from an inexperienced fighter. The clash of forces created a powerful explosion. A wave of energy swept through the hall, shaking the walls and forcing those present to retreat. At that moment, it became clear that what had happened had passed the point of no return. One of the subordinates hurriedly approached the young lady, cautiously asking if she was all right. She did not answer immediately. Her gaze darted feverishly around the hall until it stopped on her father's figure. Only after making sure that he was still alive was she able to catch her breath, and only then did everyone notice the obvious. Chu Xinyun's defender was Poisonous Yang. The old man's face was contorted with rage. His aura raged like a poisonous storm, making it clear that those who dared to go against his master had crossed the line. It seemed that these people were simply tired of living. Those present caught one word in particular: master. Xin Yun stopped him before he could take the next step. He made it clear that this was the end, and they were leaving. Now, it was no surprise why Chongdae and the others had suffered a crushing defeat. Chu Xinyun really did have an ace up his sleeve, Poisonous Yang, but that was precisely what caused the most confusion. Why would such a dangerous and legendary person follow Xin Yun and refer to him as master? Qian Yue tried to stop him, demanding an explanation. In her understanding, it seemed as if Chu Xinyun intended to destroy the Shui family solely because of their recent provocation. However, Xin Yun made it clear that the opposite was true. It was the Shui family who had targeted him first. From the very beginning, they had tried to destroy the Chu family, acting secretly and not shying away from dirty methods. The Shui family attacked the city of Chu, killed many civilians, and shed innocent blood. Everything that had happened now was just the repayment of a debt. Moreover, if the Shui family had indeed participated in the conspiracy 14 years ago, then everyone involved deserved to die. It was the Shui family's bloody debt to the Chu family, a debt that cannot be written off or forgotten. It was clear that Qian Yue had no idea what had happened 14 years ago. To her, these words sounded distant and almost abstract. An innocent young lady who did not know the truth. At the same time, Xin Yun reminded her that the Battle House elections would officially begin next month, and that was where their dispute would be finally resolved. Qian Yue also remembered this and was sure that the outcome would be far from what Xin Yun expected. In her mind, it would then become clear who really had something to fear. She firmly believed that Chu Xinyun would die during the Battle House elections. As they left the residence, Poisonous Yang mentally turned to his master. He couldn't shake the thought that he had missed the perfect chance to destroy the Shui family once and for all. But Xin Yun seemed to read his doubts, which only reinforced the feeling that this man could see much further than the rest. Poisonous Yang increasingly felt that his master was almost omniscient. The Shui family's fighting spirit was broken. With their current strength, the Chu family could easily wipe them off the face of the earth. The only question was why they hadn't done so. The reason was simple and dangerous. Behind the Shui family stood the Yunmeng martial house. The complete destruction of the Shui family would inevitably bring the wrath of this force upon the Chu family. Xin Yun had not come for total extermination, but to make them realize the reality of their situation, like frying a frog in a well, so that they would no longer plot behind the Chu family's back. Poisonous Yang still had concerns. He wondered if the Shui family might try to hide behind the authority of the Yunmeng martial house, at least for appearance's sake. However, such a move would be like playing with fire. If they really dared to do so, they would only hasten their own destruction. A logical question arose. Would a man like Shui Chunxian really humiliate himself and beg the Yunmeng martial house for support? After what had happened, the Shui family had weakened considerably. They could pretend to be harmless and act confused, but as long as their clan continued to exist, it posed no threat to the interests of the Yunmeng martial house. That is why the situation remained tolerable for external forces. The Yunmeng martial house itself did not wish to interfere in such trifles. For them, it was just an internal conflict between weak clans. Realizing this, Poisonous Yang admired his master's foresight more and more. Everything had been calculated in advance, without unnecessary movements or sacrifices. Xin Yun inquired about the progress in the development of the devouring poison technique. Poisonous Yang reported that he had reached the 3rd class of cultivation. According to his own estimates, the transition to the 3rd earthly level would take about 3 years. However, for Xin Yun, this pace was unacceptably slow. To reach the earthly spiritual level, one must learn to sense the evil yang qi that permeates the space between heaven and earth. Shin Yun made it clear that after returning to Chu City, he would compile a detailed guide on how to control evil Yang Qi. Poisonous Yang would only have to follow this path and assimilate the knowledge. His goal was crystal clear. Poisonous Yang must reach the earthly level of cultivation before the start of the martial house elections. Poisonous Yang had his doubts. There was only a month left before the election, and such a sharp leap seemed impossible. However, Shin Yun made it clear that there was nothing to worry about. All he had to do was strictly follow his method. The most important thing was to return to Chu City as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the Shui family residence was quite different. Chen Yue was furious. She couldn't understand how anyone could force her to eat such food. In a fit of anger, she kicked the maid out, but when she noticed that the maid was still in the room, she flew into a rage again, demanding that she leave immediately. She was even angry that she had to chase the girl away twice. Chen Yue's fury was directed at one person, Chu Xinyun. The thought that he had completely disregarded her drove her to distraction. She wanted him dead at any cost. The green-haired maid was still dawdling, and another sharp shout only increased the tension. Even the patriarch of the Shui family noticed that his daughter was throwing another tantrum. Her father tried to calm her down, explaining that such anger was understandable, but that the body still needed food. In response, Chen Yue asked about the condition of her second uncle. Although his life had been spared, he was now disabled, having lost his former strength and significance. After this incident, the power of the Shui family declined significantly. Meanwhile, Chu Xinyun's cultivation was growing at an alarming rate. The patriarch assumed that he was probably consuming a huge amount of pills. However, he believed that such growth was only a temporary phenomenon that did not deserve excessive attention. The city of Chu itself was much more to be feared. Currently, the city's defenses were held by poisonous Yang. In the future, the Chu family would surely attract even more experts, and their strength would increase many times over. Under such conditions, the Shui family would no longer be able to take revenge. The future of their clan in the city of Xifeng looked bleak and almost doomed. The only variable was Chen Yue. Everything depended on her hostility and determination. During the battle house elections, it was she who was supposed to crush Chu Xinyun and find an opportunity to kill him. She accepted this task without hesitation, assuring her father that he could completely rely on her. With her current strength, killing Chu Xinyun seemed like an easy task to her. Shui Chungxian believed in his daughter, but still warned her not to underestimate her opponent. He couldn't shake the feeling that Chu Xinyun had become a completely different person. Someone who dared to speak and act with such confidence had clearly already made all the necessary preparations. Chen Yue had never paid any attention to him before and couldn't even remember what he had been like before. But now, everything seemed to revolve around him. The world was turned upside down. A genius had appeared who had not existed here before, and it was impossible to accept this fact. Chu Xinyun had once been considered trash, a nobody, and now he eclipsed Chen Yue's fame and stood out too brightly against the general background. Remembering his words about the events of 14 years ago, she suddenly felt a strange curiosity. She was interested in what exactly was hidden behind this secret and why he had brought up the subject in the first place. Shui Chunqian made it clear that it was better not to listen to Chu Xinyun's words at all. For him, they were not worth paying attention to. Right now, it was much more important to focus on cultivation. This time, the martial house elections were to be held in the city of Heishui, and Chen Yue had to go there in advance. She needed to personally greet Elder Gu, who was now the representative of the Yunmeng martial house. It was through him that the Shui family intended to gain support. Chen Yue had a heavy responsibility on her shoulders. She had to wash away the humiliation that the Shui family had suffered. Shui Chunxian had no doubt that his daughter would cope with this and would not disappoint his expectations. Meanwhile, Poisonous Yan became curious about what kind of spiritual herbs Xin Yun was going to purchase at the Thousand Treasures Pavilion. It was about spiritual cores. It wasn't that difficult to obtain them, and he believed that the master didn't need to do it himself. Such tasks could be entrusted to him. However, Xin Yun wanted to get the best possible. His goal was to obtain spiritual cores extracted from 9th grade spiritual beasts. There were only a few such cores in the entire city of Xifeng, but even with such a shortage, he already had a clear plan. When he appeared, those around him greeted the patriarch of the Chu family, one after another. Qin Chan also approached with greetings. It turned out that he was on his way to the Chu family residence to invite the patriarch, and their meeting was a happy coincidence. Xin Yun inquired about the reason for the search, and it became clear that the initiators were Lord Gu and Lady Yu Yan. The lord of the city greeted the patriarch of the Chu family with due respect. Yu Yan was also sincerely delighted by his appearance, making no secret of her goodwill. Xin Yun noted the lord's excessive politeness and inquired about the purpose of the meeting. Remembering the previous incident, the lord felt it necessary to apologize for his former rudeness and inappropriate tone. In fact, Xin Yun had long since ceased to attach any importance to those events and made it clear that apologies were unnecessary. However, the lord of the city insisted, saying that he had prepared a small gift and asked that it be accepted in any case. The first treasure was a mind-stabilizing jade, a rare item that the city lord had kept for many years. It not only calmed the heart and mind, but also greatly aided in cultivation. The city lord hoped that Patriarch Chu would not consider such a gift insufficient. The second gift was soft reinforced armor, a state artifact. Even when worn against a high-level cultivator, it could withstand 1 or 2 powerful attacks. giving a chance to survive at a critical moment. It was important for the city lord to know what impression he had made on Patriarch Chu. Xin Yun understood perfectly well that these two treasures had been presented for a reason. Yu Yan admitted that they did indeed have a request. Several years ago, when Lord Gu of the city attempted to break through to the Earth Spirit realm, he suffered serious damage due to Dark Yang Qi. This hidden injury had never been remedied, causing his cultivation to come to a complete halt. Even numerous doctors and masters were unable to get to the root of the problem. The Star Yang pill, enhanced with the help of Yu Yan, possessed a Light Yang attribute. If it was capable of suppressing the Ice Qi in Lu Xiang's body, then logically, it could also help with the Dark Yang Qi. However, Xin Yun immediately made it clear that this was not the case. He explained that although Light and Dark Yang Qi are considered opposite attributes, there is no harmony between them. If the Lord of Gu City decided to take the Star Yang pill, not only would it not heal the hidden injury, but it would also lead to an even greater decline in cultivation, undermining the foundation of his power. The city lord was shocked. For a moment, he thought that fate had finally given up on him. However, Xin Yun's words sounded different, like a ray of hope. He made it clear that the situation was not hopeless. The moment the city lord was able to break through to the earthly spiritual level and completely absorb the Dark Yang Qi, the hidden trauma would disappear on its own, as if it had never existed. At first, Gu Qingshan even took it as a revelation. The idea seemed brilliant to him, as if the veil of truth had suddenly been lifted before him. But in the next second, he realized that it was not that simple. Irritation flared up in his mind. It was precisely his attempt to break through by absorbing Dark Yang Qi that had caused the injury he sustained during his failed breakthrough from the 9th level of body tempering. He couldn't take the next step, so the proposed method seemed like a vicious circle, contradicting itself. Deep down, he decided that this petty upstart was simply mocking him. Did Xin Yun really think that he, the lord of the city, would stoop to begging for help and pleading for treatment, losing his face and status? However, Xin Yun was completely calm. He really did know a way to break through. Yu Yan was surprised to grasp the essence of his words and realized that this was not a mockery. The truth was that this method had two strict conditions. Lord Gu instantly focused his attention. If a solution really existed, he wanted to hear it in full. As long as the patriarch of the Chu family was able to help him reach the earthly spiritual level, he was willing to discuss any conditions, as long as they were within his capabilities. The first condition was stated openly. It was necessary to collect 9 cores of the spiritual gathering of a 9th class beast. Moreover, this had to be done before the start of the Battle House elections. The sooner, the better. Xin Yun made no secret of the fact that this was the reason he had visited the Thousand Treasures Pavilion and asked directly whether the lord of the city would be able to fulfill this requirement. The city lord immediately realized that the price was incredibly high. It was almost impossible to collect 9 9th grade B spirit cores in such a short period of time. Even in his own residence, there were only 2 such cores, obtained over many years. Yu Yan, on the other hand, considered this a minor difficulty. In her eyes, the task boiled down to simply collecting spirit cores. Any problem that could be solved with money was not a real problem for her. After that, the second condition was announced. After breaking through to the earthly realm, Lord Gu of the city must become an invited elder of the Chu family and take on the responsibility of protecting the Chu family's safety for 10 years. To the lord of the city, this sounded absurd. He could not accept such a condition. He was a respected ruler of the city. What was the Chu family to him? Now they were asking him to become the invited elder of a foreign clan. It sounded like a meaningless dream. Even Yu Yan considered this demand excessive. However, at that moment, a calm question was asked. Did they really think that being an invited elder of the Chu family was so humiliating? The lord of the city immediately recognized Poisonous Yang. His attention was instantly drawn to the fact that the poisonous marks on the old man's face had disappeared without a trace. This in itself was incredible, but what confused him even more was that such a person was standing next to Xin Yun. Meanwhile, Poisonous Yang made it clear to the master that he had something to say. Guided solely by his long-standing friendship with Gu Qingshan, Poisonous Yang sincerely advised him to accept this offer and become an invited elder of the Chu family. In his understanding, this was not a loss of status, but a great honor, the opportunity to stand next to someone who would soon change the balance of power in the entire region. Poisonous Yang was confident that as long as he was willing to follow the master and strictly follow all his instructions, achieving the earthly spiritual level and then the heavenly one would not be an insurmountable obstacle for him. In his eyes, this path was already clearly outlined. The lord of the city of Gu trusted Poisonous Yan's words, but doubts remained. The prospects of the heavenly spiritual level sounded too incredible. Yu Yan, on the contrary, was genuinely intrigued, especially by the last words, which hinted at a power far beyond the usual limits. Xin Yun made it clear that he had no intention of persuading him. If the lord of Gu City did not wish to accept the terms, the conversation could end there. After that, he calmly suggested that Poisonous Yan leave this place with him. They decided to stay at the Thousand Treasures Pavilion for the time being. Lord Gu was still treating his injury there anyway, so this decision was convenient for all parties and allowed them to avoid unnecessary attention. Xin Yun noted that 2 separate rooms would need to be prepared for cultivation, one for himself and one for Poisonous Yan. Yu Yan assured him that there was nothing to worry about and that the best rooms, meeting the highest standards, would be prepared for them. After inspecting the designated room, Shin Yun noticed that it was in no way inferior to a good hotel. It had everything necessary, including a separate bathroom, which was rare for places intended for cultivation. He had 6 spiritual cores at his disposal. Given that his body was only at the 9th level of tempering, such a step was extremely dangerous. However, the truth was that he no longer had time for slow development. Shin Yun consciously chose the shortest and most risky path. A peculiar lesson in spiritual cultivation, once received from Xiao Wu, came to mind. When a cultivator breaks through to the spiritual level of body tempering, a spiritual sea is formed inside. The greater its volume, the more powerful the spiritual energy. One spiritual core of a beast of the corresponding level is essentially equivalent to the entire spiritual sea of a cultivator. That is why it was possible to dramatically increase cultivation by absorbing the energy of spiritual cores. But this required strict conditions to be met. The main one was that the cultivator's level had to be high enough to withstand such a load. Shin Yun had not yet reached the spiritual level, which meant that such a step was deadly dangerous. The slightest mistake could cause his body to burst like an air-filled balloon. It was a path that could not be repeated without proper preparation and understanding of the consequences. The reason he decided to take this risk was because of a unique technique of an incredibly high level, the 9th Spirit Revolution. It was the legacy of the great combat cultivator, Emperor Hun Yan, Shin Yun's friend from his past life. The essence of the technique was to repeatedly compress the spiritual sea, which radically increased the quality of spiritual energy. This process could be compared to compressing the sun to the size of the moon. The volume decreased, but the density and power increased many times over. After such compression, the technique allowed him to compensate for the explosive energy of the spiritual core, and at the same time significantly increase his cultivation level. On the 10th day of continuous practice, Shin Yun finally completed the 6th revolution. His condition stabilized, and the spiritual energy inside his body acquired a new, denser structure. Feeling a rare sense of relief, he decided to tidy himself up and went to wash. At that moment, he suddenly understood why Hun Yan had taken so many of the pills he had created in his previous life. Now he understood this path from his own experience. Yu Yan was surprised to see him here. She did not understand why he was outside his room, because a separate area had been prepared for Poison Yang to cultivate. Qin Shan also wondered about this, but the old man preferred to remain silent, as if he did not want to reveal what was happening ahead of time. It was clear that Poisonous Yang was wholeheartedly committed to protecting his master. There was not a shadow of doubt in his loyalty, and there was something truly touching about it. Suddenly, the old man opened his eyes wide and stood up abruptly, as if sensing something important. He probably knew that Chu Xinyun was about to come out. Yu Yan suggested going to see what was happening. The main character did indeed appear, and immediately noticed the changes. Poisonous Yang's aura was no longer at its previous level. He had stepped onto the earthly spiritual level. The old man strictly followed the master's method and successfully completed his cultivation. Poisonous Yang knelt down without hesitation. His body trembled not from weakness, but from overwhelming emotions. He was ready to follow the master anywhere and believed that only death could separate them. Xin Yun was pleased. Poisonous Yang had completely lived up to his expectations. However, Xin Yun immediately made it clear that there was no need to follow him everywhere. Only one thing was required of Poisonous Yang: to reliably protect the Chu family. The old man silently accepted this condition, allowing the master's words to take root in his heart forever. If Yu Yan was not mistaken, Poison Yang was the first person in Sifeng to reach the earthly spiritual level. This meant that the Chu family now possessed the power to make it the strongest clan in the city. At that moment, Xin Yun noticed that other people had gathered nearby. His attention shifted to Lord Gu of the city. He became curious about the state he was in. It turned out that the lord of the city was still cultivating behind closed doors. Yu Yan suggested checking on the situation. Xin Yun agreed and asked to be shown the way. When they reached the right place, Xin Yun immediately realized that something was wrong. The aura seeping from inside was unstable and dangerous. Without hesitation, he ordered Poisonous Yang to blow up the stone door. Poisonous Yang carried out the order instantly. The stone barrier shattered into pieces, revealing what was happening inside. Yu Yan couldn't understand what was happening. Qin Shan was shocked to feel the frighteningly dense dark Yang Qi filling the space. Poisonous Yang stood silently nearby, not interfering without orders. Xin Wen ordered everyone to wait outside and not take any action. He immediately identified the problem. The city lord had already entered a state of cultivation deviation. Without wasting time on hesitation, Xin Yun struck the city lord in the face, bringing him to his senses. There was no gentleness in his actions, only the necessity to stop the destructive process. He had clearly warned more than once that one should not be overly tense during cultivation, especially in such a state. Ignoring this advice had led to the current crisis. Xin Yun paused for a moment. There were few options. In fact, he could only use one technique. The risk was enormous, but he had no choice. He made the decision to act. He unleashed his energy absorption technique. Streams of power rushed forward, seeking to instantly suppress the raging waves of energy inside the city lord's body and bring them back under control. However, the moment Xin Yun touched the city lord's chest, there was a sharp release. He was thrown back by a powerful force, as if he had encountered fierce resistance from the darkest Yang Qi itself. Poisonous Yang managed to catch the master before he fell. His movements were quick and precise, but his eyes showed concern. He tried to see if Xin Yun was hurt, but the situation inside the room still showed no improvement. Moreover, the situation was becoming increasingly dangerous. The dark yang qi continued to rage, and the signs of deviation only intensified. Even if the lord of the city was already beyond the point of no return, Xin Yun still saw a chance to pull him back. The question was only the price and the risk. Suddenly, the main character did something no one expected. He delivered a sharp kick, precisely calculated to hit the balance point. Thanks to this intervention, the city lord finally woke up, gasping for air and coughing up thick blood that contained dark energy. Gu Qingshan flew into a rage. His consciousness had not yet fully cleared, but indignation had already overwhelmed him. In his understanding, this youngster had not only broken into his private room, but also dared to raise his hand against him. Xin Yun calmly pointed out the truth of what was happening. He made it clear that the city lord had already entered a cultivation deviation. If he hadn't intervened, Gu Qingshan would be dead. The realization of this fact hit the city lord like a bucket of cold water. Xin Yun reminded him that he had warned him not to rush his development and not to force a breakthrough. It was precisely because of this stubbornness that he was stuck at the 9th level of spiritual tempering. Yu Yan and Qin Shan watched the scene from the sidelines, and the whole scene really resembled the strict upbringing of an unreasonable child. The lord of the city finally humbled his pride and acknowledged his own mistakes. He was afraid that he would never be able to make a breakthrough, and this expectation had exhausted him for many years. Fear and impatience made him forget Xin Yun's instructions. However, Poisonous Yang reminded him of his current state, hinting that the breakthrough had already taken place. Gu Qingshan was stunned. He couldn't believe that he had truly reached the earthly spiritual level. His consciousness fluctuated between elation and disbelief. Xin Yun even considered bringing him to his senses with another blow, just to convince him that it wasn't a dream. Joy overwhelmed the lord of the city. He could barely contain himself, realizing that he had finally overcome the barrier that had tormented him for so many years. According to the agreement reached earlier, he became an invited elder of the Chu family. He expressed his sincere gratitude for the guidance and help. Xin Yun, however, responded with cold directness. He made it clear that such gratitude was unnecessary and that the Chu family did not need such an imprudent guest elder. Otherwise, he would have to rescue this man from deadly situations too often, which was too much trouble. Gu Qingshan did not argue and acknowledged his own foolishness. Nevertheless, he was determined to continue his studies and hoped to receive guidance from Poisonous Yang. The old man immediately made it clear that he should not be overly familiar and should keep his distance. After that, the city lord handed the remaining 3 spiritual cores to Patriarch Chu. Thus, the conditions were fully met, and Xin Yun could continue on his way. Yu Yan, observing what had happened, asked Qin Shan if he understood how Xin Yun had managed to bring the city lord's cultivation to the earthly level. However, Qin Shan could only shake his head. What was happening was beyond his comprehension. Yu Yan then clarified the timing. There was only about half a month left before the start of the Battle House elections, and time was running out. She immediately ordered Qin Shan to go to the Imperial City, regardless of the fact that teacher Lin Xiaowu was to represent the Heavenly Mansion in the election. There was no time to delay. The letter contained all the necessary explanations, so Xin Yun simply told Qin Shan to deliver it to the addressee without further ado. The man nodded briefly as he accepted the assignment and promised to carry it out without delay. Returning home, Xin Yun loudly announced his arrival, expecting to see Liu Xiang immediately. However, he was met with silence. He quickly searched the rooms, but could not find her anywhere, which made him wary for a moment. The next moment, warm female hands covered his eyes. Liu Xiang laughed and pressed herself against his back. Her movements revealed a slight resentment mixed with relief. If he had been delayed even a little longer, she would have gone to look for him herself. Xin Yun immediately asked how she was feeling. The girl looked noticeably better, and it was not an illusion. After taking the medicine, the cold in her body had significantly weakened. Her breathing had become more even, and her movements more free. She looked excited and was clearly preparing a surprise for him. His curiosity was immediately aroused. He asked her to show him what she had prepared. Liu Xiang, a little embarrassed, demanded a promise that he would not laugh. Having received his consent, she still did not hurry, clearly hesitating. A small good luck charm appeared in her palms. It was handmade and consisted of 2 tiny figures, herself and Xin Yun. For her, it was a symbol of support and hope, a sign that she believed in his victory in the Battle House elections. Xin Yun looked closely at the craft, trying to understand the details. His gaze lingered on the shape of the figures, and a ridiculous thought flashed through his mind, which immediately burst out in the form of an awkward comment. For a second, he wondered why his figure also had something it shouldn't have. Liu Xiang instantly flared up. Her eyes flashed with indignation, mixed with annoyance. She called him perverted, and tried to snatch the talisman back, explaining that it was not what he thought it was, but hands. His attempts to justify himself and calm her down only added fuel to the fire. For her, it was unforgivable. A bat appeared in her hands from somewhere, and before Xin Yun could do anything, she swung it. He was literally knocked aside. Xiao Hu ran out at the noise, not understanding what was going on, while Poisonous Yang, with a stony face, noted that it was apparently a family dispute. 10 days later, the Chu family's courtyard was filled with calm and a focused atmosphere. After completing the 9th Spirit Revolution technique, Xin Yun's spiritual power became noticeably purer, and his control over it became much more precise and profound. This level of energy control was difficult, even for those who had already reached the spiritual level. Now, all that remained was to wait for the natural breakthrough that would consolidate all the changes. The Battle House elections were to be held in the city of Dark Water, and the departure was scheduled for the next day. Xiao Hu was surprised by this decision and did not understand why they had to leave so early. The reason was simple. Liu Xiang could not ride for long, so it was decided to use a carriage. Considering the distance, leaving 5 days before the start of the event did not seem premature at all, but rather reasonable and prudent. For Liu Xiang, the news that she would also be going on the trip came as a surprise. However, in the current circumstances, Xin Yun believed that it was safer for her to be with him than to remain in the city. Xiao Hu, in turn, asked permission to stay and look after the Chu family. Xin Yun was surprised. He did not expect him to refuse the trip, but he understood that behind this was a sincere sense of responsibility. Of course, Xiao Hu wanted to see the Battle House elections with his own eyes, an event that had been talked about for years. But now, the city of Chu was in a difficult situation. Internal threats had not yet been eliminated, and external pressure was only intensifying. He understood that he could not afford the luxury of leaving. His duty was to stay and protect the foundation for which the young master had done so much. That was why Xin Yun did not hesitate to entrust him with this responsibility. The next morning arrived. The air was cool and clear, as if heralding important changes. Due to the significance of the Battle House elections, the lord of the city decided to personally escort the patriarch of the Chu family. It was not just a gesture of respect, but also an open statement. Their alliance was strong, and preparations for the upcoming events were being carried out at the highest level. Heeding the advice of Poisonous Yang, the lord of the city knew in advance that the road would be cold and harsh. Therefore, he prepared warm cloaks of exceptional quality. They conveyed not only care, but also considerable expense. The fabric was thick, and the inner lining retained heat even in severe frost. Liu Xiang tried on the cloak and immediately felt how comfortable and warm it was. A slight smile lit up her face. Xin Yun sincerely thanked the lord of the city for such a thoughtful and generous gift. After all the preparations, it was time to set off. People gathered to see them off. Wishes for good luck and success were heard. Liu Xiang waved goodbye, trying to remain calm, although she felt excited inside. Elsewhere, a girl asked a clarifying question. Was it really the 9th ice pulse stop? Bin Li answered without hesitation, confirming her complete confidence in her conclusions. Her report was accepted and its value noted. Despite everything that had happened, the goal remained the same. The girl had to be brought back at any cost. Otherwise, Bin Li could disappear from this circle of affairs for a long time, losing trust and position. Bin Li understood immediately. There were no objections. According to recent reports, Chu Xinyun had left the city of Chu and headed for the city of Dark Water. All this time, Gu Qingshan had been with him. Theoretically, it was possible to eliminate them on the way, before they reached their destination. However, the situation was more complicated than it seemed. With them were Qin Shan and Poisonous Yang, people whose presence made any ambush extremely risky. At that moment, the patriarch entered the room, and the discussion became even more tense. 3 days ago, Chen Wei had already arrived in Darkwater City and managed to establish a strong relationship with Elder Gu. Moreover, he promised to support her in eliminating Chu Xinyun when the right moment presented itself. In addition, Chen Yue had successfully broken through to the 3rd spiritual level. While Chu Xinyun was focused on the Battle House elections, they would have a chance to deliver a fatal blow. With Elder Gu present, the outcome seemed a foregone conclusion. In their eyes, Xinyun was already a dead man. Now, in their opinion, there was no need to worry about him. The main focus should be shifted to other obstacles. The patriarch demanded a list of all those who supported the city of Chu. After Chen Yue's victory in the martial house elections, it was planned to strike back and finally deal with each of them. Behind the carriage, another group was moving, people on horseback. There were quite a few of them, and their equipment made it immediately clear that these were no ordinary travelers. Each of them held themselves confidently, as if they understood the purpose of their journey well and were ready for any surprises. Liu Xiang noticed this procession and asked if they were heading in the same direction, to the city of Dark Water. Her gaze lingered on the insignia and weapons, which clearly belonged to different forces. The ruler of Gu City explained that this was to be expected. The Battle House elections were organized by the 5 main military forces of the empire, and therefore, the attention to this event was unprecedented. Many clans, families, and lone cultivators rushed there, hoping to try their luck. Xin Yun noted that the road had indeed become noticeably busier than he had expected. However, this also meant something else. The upcoming trials would be more difficult than ever before. As far as he knew, there were 2 key tests planned for this year, a talent test and a strength test. Both tests were extremely difficult, and according to statistics from previous years, more than 80% of participants did not even pass the initial stage. Even the Imperial clan did not allow itself to underestimate the 5 major martial houses. The talents they selected had to be exceptional, 1 in hundreds of thousands, or even 1 in a million. The oldest of them, the Lin Xiaowu martial house, had existed for over 500 years and had produced countless legendary masters during that time. The 5 martial houses were rightly considered the pillars of the empire. The Zhang Feng martial house was located in the northeast, the Jialan martial house in the northwest, the Ziyin martial house in the southwest, the Yunmeng martial house in the east, and the southern lands were controlled by the Lin Xiaowu martial house. Liu Xiang asked with interest which of these houses Xin Yun was going to join. For him, there was no fundamental difference between them. Among the 5 houses, Lin Xiaowu was considered the strongest and most ancient. Its ranks included experts of the heavenly spiritual level, a force capable of influencing the fate of entire regions. The Yunmeng martial house followed, possessing a large number of outstanding talents. Moreover, it controlled a significant portion of the nobility in the imperial city and constantly rivaled Ling Xiaowu for influence and power. They were followed by the Xin, Zhangfeng, and Jielan martial houses. These three forces were considered roughly equal, with none of them having an overwhelming advantage over the others. Qing Shan cautiously noted that, given the choice, it would be wisest to consider either Ling Xiaowu or Yun Meng. However, this was not the main concern for Xin Yun. Regardless of which martial house he chose, his true goal remained the imperial city. Liu Xiang was surprised by this approach, as it was logical to strive for the strongest house. Xin Yun was confident that, while in the imperial city, he would be able to finally take control of the cold energy in Liu Xiang's body. During this time, her power would increase many times over, perhaps to a level that even he himself could not match. For the girl, however, he remained the strongest person, regardless of any comparisons. Soon, Jiaguan appeared before them. It was a convenient place for a short stop, quiet, but lively enough not to cause concern. Qing Shan ordered his people to rest and organize lunch. Maintaining their current speed, they should arrive in Darkwater City by evening, so a long stop was not planned. Xin Yun helped Liu Xiang down from the carriage, watching her movements closely. Poisonous Yang noticed that there was a small inn directly opposite, suitable for a short rest. The main character ordered the host to prepare a meal at their discretion, while he decided to take a walk around the area with Liu Xiang. Qing Shan watched them with slight envy, but Poisonous Yang abruptly interrupted his thoughts, advising him not to be distracted by nonsense. Liu Xiang asked curiously where exactly they were going. Soon, they came to a small tree with scarlet leaves. It stood slightly off the road, and there was an amazing silence all around. From here, there was a truly beautiful view, calm, almost peaceful, as if this place existed outside the hustle and bustle and the trials to come. A familiar figure appeared in the silence by the scarlet tree. The woman emerged from behind the line of stones so unexpectedly that she seemed to be part of the landscape itself. A look of surprise flashed across her face. She clearly did not expect to see them here, and in such a calm, almost serene state. The expression on her face made it clear. These two were in too good a mood for people on the verge of such serious events. It was Lin Bing Li. Xin Yun instantly became alert. His body reacted faster than his thoughts, and his attention was completely focused on the uninvited guest. He made it clear that her appearance here was inappropriate. In response, Bin Li only coldly assessed him, noting to herself that he did not look strong, but there was something unusual about him, a certain ability that had once allowed him to interfere in her affairs and change the outcome of events. Xin Yun immediately cut off any attempts to intrude into their lives, not wanting to have anything to do with her. Bin Li, without denying her own mistake in assessing his importance, got to the point. In her opinion, Liu Xiang should go with her. At that moment, Xin Yun gestured for Liu Xiang to stay behind, clearly stating his position. For the 9th Ice Palace, the 9th Ice Pulse stop was of exceptional importance. Such a gift was extremely rare and was considered a treasure capable of changing the balance of power. Bin Li was here precisely for this reason, to possess what, in her opinion, should not belong to outsiders. Xin Yun made it clear that this was unacceptable. However, the cold gleam in Bin Li's eyes made it clear that she was not going to back down. In her mind, the outcome was already decided. The next moment, Liu Xiang felt a sharp chill. Her eyes widened in horror when she saw that Xin Yun's body was frozen, as if encased in ice. Fear instantly overwhelmed her. What was happening was beyond anything they had ever encountered before. Intervention followed almost immediately. Poisonous Yang and Qin Shan rushed forward without hesitation. For Poisonous Yang, the very existence of a person who dared to attack his master was unacceptable. But Bing Li didn't even change her expression. One slight movement was enough for cold energy to spread around, instantly freezing both of them. Their bodies froze like ice statues, unable to move. Feeling the scale of this power, it became clear that they were facing a cultivator of the heavenly spiritual level. The difference was so great that resistance seemed pointless. Neither Poisonous Yang nor Qin Shan could even breathe without effort. Bing Li was certain that now no one could stop her. She turned her attention back to Liu Xiang, demanding that she follow her. However, the girl did not move. The wounded Xin Yun was still before her eyes, and that was enough to reject any demands. Bing Li grabbed Liu Xiang's wrist sharply, suppressing her resistance with icy force. She demanded that she stop her senseless resistance. At that moment, Xin Yun's sharp voice rang out, filled with contempt for her self-confidence. Bing Li couldn't believe her senses. He had managed to break free from the icy captivity. Liu Xiang desperately reached out to him, hoping for salvation. Xin Yun gathered his remaining strength and activated his technique. Streams of lightning burst from his body and rushed straight at Bin Li, tearing through the air with a sharp crack. However, even this attack failed to cause her serious harm. The icy defense absorbed the blow, and in response, Bin Li threw it away with a single movement, as if it were not an enemy, but a nuisance. Xin Yun struggled to get up. His body betrayed him. Weakness overwhelmed him instantly. He coughed, and a clot of blood fell to the ground. At that moment, he clearly realized how limited this body was in the face of true heavenly power. Liu Xiang immediately rushed towards him, forgetting everything else. But Bin Li once again blocked her path, her cold presence forcing the girl to stop. She insisted that Liu Xiang obey, leaving her no room for choice. Liao Xiang abruptly backed away from Bin Li, as if shaking off the icy pressure. Anger mixed with resentment flashed in her eyes. She called her a liar and demanded that she stay away. Neither the Ninth Ice Palace nor its people would get what they wanted without consequences. With these thoughts, she broke away and rushed to Xin Yun, forgetting her fear and pain. She immediately bent over him, examining him anxiously, trying to understand how serious his injuries were. At that moment, Bing Li intervened again, coldly observing what was happening and not understanding why Liu Xiang refused to see the obvious. Before her lay a man who, by all laws of power, could not protect her. These words hurt Xin Yun more than any attack. He did not want to hear such things from Bin Li. His voice, broken into a rasp, was filled with rage and contempt as he demanded that she be quiet. Gathering his remaining strength, he tried again to get up and rush into battle. However, to Bin Li, it seemed like a pathetic waste of time. In her eyes, he was just a stubborn obstacle that needed to be removed. Ice surged around them, forming sharp, deadly structures. The space was filled with a cold that made the air crackle. Bin Li was even surprised to see that Qin Yun managed to dodge some of the attacks despite his condition. But that did not change her assessment. To her, he remained naive. With a slight gesture, she summoned the guardian of the 5th class fighting spirit, the Ice Owl. A huge creature of pure cold appeared behind her, radiating an overwhelming pressure. Bing Li was confident that the Ice Owl's defense was impenetrable to someone like him. However, Xin Yun, as if ignoring her confidence, went on the attack anyway. The blow missed its target. He was thrown back again, like a broken doll. The difference in strength was merciless. He had not yet reached the spiritual level, yet he dared to resist a heavenly level cultivator. To Bing Li, it seemed almost insulting. She expected that now, he would finally realize his own insignificance. Liao Xiang understood clearly that if things continued in the same vein, Xin Yun would die. Her heart sank with horror. Bing Li took a step toward him, noting that the previous attack had been dangerous. If it had reached its target, even a heavenly level cultivator might not have survived. That was why she decided it would be wisest to finish him off now. However, at that moment, her attention was drawn to the expression on his face. A faint smile appeared on Xin Yun's lips. It seemed strange. He was under her pressure, his body was exhausted, and he had almost no strength left to get up. Yet he continued to resist. There was no madness in that smile, but something else: stubbornness, determination, and hidden confidence. Bing Li was intrigued. She wondered if he was really ready to die. For Xin Yun, there was only one thought: he couldn't let her take Liu Xiang, no matter the cost. Bin Li grabbed him sharply, her icy power binding his body and causing unbearable pain. Her movement showed her intention to end it all right now. Even in this state, Xin Yun repeated that he would not let her take Liu Xiang. These words only increased Bin Li's irritation. Her patience ran out. If he insisted, then let him die. At that moment, Liu Xiang couldn't take it anymore. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she screamed, begging them to stop. She was ready to go with Bin Li, to give up everything, just so that she would stop and leave Xin Yun alive. Bin Li looked closely at Liu Xiang, as if assessing her determination. A cold curiosity flashed in her eyes. Was the girl really ready to take such a step? Liu Xiang, without looking away, made it clear that if Xin Yun remained alive, she would agree to follow her to the 9th Ice Palace without resisting fate. However, Bin Li only smiled slightly. There was no warmth or sympathy in that smile, only the certainty that the moment had already been missed. For her, the decision had been made in advance. Liu Xiang desperately demanded that she let Xin Yun go, but the pressure of the icy aura only intensified. Liao Xiang knelt down beside him, pressing him close to her. She called out to him, hoping he would wake up, but his eyelids remained motionless. Her heart ached with fear, and every moment seemed like an eternity. Bin Li calmly noted that he had only lost consciousness, but this brought no relief to Liu Xiang. Bing Li held out a small vial containing a clear liquid that could speed up recovery. However, Xin Yun was too weak to even take a sip. Then, Liu Xiang, without hesitation, took the medicine herself and, leaning over, passed it to him through a kiss, putting not only the power of the pill into it, but also her own despair. For a brief moment, even Bing Li was thrown off balance by this action, but she quickly suppressed her emotions and reminded them that there was no time left. It was impossible to stay here and wait for him to finally come to his senses. Liu Xiang begged for a little more time, at least a few moments with him. Deep down, Liu Xiang blamed herself for everything. If that strange, cursed blood hadn't flowed through her veins, nothing would have happened. If Xin Yun had tied his fate to her sisters instead of hers, he wouldn't be on the verge of life and death now. Guilt was eating away at her. She felt she didn't deserve his love or the place she had earned beside him. Her existence, it seemed to her, brought him only pain and danger. Leaning over him, she silently apologized for everything that had happened to him. At that moment, Xin Yun felt hot drops on his face. Liu Xiang's tears awakened his consciousness, and he slowly opened his eyes, as if emerging from darkness. His gaze immediately darted to the side, and his first thought was of Lin Bing Li. He still couldn't allow Liu Xiang to fall into her hands, but Liu Xiang quickly made it clear that he no longer needed to fight, at least not now. Even Bin Li confirmed this. Hearing this, Xin Yun couldn't believe what was happening. Only when Liu Xiang assured him that everything was fine did he understand the truth. She had promised to leave with Bin Li to save his life. This realization hit him harder than any attack. All the efforts, all the battles, and all the sacrifices seemed to collapse in an instant. Xin Yun knew that he would protect Liu Xiang at any cost, but she could no longer watch him die, shielding her with his body. Deep down, Liu Xiang also wanted to be the one to protect him. Not a weak burden, but a support, even at the cost of her own freedom. Xin Yun didn't want to hear any more of this. Despair burst out, and he demanded that she not leave and sacrifice herself for him again. He was overwhelmed by a feeling of helplessness. Even in his second life, he was unable to protect the woman he loved. This thought tore him apart from within. Liu Xiang tried to calm him down. For her, Xin Yun was the only person in the world. Even if thousands of miles separated them, and even if fate never allowed them to meet again, her heart would always remain with him. Bingley coldly announced that time was up. The moment of farewell had come to an end, and Liu Xiang had to leave. Xin Yun desperately tried to keep her with words. He begged her not to leave, to stay with him no matter what. For him, the very thought of parting was unbearable, as if something alive was being torn from his heart. However, the decision had already been made. Bingley and Liu Xiang climbed onto the ice owl. The enormous creature made of pure cold spread its wings, and the air instantly grew colder. It was time to take off. Liu Xiang apologized to him once more. Even now, her heart yearned for him, and her desire to be near him had not disappeared. But she knew there was no other way. While it was still possible, they held hands, as if trying to hold on to the fleeting moment. But the distance between them grew inexorably. The cold air separated them more and more until touch became impossible. Xin Yun, unable to restrain himself, shouted that he would come for her. He swore that one day he would enter the 9th Ice Palace and take her back, no matter what the cost. Until that day, she had to wait for him. It was not a promise. It was a vow burned into her heart. Liu Xiang agreed. She believed that day would come. She would wait as long as it took for him to come for her. In the next moment, the ice owl soared into the sky, carrying her away. When their silhouettes disappeared over the horizon, Xin Yun broke down. His rage burst forth, and he swore that the 9th Ice Palace would pay for everything that had happened today. He would not forget this debt. Under the rule of the Liu Yun dynasty, there were 5 main provinces. The capital of the northwestern province of Xifeng was the city of Darkwater. It was here that the Battle House elections were to be held this year, an event that would determine the fate of an entire generation. As the elections approached, the city of Darkwater filled with people. Participants, merchants, mercenaries, and spectators flocked from all provinces. The streets became noisier, the hotels were overflowing, and the air was thick with anticipation of great changes. Xin Yun sat in the carriage and stared silently out the window. In his hands was the very same good luck charm that Liu Xiang had made for him with her own hands, wishing for him to pass the Battle House elections and become stronger. His thoughts returned again and again to recent events. Every moment, every word, and every movement came back to him, giving him no peace. Even with the memories of his past life's power, he was forced to admit that he couldn't use even a fraction of that power now. He had lost to a cultivator of the heavenly spirit level, and that defeat was a painful reminder of his weakness. It was then that he realized that his former path was no longer suitable. His plans needed to be revised. At that moment, Lady Qin Yuyan wished to enter, and he allowed her to do so. Yuyan had already heard from Lord Gu about the attack on the road. Her first concern was his condition. She examined him carefully, trying to see if he had suffered any serious injuries or was hiding any pain. Xin Yun confidently stated that he was fine. However, Yu Yan could not help but notice his condition. His face was pale, his breathing uneven, and his gaze too heavy for someone who was truly feeling well. She asked again, trying to make sure he wasn't hiding any serious injuries. Despite this, he reiterated that everything was fine. Then, Yu Yan moved on to the main point. She was interested in who exactly had kidnapped Liu Xiang. Her first thought was the Shui family. Too much pointed to them. However, upon hearing the answer, she felt a chill inside. Behind it all was the 9th Ice Palace. That name made her wary. Even the imperial family avoided direct conflict with the 9th Ice Palace. Their influence, power, and reputation made them virtually untouchable. Yu Yan couldn't understand why they had intervened. Xin Yun did not reveal any details, but he insisted that this information not be made public. He then gave her the method for improving the Staoyang pills, as well as the spiritual liquid. For any alchemist, this was a treasure that could change their entire life. Yu Yan was genuinely surprised by his decision to part with such things so easily. Xin Yun explained it simply. He thanked her for all the help she had given him recently and did not want to remain indebted to her. Yu Yan understood his position and accepted the gift. After that, he asked if there was anything else she wanted to discuss. Only then did she remember the main thing. The conversation was unexpected, but important. Yu Yan wanted to introduce him to her master. His name was Yang Yan. At the age of 28, he had already made a name for himself as a master of the 5 fields of alchemy. In cultivation circles, he was known as a rare genius and a true master of Yan alchemy. Yang Yan was currently the honorary elder of the Ling Xiaowu martial house and was supposed to represent them in these elections. Yu Yan had been with Xin Yun for quite some time, and her master had taken an interest in him. If he received his approval, the path to the Lin Xiaowu martial house would be open without any unnecessary obstacles. Upon hearing this name, Xin Yun immediately understood everything. Yang Yan was one of the leading figures in alchemy, a man whose influence extended throughout the Liu Yun dynasty. He was curious what would happen if he didn't impress this mentor. Yu Yan asked him not to worry. Even in that case, the official selection process would still take place. She just wanted them to meet first. Xin Yun noted that it was already late and that perhaps they should return. However, fate decided otherwise. Suddenly, The door flew open, and an elderly man with a sharp, overwhelming presence burst into the room. His gaze was cold, and his aura was heavy. He was outraged that some insolent person had kept him waiting outside for so long, and even dared to chase away his student. His words sounded genuinely irritated. In his opinion, such insolence demanded an immediate response. Yang Yan did not mince words, openly calling this youngster arrogant and conceited, not knowing his place. Yu Yan immediately tried to smooth things over. She explained that it was all said in jest, and should not be taken too seriously, trying to prevent the conflict from escalating further. Yang Yan narrowed his eyes, clearly not expecting such a response. He asked again if what had been said was really serious. Xin Yun did not try to justify himself or soften his words. He made it clear that he was not joking and did not intend to back down from his position. For Yang Yan, this was the last straw. He reacted sharply, considering such behavior to be outright rudeness. In response, Xin Yun calmly noted to himself that the master had been standing on the table ever since he burst in, and he couldn't help but wonder where his vaunted manners had gone. Yu Yan, noticing that the conversation was rapidly getting out of control, tried to intervene and smooth things over somehow. Everything was mixed up in her head. She had clearly asked her mentor to wait for the signal and not to show up early. Therefore, what was happening seemed completely illogical to her. Yang Yan, however, saw nothing strange in this. In his opinion, she had been absent for too long, and his patience had simply run out. The master raised his voice again, demanding an explanation for what the youngster was looking at. He was clearly offended by the feeling that he was being looked at without due respect, as if he were some insignificant old man. Xin Yun simply turned away, unwilling to participate in this childishness. Yang Yan caught this movement and concluded that the young man did not seem to want to join the Lin Xiaowu martial house at all. For Xin Yun, everything was crystal clear. The selection process for the martial house was based on strength and talent, especially in the case of Lin Xiaowu. If he was strong enough, the house would accept him regardless of anyone's recommendations. In such a situation, he simply did not need the master's help. Yang Yan smiled, as if he had heard something funny. This guy's self-confidence seemed almost provocative to him. In his opinion, after such words, the conversation lost its meaning. Yu Yan, on the other hand, felt a growing sense of confusion inside. Everything that was happening was not at all what she had planned. On the contrary, the situation was developing according to the worst possible scenario. Despite his irritation, Yang Yan still remembered Chu Xinyun's name. He decided that he would keep a close eye on this young man in the upcoming elections. His words sounded like a demand. The guy must not disappoint him. Poisonous Yang and Qing Shan noticed Master Yang when he came out. It was immediately clear from the expression on his face that he was dissatisfied. The tense aura around him suggested that the meeting had been unsuccessful. Yu Yan couldn't understand what exactly had gone wrong. She had put a lot of effort into this meeting, risking her reputation and time, but the result was completely opposite to what she had expected. But then, she suddenly remembered Xin Yun's words and everything that had happened with him recently. The realization came too late. She quietly apologized, realizing that in his current state, he simply couldn't be in a good mood, and perhaps she had expected too much from him. Xin Yun made it clear that he did not blame her for anything. Even if the meeting with Master Yan did not go as expected, it was not her fault. Moreover, now everything was going exactly as he had planned. The alchemy master remembered the man with the surname Chu, and that was enough. Only now did Yu Yan realize that this was what he had been aiming for from the very beginning. There were only 3 days left before the election. This time should be used to maximum effect. Xin Yun intended to devote it to cultivation and, ideally, make a breakthrough. If he failed to reach the spiritual level, the upcoming trials would be truly difficult. He thanked Yu Yan for her concern and care. Realizing that he needed to be alone now, the girl did not linger and soon left. The day before the election, the city of Darkwater was transformed. Merchants from all over the country flocked here, and from early morning, the streets were crowded. Shops and markets buzzed like a beehive, filled with voices, smells, and movement. Qian Yu stopped at one of the street stalls and decided to buy 10 donuts. She praised them with obvious pleasure. Soft, sweet, soaked in fragrant syrup. The taste was so rich that it made her want to try more. At first, the vendor thought that the lady was simply too generous with her praise. He even wondered if he could sell her that many at once. Qian Yue coldly asked if it was a problem to buy more if she wanted to. In response, the man simply showed her a fresh batch of donuts, neatly laid out separately. They were all intended exclusively for her. She noticed her subordinates glancing at the sweets. Qian Yue immediately made it clear that these donuts belonged to her. No one dared to even touch them without her permission. Only she would decide who would get how many. At that moment, a figure in the crowd caught her attention. Lost in thought, she handed all the donuts to her maid, instructing her not to eat them all at once. She thought she saw a woman from the Thousand Treasures Pavilion among the passers-by. The thought seemed strange. Why would she be here? Perhaps she had moved here with Chu Xinyun. Or maybe it was just a false impression. Suddenly, a familiar scent reached her. Qian Yue turned and looked at the maid. There were only 3 donuts left. She hoped she wasn't too late. However, she soon saw the maid ordering 5 more, clearly trying to make up for the loss. At the same time, Yu Yan came to Lord Gu and Poisonous Yan, intending to disturb them for a moment. The room was surprisingly warm, which contrasted sharply with the cold outside. Lord Gu asked with interest if she had come to discuss some business. Yuyan replied that she had just popped in for a moment. Shin Yun immediately invited her to come in quickly, so she wouldn't freeze. She was holding a small bag that she had brought especially for him. Yuyan smiled slightly and handed him a box of treats. It was the best cake in Darkwater City, soft, delicate, exuding a subtle aroma. She insisted that he try it, while it was still warm and fresh. Shin Yun thanked her for her thoughtfulness, but did not touch the food. He had no appetite. His thoughts were too heavy. Yuyan did not insist, but her concern was still evident in her eyes. She sensed that there was much more behind his calmness than he was showing. He assured her that he was fine and that there was no need to worry. Participating in a competition of this level was not an insurmountable challenge for him. Hearing this, Yuyan felt relieved. At least outwardly, he remained confident. Off to the side, Poisonous Yang looked at the city lord with displeasure and asked what he was doing. Gu Qingshan admitted without a hint of embarrassment that he was eavesdropping and asked him to speak more quietly. He had never seen Lady Qin care so sincerely about anyone before. In response, Poisonous Yang sharply pulled his ear, making it clear that this was another reason not to interfere in other people's conversations. Shin Yun, meanwhile, concluded that since Yu Yan was Yang Yang's disciple, her origins must be connected to the imperial city. Yu Yan confirmed this and calmly asked why he was interested. The Qin family was a commercial giant within the capital. Their influence extended far beyond the markets and shops. Shin Yun must have known the name of Qin Taiyu, the head of the family and Yu Yan's father. For Shin Yun, this did not change his attitude towards her. However, Yu Yan decided to be frank. Recently, a crisis had been brewing in the imperial family, and the Qin family was apparently involved in it, albeit not directly. She received a letter from her father, demanding that she return to the imperial city immediately after the elections were over. Shin Yun advised her to pay special attention to her uncle, Qin Tai Feng, when she returned, hinting that he might be the source of the problems. Shin Yun did not expect Yu Yan to be the daughter of Qin Tai Yu. In his past life, this man had helped him in his most difficult moment. Now, with his knowledge of future events, he understood that he could help avert the impending crisis. However, he would only be able to get to the truth after arriving in the imperial city. The next day arrived. From early morning, the streets of Darkwater were filled with people. Children maneuvered through the crowd, running ahead, despite the shouts of adults urging them to be careful. They wanted to get the best seats. No one wanted to miss the start of the Battle House elections. Food was being sold everywhere. Someone was frying fragrant dumplings, assuring everyone that the participants needed to eat well before the trials, and the spectators needed to gather strength for the long wait. Others sold warm buns. Qin Shan noticed that Poisonous Yang was not participating in the competition, so it was unclear why he was so tense. In response, Poisonous Yang simply told him to stop talking without taking his eyes off the sea of people. Flags belonging to the 5 martial houses fluttered all around the arena. Their colors contrasted sharply with each other, symbolizing different paths of cultivation and ideologies. One glance was enough to feel the weight of history and power behind each banner. There were strict requirements for participation in the elections. No older than 20 years of age and a body tempering level of at least 8. One of the men nearby was clearly upset. Not long ago, the age limit was 23, and then he would have had a chance. Now he was rudely told to leave so as not to disturb the others. People around him whispered that he should leave quietly, otherwise the guards would quickly intervene. Shin Yun calmly announced that he had come to register. They asked for his ID and told him to write his name on the registration scroll. After completing the formalities, he was given a wooden plaque with a number on it, a symbol of admission to the arena, and at the same time, a sign that there was no turning back. The crowd was asked to remain silent. The air was instantly filled with tense anticipation. The ceremony was about to begin. The first stage was the greeting of the elders of the 5 martial houses. They began with the representative of the Yunmeng martial house, Elder Gu. His appearance was accompanied by noticeable excitement among the audience. Next was Elder Yan, representative of the Lin Xiaowu martial house. Formerly, this house held the highest position among the 5. A logical question arose as to why the Yunmeng house was announced first. The answer was obvious to those in the know. At the moment, Yunmeng's influence surpassed even that of the oldest martial house. From the outside, it might have seemed that Elder Yan was deliberately taking a higher position, as if trying to emphasize his own status. Even Xin Yunyu noticed this, causing a slight internal irritation. Then the elders of the Xin, Zhangfeng, and Jilan martial houses were introduced. Their entrance was less pompous, but still accompanied by respectful silence. Each of these houses had its own glory and weight. The participants were ordered to line up on both sides of the arena. They had 15 minutes to do so. Anyone who did not take their place in time would be automatically disqualified. After the lineup, the detailed rules were to be announced. It was announced that the elections would be held jointly by all 5 combat houses and would be based on the principles of honesty and fairness. These words sounded solemn, although many understood that behind the scenes, things were far from simple. Any participant who violated the rules was subject to immediate disqualification. It was emphasized that these elections were a unique opportunity for those who aspired to become truly strong experts. At that moment, someone unexpectedly touched Xin Yun. Standing in front of him was a stranger with light hair. He looked relaxed and examined him with curiosity, as if evaluating him. His gestures were friendly, but not intrusive. The stranger introduced himself as Yue Shun Feng. He admitted that he had heard of Xin Yun and understood how difficult it could be to even approach such people. Despite this, he decided to take a chance and offered to get acquainted. Xin Yun was slightly surprised by this initiative. He did not expect anyone here to want to befriend him without ulterior motives. Nevertheless, he also gave his name. Shunfeng noted that Xin Yun's name sounded quite beautiful. Cloud and wind, two images that naturally complement each other. This combination evoked a sense of freedom and forward movement, as if fate itself had brought them together in this place. Those around them quickly noticed Junfeng's behavior and began to exchange mocking glances. In their eyes, he looked strange, almost ridiculous, a man who voluntarily sought out trouble. However, for Junfeng himself, it was different. He saw it as an opportunity to catch the wind of change and find himself at the very center of the coming storm. Like a cloud with wind, these two could give birth to something much greater. Xin Yun clearly realized that such associations would only attract unnecessary attention, which meant it was better to stay away. Shunfeng noticed Xin Yun's intention to distance himself and immediately understood that he was about to leave. He was not going to let his new acquaintance go so easily, considering such behavior unfair. After all, he had not even introduced him to his companions yet. Xin Yun wanted only one thing, to be left alone and allowed to focus on the upcoming test. Without a hint of embarrassment, Shunfeng continued his questioning. Where he was from, what his cultivation level was, and which martial arts house he intended to join. He also hastened to assure him that his friends were perfectly respectable people and posed no threat. The situation was becoming increasingly absurd, and Xin Yun was already beginning to regret responding in the first place. At Shunfeng's call, two more people approached them. The man with green hair asked discontentedly why he had arrived so late, and the girl next to him smiled, deciding that he was simply frightened by the atmosphere of the arena and wanted to escape from the crowd. The girl coldly warned Shunfeng that it would be better for him not to get into trouble again. If he got into trouble, he would not receive any assistance from her. Shunfeng, in his usual manner, assured her that this time he would behave himself and even asked her to treat him a little kinder. Meanwhile, the man with green eyes looked closely at Xin Yun. His face seemed vaguely familiar to him. Shunfeng also picked up on this feeling and, without hesitation, named his new friend, Chu Xin Yun. However, Xin Yun himself did not recognize these people and could not understand where their feeling came from. Soon, everything became clear. The girl turned out to be Su Qizhou, a recognized genius from Darkwater City, and the man next to her was Lin Yichuan from Lantian City. Their names had long been known among cultivators, and meeting them could not be considered a coincidence. Xin Yun formally expressed his pleasure at meeting him, but it was clear from his face that he was not enthusiastic. Qizhou took him aside and quietly warned him that getting involved with Shunfeng was not a good idea. Although he seemed harmless, he constantly dragged those around him into strange situations. It was obvious that Xin Yun himself was uncomfortable with this company, so the best solution was to simply ignore Feng. At that moment, Qian Yue appeared in the crowd. Her gaze immediately fell on Xin Yun, and a flash of obvious irritation crossed her face. She made it clear that he should not get in her way. Qian Yue sarcastically remarked that Xin Yun was too friendly with another girl behind her sister's back. In her opinion, such people were perfect for each other. Two pieces of trash who had found company of their own level. Qizhou and Shunfeng instantly fell silent. Even the carefree Feng sensed the tension in the air and realized that the situation was more than just a usual argument. Xin Yun's expression changed dramatically. His gaze became cold, and he demanded an explanation, not hiding his inner anger. Qian Yue did not understand why his reaction was so harsh, and this only fueled her irritation. However, in the next moment, Xin Yun regained his composure. He was well aware that he couldn't let her know the truth about what had happened to Liu Xiang. Right now, the most important thing for him was to get through the election. Any fight at this stage would mean immediate disqualification. Qian Yue remembered his previous words that he would defeat her in this election. Now she noted with disappointment that he had only reached the spiritual level. In her eyes, this was clearly not enough. She also recalled that all his actions against the Shui family and all the commotion in Xifeng were just a pathetic attempt to distract her from her cultivation. Qian Yue was confident that she understood his intentions perfectly well, and they did not affect the power of the Shui family in the slightest. From her point of view, such tricks seemed naive and useless. Qian Yue called him pathetic with open contempt and declared that he was not worthy of the honor of participating in the martial arts house elections. In her eyes, Xin Yun was just a random figure, unworthy of even standing in the same arena as true geniuses. She was determined to personally make him feel the difference in power and status. Xin Yun asked coldly and menacingly if she was finished. His calmness only irritated her more. Qian Yue replied that it was too late for regrets, and that she would show no mercy in the arena, whatever the outcome. There was no doubt about her intentions. She wanted to prove to him that he was just a frog at the bottom of a well, unaware of the true heights of this world. Xin Yun only briefly noted that he would wait, and in this calm response, there was a confidence that involuntarily made one wary. Shunfeng, of course, knew the genius of the city of Xifeng, Shui Qian Yue. Rumor had it that she had a 4th level fighting spirit and 3rd level spiritual cultivation, which fully explained her arrogance and sharpness. Lin Yichuan couldn't believe that these two were connected by anything more than a chance encounter. It was hard for him to imagine what Xin Yun could have done to offend such a woman. Xin Yun treated it as a trifle and explained that it was all old business. In the past, there had indeed been rumors of a marriage agreement between the Shui family of Xifeng City and the Chu family. However, after the decline of the Chu family, the agreement was terminated without hesitation. A year ago, The young master of the Chu family had proposed, but not to the eldest lady of the Shui family, but to her younger sister, the daughter of a concubine. For Chen Yue, this was a crushing humiliation. The news quickly spread throughout the northwestern provinces, becoming the subject of discussion and ridicule. Later, this same young master of the Chu family suddenly rose to power, grew stronger, and managed to subjugate the entire city of Xifeng, which made the situation even more painful. Hearing this, Xunfeng finally pieced everything together. The surname Chu of his new friend and Chen Wei's words about her sister's actions behind her back made sense. Now it was clear that standing next to him was not just a participant, but the very young master of the Chu family, about whom rumors had been circulating for a long time. Soon, everyone was asked to quiet down. It was announced that, as usual, this year's elections would consist of 2 rounds. There were 10 shields in the arena, and the first round was to test the participants' innate talent and the degree to which they matched their own fighting spirit. The participants had to place their palms on the shields. The spiritual stones began to glow, and the result was displayed on a scale. The maximum possible score was level 9. Those who reached level 5 and above would be eligible to advance to the second round. Anyone who failed to reach this threshold would be immediately disqualified. Each participant had a tag with an engraved number. In the second round, pairs would be formed randomly, and losing the tag meant automatic elimination. Therefore, the participants were strictly reminded to keep them safe until the end. The first round was officially declared open. Participants with numbers 1 through 10 were ordered to enter the arena for testing. The tension in the air noticeably increased, and the eyes of the audience and elders focused on the stage, where the first true talents were to be revealed. However, the first 10 participants failed the test. None of them reached the required level. The next group, numbered 11 to 20, entered the arena. A low murmur immediately rose from the audience. Many began to discuss how this year's selection seemed much more rigorous than before. Nevertheless, most still believed that such a test could not be that difficult. Yu Yan was clearly puzzled. To her, this test seemed like nothing more than a compatibility check, and she didn't understand why such a simple condition would eliminate so many people at the very beginning. Yang Yan patiently explained that compatibility was the key indicator of talent. The deeper the connection between the cultivator and their fighting spirit, the higher their potential limits. In essence, the stronger the fighting spirit, and the better it is accepted and understood by its owner, the faster and more stable the growth of cultivation will be. Most viewers were accustomed to thinking that a high level of fighting spirit automatically made a person strong. However, the truth was much more complicated. Fighting spirit reflects innate talent, while compatibility shows how well a person understands and reveals that talent in practice. Only after a long wait did the first participant appear, who was able to pass the test. His result reached the 5th level. It was clear that talent alone was not enough. It must be developed, refined, and used daily. The higher the degree of understanding of one's own fighting spirit, the more significant the result. Lin Yichuan managed to reach the 5th level. His 3rd-class fighting spirit, the black-faced monkey, proved itself to be stable and confident. This clearly confirmed the rule. High compatibility and a deep understanding of fighting spirit directly affect the strength of a cultivator and the effectiveness of their techniques. In other words, those who possess a strong fighting spirit and know how to work with it correctly are able to rise significantly above the rest. Yang Yan was genuinely surprised that Yu Yan did not fully understand such obvious things, and even allowed himself to make a sharp remark. Yu Yan hastily smoothed over the situation, acknowledging her own inattention. Yue Xunfeng also reached the 5th level. His 4th-class fighting spirit, the red-eyed silver marten, showed good responsiveness, drawing approving glances from the observers. Su Qizhou surpassed them both, reaching the 6th level. Her 4th-class fighting spirit, a blue shining butterfly, manifested itself with extraordinary brightness and harmony. The audience was impressed. For the city of Dark Water, this was truly an outstanding result, fully confirming Su Qizhou's reputation as a genius. Xunfeng sincerely admired her superiority. Lin Yichuan acknowledged the result as worthy, and Su Qizhou herself just waved it off embarrassedly, clearly not wanting to get used to such praise. Shen Yue watched the proceedings with cold contempt. In her eyes, all these results seemed laughable. She considered those around her to be nothing more than frogs at the bottom of a well, and could not understand how the 6th level could cause such excitement. For her, such achievements deserved neither attention nor respect. Chen Yue confidently let Xin Yun know that very soon he would realize the true difference between them, a difference that could not be overcome by effort or luck. Many participants also noticed her arrogance and immediately recognized her as the famous Shui Chen Yue. Her name had long been associated with strength, talent, and unconditional confidence in her own superiority. The judges again demanded silence. The participants were ordered to take their positions and prepare to continue the test. The tension in the air thickened. The real trials were just beginning. When it was her turn, the fighting spirit of the 4th class appeared in the arena. The water spirit Fox, the translucent silhouette of the beast, swayed gently, as if woven from streams of water, radiating a cold but graceful aura. The audience immediately recognized the legendary genius, Shui Qian Yue. At that moment, the 7 spirit stones flashed one after another, without the slightest delay. The result was stunning. The 7th level. The arena was filled with the roar of admiring voices. Even experienced cultivators were impressed. The fighting spirit of the 4th class, combined with the 7-fold activation of spiritual stones, Such talent was exactly what the fighting houses were willing to fight for. Such strength, such harmony, and such appearance seemed perfectly suited for the role of a future star of any great clan. In the eyes of most viewers, there was no doubt. The best of the best stood in the arena, at least at this stage of the trials. Yang Yan openly admitted that such talent would most likely be recruited by the Ling Xiao martial house. However, Yu Yan was indifferent to this, and even slightly dismissive. She clearly did not like Chen Yue. Yang Yan did not understand why this mattered at all, since it was not a question of personal preference, but of selecting talent. Yu Yan was embarrassed by his tone, and then Elder Gu intervened in the conversation, calmly explaining that Shui Chen Yue had already agreed to join the Yunmeng martial house. Yang Yan felt annoyed. It was unpleasant to lose such an outstanding talent. Yu Yan just smiled quietly, without a hint of regret. As soon as Chen Yue left the arena, a commotion instantly arose around her. Some admiringly called her a genius of beauty, while others tried to attract attention. But those in the know immediately warned of her bad temper. All this only made Chen Yue even happier. She was flattered that those around her were willing to idolize her without hesitation. Shun Feng grimaced openly, sensing trouble ahead, while Su Qizhou was clearly unhappy with this ostentatious boasting. Chen Yue, on the other hand, happily shared her results, emphasizing that she had managed to reach the 7th level and that even the examiner was stunned. In her eyes, this was direct proof of her own superiority. Qizhou cautiously reminded her that the tests were not over yet and it was too early to draw final conclusions. However, Chen Yue was absolutely sure that anyone could be the best, except Qizhou herself. After that, Chen Yue asked with obvious interest when it would be Chu Xinyun's turn. She was eager to see him disgrace himself in the arena and hoped that he would not deprive her of that pleasure. The examiner loudly announced that participants with numbers 61 to 70 should come on stage. Internally, Chen Yue noted with contempt that such tests were used by martial arts houses only to weed out mediocrities. In her opinion, these tests were designed for people with low fighting spirit and did not deserve much attention. It all seemed ridiculous and unworthy of serious consideration to her. She didn't understand why Chu Xinyun hadn't shown up yet. The thought that he was simply afraid to enter the arena and make a fool of himself in front of everyone kept popping into her head. And yet, when his turn came, the main character showed first-class fighting spirit, a spiritual sword. When the first-class fighting spirit manifested itself in the arena, muffled laughter rang out from the crowd, growing louder and louder. To most of those present, such talent seemed pitiful and unworthy. Many wondered what this young man was doing at the martial house selection at all, if his limit was the lowest class of fighting spirit. Looks full of contempt slid over his figure. Even Yang Yan could not hide his disappointment. In his eyes, this result meant failure before it even began. Yu Yan, on the contrary, felt a vague uneasiness and decided that the problem might be with the tester. However, the master immediately rejected this idea. Such artifacts do not make mistakes, and this young man, by all indications, was not capable of igniting even a single spirit stone. And yet something strange happened. The stone shield remained completely indifferent, as if it did not perceive Xin Yun's presence at all. Not the slightest glow, not the slightest response, absolute silence, as if there was nothing in front of it. Only a few moments passed when the tester suddenly flashed with a dazzling light. Energy burst out in a sharp impulse, and in the next second, the stone shield split apart, scattering into pieces right before the eyes of the stunned audience. A dead silence hung over the arena. No one could understand what had just happened. Some, confused, suggested that the young man had reached the 9th level of compatibility. Others immediately rejected this, saying that the tester was simply incapable of measuring his score. In their eyes, this man's level was beyond all known scales, and such a spectacle had never been seen here before. It was truly incredible. Despite his first-class fighting spirit and lack of spiritual level, his compatibility and depth of talent were frighteningly high. It became clear to experienced cultivators that with proper training and resources, this young man was capable of growing into a figure who would one day change the very concept of power. Yu Yan struggled to hide her shock and glanced furtively at the master, as if seeking confirmation of what she had seen. Even Yang Yan, who was accustomed to rare miracles, was forced to admit the obvious. This guy was truly unique, and talents like this came along once in a generation, if not less often. Few great experts in history had been able to reach the 9th level of compatibility, and here, the tester had been completely destroyed. The examiner, recovering from the shock, sharply demanded an explanation, because the spiritual shield was intended exclusively for conducting elections. Xin Yun calmly expressed his regret, showing neither insolence nor panic. Yu Yan was about to intervene immediately and talk to him, realizing the significance of what was happening, but Yang Yan stopped her. In his opinion, there was no need to rush. Such a person would not disappear anywhere. The examiner, meanwhile, declared that the young man had deliberately damaged the equipment and was obliged to pay 10 times the cost of the tester. Xin Yun agreed without hesitation to compensate for the damage, but emphasized that the destruction was not intentional. The examiner considered this a pathetic excuse. In all his years of practice, no one had ever broken the shield in such a way. In his eyes, it looked like cheating. Xin Yun remained calm and repeated that he was only taking the test. The irritated examiner roughly grabbed him by his clothes, threatening immediate disqualification. He clearly had no intention of getting to the bottom of what had happened. The other participants watched the scene with concern. The examiner sharply rebuked them, demanding that they not interfere. Shin Yun calmly pushed his hand away and again confirmed his willingness to pay for the damage without further conflict. After that, the main character descended from the arena, leaving behind a buzz of discussion. Shun Feng looked at him with sincere admiration. He simply had no words to describe what he had seen. Su Qizhou felt awkward for the first time, calling herself a genius next to such a person. Even Lin Yichuan admitted that what had happened was more like a legendary performance than a normal exam. Many spectators continued to wonder if this was really Chu Xinyun. His abilities were so extraordinary that the tester simply could not measure them. At that moment, he became the center of everyone's attention, a true genius who appeared suddenly and shattered conventional ideas. For some, it was admiration. For others, a humiliating realization of their own insignificance. Suddenly, a man in black robes approached Chen Yue. His steps were quiet, but his presence was overwhelming. He calmly informed her that she should go with him. As it soon became clear, Elder Gu wished to meet with her personally, and refusal was not an option. Chen Yue did not understand where exactly she was being taken, or for what purpose, but after a few minutes, the man stopped and respectfully reported to the elder that the lady had been delivered. The atmosphere in the room was tense, as if the air was saturated with hidden discontent. Elder Gu immediately reminded her of his previous words, that Chu Xinyun was considered useless trash, incapable of cultivation, even after consuming large amounts of medicinal herbs. Now, before his eyes was a result that could not be ignored. His gaze was filled with irritation and suspicion. What was happening did not fit into any logical scheme. The thought of possible deception flashed through her mind. However, Chen Yue coldly dismissed it. According to her, about a year ago, Chu Xinyun's cultivation was only at the second level of body tempering. Even if one assumed the intervention of heavenly will, such rapid growth seemed impossible. But even if her words were true, it no longer mattered to the elder. The talent that Chu Xinyun had demonstrated had become too conspicuous. His name had surely attracted the attention of other martial houses, and the situation was spiraling out of control. However, Elder Gu did not seem concerned. He had already bribed the judge, and was therefore confident that luck would turn away from Xin Yun in the second round. Moreover, this would create the perfect opportunity to get rid of him for good. Chen Yue wanted to fight him herself, wishing to wipe away this humiliation with her own hands. But the elder sharply rejected this idea. It would be foolish to fight an opponent whose limits were impossible to measure. If she lost, she would lose not only her face, but also her family's reputation. Meanwhile, the examiner announced the end of the first round. Of the 300 participants, only 54 managed to advance. Their names were to be announced immediately and were posted on the wall to the left of the arena, where a crowd was already beginning to gather. The participants were warned that they must keep their name tags, as they would be used to determine the matchups for the second round, which would begin in the afternoon. The examiner recommended that all those who had passed take a rest, regain their strength, and prepare for the upcoming battles. Junfeng enthusiastically invited Xin Yun to have lunch together, mentioning that he had booked one of the best restaurants in town in advance. However, the main character politely declined, thanking him for the invitation and explaining that other people were waiting for him. Shunfeng, not losing his optimism, suggested meeting next time with friends. Poisonous Yang did not hide his admiration. In his eyes, the master had exceeded all expectations. Even the lord of the city acknowledged that the young patriarch of the Chu family was truly outstanding. Xin Yun himself did not dwell on this, merely noting that it was time to eat and regain his strength. Yu Yan thanked the master for the meal, trying to hide the inner turmoil that had not left her since the destruction of the tester. Xin Yun also intended to eat at this establishment, but one of the employees informed him that there were no more rooms available. The lord of the city reacted calmly, suggesting that they eat outside. At that moment, Yu Yan noticed Xin Yun and was about to call out to him, recognizing his familiar figure. But Yang Yan stopped her. The master still remembered their previous encounter, where this young man had seemed insolent and overly confident to him. His irritation had not subsided, and he did not want to see Xin Yun. At the same time, curiosity got the better of him. He was interested in why his student wanted to call him over in the first place. In his understanding, if Chu Xinyun were invited to the Lin Xiao martial arts house now, he would become even more arrogant. Yang Yan was not used to begging anyone. His status did not require it. When Yu Yan cautiously remarked that the young man might be lured away by another martial arts house, the master only smiled. In his opinion, there was no cause for concern. The other representatives were elderly elders who acted strictly according to the will of their houses. They were only observing the process and would not rush to recruit him. In his eyes, the situation was still under control, at least for now. On the other hand, the master and Yu Yan were almost the only ones who truly understood the depth of this young man's talent and hidden potential. In their view, everything should have turned out differently. When Xin Yun disgraced himself in the second round, faced with the harsh reality of real combat, his self-confidence would be shattered. It was then that the Lin Xiao combat house would reach out to him. Deprived of his former audacity, he would become much more obedient and manageable. The perfect moment for recruitment. The second round consisted of a series of one-on-one fights. The examiner drew lots, and each time 2 numbers were called, their owners were required to immediately enter the arena. Based on the results of the battles, the elders of the 5 martial arts houses made their silent judgment, determining whether the participant was worthy of an invitation. The losers were eliminated without the right to return, and the winners continued on their way. The more victories a participant won, the higher their chances of not only advancing, but also gaining the right to choose the fighting house they wished to join. The tension grew as the examiner reached into the box of lots to draw the numbers for the first pair. The use of weapons was permitted in these fights, but killing was strictly forbidden. The first fight was announced immediately. Participants with numbers 46 and 27 were to enter the arena. The first was named Yue Shunfeng, and the crowd immediately came alive. Su Qizhou coldly remarked that if Shunfeng lost in the first fight, he shouldn't even dream of joining the martial arts house. In that case, he would have to leave Darkwater City and forget about ever meeting her. Shunfeng himself did not fully understand why she was so prejudiced against him. In her eyes, he was clearly underestimated. Shunfeng confidently entered the arena and saw his opponent demonstratively perform several moves, as if offering to start first. His movements were sharp but careless, like those of a man confident in his superiority. Despite his outward bravado, Shunfeng felt a slight uneasiness inside. His opponent's calmness alarmed him. He seemed too confident. When the examiner gave the signal to start the fight, the tension reached its peak. In the next moment, the opponent rushed forward, delivering a swift blow. However, Shunfeng managed to react in time and dodged, allowing the attack to pass. He immediately drew his weapon, deflecting subsequent blows. His opponent smirked, casting a contemptuous glance, as if he were facing a weak and inexperienced child. Shunfeng did not succumb to the pressure. His opponent, on the contrary, allowed himself to mock him, advising him to go home and train for another year before reappearing at the elections. He was already prepared to end the fight with a decisive blow, but at that very moment, his overconfidence played a cruel joke on him. Shunfeng's counterattack was lightning fast and accurate, depriving his opponent of the opportunity to continue the fight. The victory went to number 46. Yue Shunfeng, Su Zizhou, and Lin Yichuan did not hide their approval. However, noticing the restrained expression on Xin Yun's face, Shunfeng suddenly had doubts. Perhaps his performance really did not look so impressive compared to what was expected next. Next, numbers 9 and 61 were announced. This meant that Chu Xinyun was about to enter the arena. Doubtful whispers immediately spread among the audience. Many felt that the outcome of the fight was obvious. The difference in physique seemed too striking. Some spectators, assessing Xinyun's figure, even began to doubt whether he was really under 20 years old. His height and build seemed too impressive, and someone sarcastically suggested that he clearly did not deny himself food. His opponent turned out to be a man named Wu Zhouqing. He looked calm and collected, without any visible arrogance. His gaze showed interest. He was genuinely curious to face Chu Xinyun in this arena. Xinyun also took the meeting calmly and without hostility, involuntarily noting his opponent's impressive size. Compared to his own figure, Zhouqing seemed like a real rock. Catching his gaze, he was slightly embarrassed and explained that he was only 18 years old, although it was difficult to imagine from his appearance. As soon as the examiner gave the signal to start the fight, Zhouqing instantly went on the offensive. His movement was sharp and heavy. Xinyun did not have time to fully react and was knocked off his feet, hitting the stone surface of the arena with a dull thud. Without wasting a second, Zhouqing drew his weapon, intending to end the fight with one crushing blow. There was no hesitation in his actions. He was used to deciding the outcome of fights quickly and harshly. However, Xinyun managed to roll to the side at the last moment and dodge the blow. Getting up almost instantly, he switched to defense, parrying his opponent's attacks with precise and measured movements. The powerful pressure from Zhouqing still made itself felt. One of the blows threw Xinyun further back into the arena, forcing him to retreat and change position. Zhouqing admitted to himself that, despite his much smaller size, this young man was surprisingly agile. His reactions and sense of distance aroused genuine interest. Nevertheless, he was sure that such agility would not save him for long. Sooner or later, his superior strength would prevail. The audience also saw what was obvious. In terms of physical strength, Zhouqing significantly surpassed his opponent. Even if the child had skill and speed, against a barrage of heavy blows, his defeat seemed only a matter of time. However, the situation was not so clear-cut. Zhouqing was not only strong, but also unexpectedly fast for his build. It was extremely difficult to defeat him, relying solely on speed. However, Xinyun understood this perfectly well, and could have said the same thing to his opponent. Zhouqing caught the slightest movement of his opponent's lips and frowned, trying to understand what he had just said. Xinyun slowly repeated the thought. His opponent's luck would not last forever either. This hurt Zhouqing. He called Xinyun a child and made it clear that he would regret his overconfidence. In the next second, he rushed into the attack again, increasing the pressure. Xinyun managed to dodge again, as if he knew the trajectory of the blow in advance. Zhouqing began to wonder how long his opponent intended to just defend himself. Did he seriously expect to win, or was he just stalling for time, waiting for the strong man to tire? It was at this moment that Xinyun waited for that very window of opportunity. It was a second, but a second that decided the outcome of the fight. For Zhouqing, this moment became a fatal mistake. Xinyun abruptly changed direction, soaring above another attack, and from above, he delivered a blow using his shadowless technique. His movement was light, almost invisible, like a shadow torn from the air. A thought flashed through his mind that he should just stall for time and wait for his opponent to run out of steam. But in reality, everything was different. From the very beginning, Xin Yun controlled the rhythm of the fight, adjusting to Zhou Qing's breathing and the pace of his attacks. He was about to mentally note his opponent's clumsiness, but at that moment, he felt Zhou Qing's body seem to be engulfed in heat. His movements became sharper and his power more dangerous, as if he had begun to squeeze out the last of his energy without caring about the consequences. The defeated opponent, having lost all dignity, jumped up and, choking back sobs, rushed away from the arena as if escaping from a nightmare. The crowd watched in disbelief. No one expected the defeat to be so crushing. His fear was so strong that he couldn't even control his own body, ultimately becoming a laughingstock in front of everyone. Su Qizhou struggled to hide her shock, admitting to herself that this was indeed the young master of the Chu family. Lin Yichuan was genuinely amazed. Defeating such an opponent with a single blow seemed almost unreal. Xun Feng was ecstatic and couldn't contain his emotions, considering what he had seen truly magnificent, and tried to understand how such a result had been achieved. Xin Yun, without a hint of complacency, simply let those around him know that he did not need any unnecessary noise. His calmness against the backdrop of general excitement looked particularly striking. It was at this moment that Elder Gu noted to himself that this young man possessed not only strength, but also a deep understanding of combat that went far beyond ordinary techniques. Despite his impressive size, Wu Zhouqing was an extremely agile and experienced fighter. It was all the more alarming that even he had suffered such a swift defeat. Elder Gu was finally convinced that every fight of Xin Yun had to be closely monitored, looking for any, even the slightest opportunity to eliminate him. All this had to be done in the strictest secrecy. No rumors were to be allowed to spread beyond the necessary circle. The judges were not a cause for concern. The elder was prepared to pay each of them generously if the result met his expectations. Shui Qianyue, watching what was happening, demanded that the elder arrange a duel between her and Chu Xinyun. She was confident in herself and wanted to personally break him, repaying him for all the humiliation. However, the elder asked a simple question. Had she ever fought this man before? The answer was obvious. This meant that she had no idea of her opponent's real capabilities. Although the elder believed in her strength, he was not going to risk such a valuable talent. Qian Yue had to act calmly and strictly follow his instructions, not giving in to her emotions and desire for immediate revenge. Meanwhile, the next participants were called to the arena. Number 36, Shui Qian Yue, and number 41, Li Bao Er. Their names were announced clearly and distinctly, drawing everyone's attention to the stage. The duel ended almost instantly. The genius of the Shui family won with a single attack, leaving her opponent no chance to resist. The crowd erupted in cheers, shouting her name. Some spectators, blinded by the impression, even openly confessed their feelings to her. Qian Yue herself only glanced briefly at Xin Yun, and without delay, left the arena. Lin Yichuan, watching this, allowed himself to speculate that Qian Yue's reaction might indicate a hidden interest in Xin Yun. If she really hated him, would she have watched his every move so closely? However, Xun Feng and Su Qizhou firmly rejected such speculation, considering it inappropriate. Su Zizhou and Lin Yichuan also won their matches with confidence, confirming their reputation as talents from Dark Water City. Xun Feng kept pace with them and also managed to advance, albeit not without effort. This was followed by 2 more victories for Chu Xinyun, each faster and more confident than the last. And once again, victory was his. By this point, even the most skeptical spectators began to understand that this was no accident or luck. A participant had appeared in the arena who was capable of turning the entire course of the martial arts house elections upside down. Next, participant number 61 entered the arena again, the very young man who had already been dubbed the dark horse of these elections. Without any outward signs of superiority, and without demonstrating ostentatious strength, he repeatedly defeated his opponents with just 1 attack. His opponents entered the fight with hope, but in a moment, lost both their will and their chance of victory. The audience cheered him on louder and louder, urging him not to give up. He was the one who scored the highest in the first round, finally cementing his status as the mysterious phenomenon of the tournament. Yu Yan couldn't help but notice the strange pattern, and asked her master why the draw kept bringing this young man together with his opponents. Yang Yan only coldly remarked that it was all due to the bad karma of those who stood before him. Yue Yan couldn't help but laugh. Watching the participants suffer defeat one after another was almost amusing. The master's plan, laid out in advance, was clearly beginning to fall apart before their eyes. Even the other participants began to notice that this guy was being chosen suspiciously often. The crowd whispered about whether he was being used deliberately to weed out the weak, depriving the others of a chance to prove themselves. However, Chen Yue remained unshakable. In her eyes, only she was worthy of defeating him. That was why Chu Xinyun had no right to lose before the final. She was the one who had to defeat him. By the end of the first half of the day, only 15 of the 54 participants in the second round remained. The names of the survivors were to be posted on the city gates. The trials for today were over. Tomorrow, the final battles between the remaining contestants would take place, after which the 5 strongest would be determined. They would have the right to choose one of the 5 martial arts houses, as well as a generous reward in the form of a large number of spirit stones. In addition, the winners would receive residences within the imperial city. The rewards for this competition were more generous than ever before. As the participants left the arena, many involuntarily looked back at that very young man. Some remembered how they lost their composure in battle with him, and some were even brought to a humiliating state. These people did not even have the courage to look him in the eye. Poisonous Yang was the first to notice that someone was following them and warned the master. Xin Yun remained completely calm. There was no danger. It soon became clear that it was only Xun Feng. The main character stopped and made it clear that he was waiting for an explanation. Xun Feng looked slightly embarrassed. He admitted that Xin Yun had disappeared so quickly that he had begun to think that he did not intend to have dinner with them. Moreover, he did not even expect to see Xin Yun's companions here. Seeing no problem with this, Xin Yun invited all three to join them. He ordered the lord of the city to make preparations. Xun Feng couldn't help but notice the guard next to Xin Yun. His manner and appearance made him look more like the lord of the city himself than an ordinary escort. Xin Yun informed the poisonous Yang that he was returning to the hotel. The old man was to go with the young man and pick up the others. When Xin Yun left, the poisonous Yang coldly inquired why he was constantly hanging around the master. Xun Feng awkwardly explained that they were participating in the elections together and had therefore already gotten to know each other. He was even surprised that the master had not mentioned him. Poisonous Yang's response was extremely harsh. The master was not obliged to report to anyone. For the poisonous Yan, Xun Feng was merely a rival master. Any attempt to act familiar could end badly for him. The old man made it clear that he would not tolerate unnecessary delays, let alone waiting. Xun Feng realized that it was better not to argue at this point. Su Qizhu thanked him for the treat, expressing her sincere gratitude. Finally, Xun Feng promised loudly that they would meet again tomorrow in the arena. Lin Yichuan was still under the impression he did not expect that Xin Yun would have servants of the earthly spiritual level. Xun Feng also noted that even the lord of the city accompanied him personally, showing rare respect. Su Qizhou suggested that this young man must be very famous in the city of Shifeng. Xun Feng couldn't understand why he hadn't heard of him before. When it came to Shifeng, the most famous name was always Shui Chen Yue. Perhaps Xin Yun was simply hiding his strength. Su Qizhou couldn't shake the feeling that his presence was inexplicably attractive. There was something frightening and delightful about him at the same time. Lin Yichuan thought about how they had always considered themselves the strongest and had never even entertained the thought of meeting someone like him. Fortunately, Xun Feng did not face him in battle today. However, tomorrow everything could change. They had to give it their all, and even the thought of it made their nerves tense to the limit. The participants and spectators were solemnly welcomed to the final stage of the martial arts house selection. It was announced that in order to demonstrate the true power of the cultivators, all restrictions would be lifted for today's battles. The fights would continue until one side admitted defeat. Today would decide who would enter the coveted top 5 winners. The crowd could only watch and enjoy the spectacle, holding their breath. An unusually large crowd had gathered. This year's elections were considered to be much tougher than before, so the final battles promised to be truly exciting. However, along with the excitement, there was also anxiety in the crowd. If all restrictions were lifted, did that mean that someone could die right there in the arena? Formally, the elders were obliged to intervene at a critical moment, but no one could say for sure whether they would do so in time. Among the spectators, a child had climbed too high and called out to his father in fear. The lord of the city, hearing a familiar voice, turned around. Poisonous Yan asked in bewilderment how it was possible to allow a child to climb so high. The girl, without a trace of fear, greeted the old man cheerfully. This made Poisonous Yan feel uncomfortable. His self-esteem was noticeably shaken, because at that moment, he felt for the first time that he was really perceived as an old man. In one of the early matches, participant number 150, Li Jiangfei, won. Li Jiangfei was considered a famous talent in Jiangxi province. He possessed the cultivation of the first spiritual level and the fighting spirit of the Black Raven. Throughout the competition, he acted calmly and deliberately, preferring to disarm his opponents rather than engage in protracted clashes, which made his style particularly dangerous. Number 131 was Long Zhu, one of the strongest figures in Haidong province. She had reached the second spiritual level and was known for her use of hidden weapons. Rumor had it that she came from a poisonous clan, and her fighting spirit remained a mystery, which only added to the tension surrounding her name. Number 224 was Zhuilin Shuang, who had managed to defeat Lin Yichuan. Zhuilin Shuang came from the famous Zhu family of Qilyu province. Since childhood, she had trained at the Lin Xiao martial arts house and had already reached the second spiritual level. Her rare fighting spirit, the Mirror Moonflower, gave her attacks a cold, almost unreal beauty. In the first round, all three lit 6 spirit stones. With the exception of Chu Xinyun and Shui Qianyu, they were considered the most formidable figures in this election and potential winners. Xun Feng admitted with surprise that he had always considered Long Zhu to be a man, and only now realized that he had been mistaken. Xin Yun, with a cold expression on his face, made it clear that such talk was inappropriate, as they were all rivals. Was Xun Feng already ready to admit defeat? However, he only smiled. He had said this because he was going to win. For Xun Feng, it wasn't just about the competition. He sincerely wanted to befriend Xin Yun, believing that the exchange of resources and information was an important part of a cultivator's path too. However, Xin Yun remained indifferent. He had nothing to share, and was not interested in discussing the other participants. For Xun Feng, this attitude seemed unthinkable. Information was the key to victory. Knowing the strengths and weaknesses of one's opponents often determined the outcome of a battle before it even began. Without this knowledge, the path to the top became much more dangerous. Su Qizhou abruptly shut Xun Feng's mouth, making it clear that he should stop. Young Master Chu made it clear that he was not interested in such conversations. At that moment, the next match was announced. Number 61, Chu Xinyun, against number 46, Yue Xun Feng. As soon as Xun Feng stepped into the arena, he was overcome by a strange feeling. An irresistible urge arose within him to simply admit defeat and leave. The pressure emanating from Xinyun was almost palpable and robbed him of his confidence. Lin Yichuan and Su Qizhou watched the scene with disappointment. It seemed humiliating. The crowd jeered and shouted, demanding that the coward leave the arena immediately. Xun Feng felt truly sorry for him. He understood perfectly well how great the gap between him and Xinyun was, and it weighed heavier than any fighting spirit. However, Xinyun unexpectedly stopped him and calmly made it clear that there was no need to be afraid in this fight. For him, it was just a normal training session, one of many that cultivators go through. Xun Feng should cast aside his fear and treat it the same way. Only then could the fight truly begin. These words had an effect. The tension that had been holding Sun Feng back gradually dissipated. His gaze became clearer, his breathing evened out, and his body finally obeyed his will. Xinyun even allowed him to attack first. Moreover, he gave him 3 attempts. Xun Feng, slightly embarrassed by such generosity, warned that he should not be blamed if he lost too quickly. The first strike was sharp and decisive. Xun Feng put everything he had learned over years of training into it, leaving no room for doubt. The second and third strikes followed almost immediately, one after the other, as if in a single flow. The blades clashed, the air trembled, and the spectators held their breath, trying to follow the movements. But before Xun Feng could continue, it was over. His time was up. Chu Xinyun was declared the winner. Xun Feng felt neither anger nor disappointment. On the contrary, he was filled with admiration. For him, this duel was a truly incredible experience. He understood perfectly well that Xinyun's sword was a rare treasure, capable of cutting through defenses without unnecessary effort. Xinyun calmly stated that he would compensate for double the cost of the daggers that had been damaged in battle. Xun Feng asked if this was a joke, because after such words, it was impossible to refuse. The next match was announced. Number 56, Shui Qianyue, against number 47, Su Qizhou. Qianyue made no secret of her contempt from the very beginning. She believed that she would not be able to enjoy fighting such a weak opponent. Su Qizhou, in turn, coldly inquired if this was the woman who had the audacity to call herself the best. It was curious to see how long such self-confidence would last. After all, this was a test, the perfect moment to prove her superiority here and now. Qianyue still looked too confident. Moreover, Qizhou suspected that she had already made a deal with one of the fighting houses. Otherwise, why would she be in such a hurry and show such contempt for everyone around her? Qianyue cut her off sharply, demanding that she stop this meaningless conversation. Anyone who stood in her way would end up like Chu Xinyun. Su Qizhou found these words overly arrogant and decided to teach her a lesson she would remember for a long time. Su Qizhou summoned her fighting spirit. Dozens of glowing butterflies flashed around her, instantly taking the form of flying blades. The butterfly swords filled the space, forming a deadly whirlwind. Qianyue managed to dodge the first wave of attacks, her movements quick and precise. However, it was clear that she had almost no time left to think. Qianyue tried to counterattack, but at that moment, a shield of intertwined butterflies appeared in front of her, dense and sparkling, like a living barrier. Su Qizhou coldly noted that breaking through the butterfly shield would not be so easy. However, the true power had yet to be revealed. This battle was just beginning. Qianyue was no longer going to hold back. Spiritual energy flared up in her body, and she instantly activated the technique. 9 blue waves. Dance of the dragonfly. Streams of water swirled around her, forming rapid lines of attack, almost invisible to the eye, filled with cold and deadly power. The water, driven by her will, possessed destructive penetrating power. Just as a current can erode even stone over time, her palm easily broke through the defense created by the butterflies. The shield, which seemed strong and elegant, could not withstand the pressure and began to crumble. The next moment, Qianyue delivered the decisive blow. Su Qizhou was thrown back, her body hitting the arena wall with force. Qianyue's voice sounded coldly superior. She made it clear that no one had the right to laugh at her or question her strength. The outcome was obvious. Su Qizhou had been defeated. What's more, her opponent had used the 9 blue waves technique, which caused a real stir among the audience. Rumors circulated that Shui Qianyue had acquired an ancient martial arts book from a mysterious old man. It was from this manuscript that the move she demonstrated in the arena originated. Su Qizhou could not hide her irritation. She was tormented by the thought of why this mysterious old man had sold such a valuable technique to Qianyue. Why had luck passed them by? However, there was no time for regrets. The next battle was announced. Li Jiangfei against Chu Xinyun. The organizers clearly had no intention of giving the participants a break. Li Jiangfei's weapon was a composite bow that could be split into 2 deadly blades at any moment. Li Jiangfei entered the arena confidently and calmly. He was determined to fight at the highest level and warned everyone in advance to watch his movements and signals. This fight promised to be spectacular. Opposite him stood Chu Xinyun, contestant number 61, the one who had already begun to be called the dark horse of these elections. From the very beginning of the fight, it became clear that Xin Yun possessed talent and strength that went far beyond the ordinary. His movements were precise, his reactions lightning fast, and his control over his body earned Li Jiangfei's sincere admiration. He was truly pleased to face such an opponent. Li Jiangfei openly acknowledged that Xin Yun had made an impressive journey, defeating so many rivals. These words were spoken without mockery, rather with respect. Xin Yun accepted the praise calmly. However, Jiang Fei was left with the question, if this guy was so outstanding, why had no one heard of him before? In response, Xin Yun called himself an empty space, unworthy of attention, but his gaze conveyed a different meaning. If this was truly emptiness, then Jiang Fei would have to find out for himself how dangerous it was. For most opponents, Xin Yun proved to be an insurmountable wall. It seemed that no one was capable of fighting him on equal terms. Perhaps that was why his movements began to show a slight boredom. These fights had become too monotonous. And finally, Li Jiangfei got his chance to fight him. For him, these elections finally ceased to be dull and took on real meaning. This fight promised to be a real test. At first glance, it might have seemed that the dark horse was not putting up much resistance. From the outside, it looked as if Xin Yun was only defending himself and was unable to go on the offensive. However, this was a deceptive impression. Even in the midst of Li Jiangfei's barrage of attacks, Xin Yun's reactions remained flawless. He was able to accelerate instantly, catch the slightest breaks in his opponent's rhythm, and switch from defense to counterattack in an instant. Li Jiangfei realized that he had already achieved what he wanted. He had tested the limits of this opponent. Realizing this, he jumped back sharply, temporarily breaking the distance and preparing for the next stage of the fight. Xin Yun did not immediately understand why Jiang Fei had suddenly retreated. At that moment, he felt a strange vibration. His sword trembled, as if responding to someone else's intention. His inner sense of danger sharpened sharply. It became clear that the fight was just entering its real phase. Without giving him time to comprehend what was happening, Jiang Fei rushed back into the attack. His movements were swift and precise. He coldly reminded him that during combat, one must not lose concentration or forget about one's surroundings. His true goal was not the opponent's body at all. He intended to sever the connection between the fighter and his weapon, depriving Xin Yun of his main advantage. Now it became clear why Jiang Fei was famous for his ability to disarm his opponents. He attacked not strength, but control, destroying the foundation on which his opponent's fighting technique was based. However, Xin Yun had no intention of falling victim to this tactic. He instantly realized his opponent's intention and smiled inwardly. Such tricks were only effective against those who relied solely on their weapons. In the next moment, Jiang Fei himself found himself in an awkward position. His body suddenly jerked, as if he had encountered an unexpected recoil. Control over the rhythm of the fight began to slip away. Energy shells rained down from above, dense, heavy, filled with destructive power. They cut through the air with a dull whistle, forcing him to retreat or take the blow. But Xin Yun acted differently. He sharply closed the distance and literally appeared in front of Jiang Fei. A flash of confusion crossed the latter's eyes. The attack should have worked. He was sure that he had already got his opponent. Had Xin Yun sensed the threat before it had even materialized and reacted instinctively? Xin Yun openly acknowledged that Jiang Fei's ability was remarkably accurate and dangerous. Breaking the connection between a fighter and their weapon could indeed destroy their combat power in an instant. But this technique had a serious limitation. It only worked on those whose control of their weapons was superficial. For warriors with true control, for those who perceived the blade as an extension of their own body, such tactics were useless. Suddenly, Xin Yun felt a sharp, burning pain in his neck. He realized too late that a thin needle had been inserted into his skin. His body reacted instantly. His legs buckled, and he crouched sharply, trying to keep his balance and not collapse onto the arena floor. The audience was stunned. No one understood where this attack came from or what exactly had happened. Questions and anxiety flashed in their eyes. Yu Yan couldn't take it anymore and asked the master what it was. Xin Yun already realized the seriousness of the situation. The needle was too close to vital points. If the poison spread, it would inevitably affect vision and hearing. The examiner, not understanding the full depth of what was happening, cautiously asked if this meant the end of the fight. He was about to announce the winner, but Jiang Fei's sharp shout silenced him. Jiang Fei openly expressed his dissatisfaction. Couldn't this fat man see that the fight was not over yet? At that moment, Xin Yun clearly felt his body beginning to lose sensitivity and his reaction slowing down. Jiang Fei unexpectedly contacted him through spiritual transmission and asked if he could hear him. Receiving a faint response, he ordered the attack without hesitation. Despite his deteriorating condition, Xin Yun obeyed. His body moved almost automatically, relying not on strength, but on years of combat experience. Then Jiang Fei told him to turn and take a step forward. In the next moment, Xin Yun struck, accurately, cleanly, without hesitation. This strike was decisive. The fight ended as suddenly as it had entered its dangerous phase. Jiang Fei sincerely praised Xin Yun, acknowledging his skill and composure. After that, he loudly announced his defeat. The crowd was disappointed. Many had expected a different outcome. The elder was seething with rage. This idiot dared to do his opponent a favor right in front of him. Jiang Fei calmly shook Xin Yun's hand and whispered directions. 20 steps to the right, there would be steps. They were waiting for him there. Then he discreetly handed him a small white paper packet. Inside was an antidote. It had to be taken as soon as possible. He assured him that in 10 minutes, Xin Yun would be completely back to normal. They would see each other again. Xin Yun reached the steps, Shunfeng asked excitedly what had just happened, but at that moment, Xin Yun stumbled. Lin Yichuan managed to catch him before he fell. Shunfeng was holding a small white envelope. Lin Yichuan instantly realized that Xin Yun had been poisoned. Poisonous Yang sharply ordered everyone to step back. The lord of the city also tried to approach. Not understanding what was happening, Shunfeng hurriedly handed the envelope to Poisonous Yang. The old man only sniffed the contents, and his expression changed dramatically. His gaze slowly rose and fixed on the wall where the elders were standing. 356. Yu Yan quietly asked her mentor if he had noticed what had happened in the arena. To ordinary spectators, it looked like an accident or the result of a fight, but to an experienced eye, it was obvious. Someone was deliberately looking for an opportunity to eliminate Xin Yun. 357. The elders had undoubtedly seen it too. However, they chose to turn a blind eye, and this was no accident. Xin Yun's talent was so frightening that it aroused envy and hidden hostility. Formally, what was happening still fell within the framework of a competition between participants. Li Jiangfei's reaction clearly showed that he knew much more than he was letting on, but he did not expect such a development at that particular moment. In such a situation, the elders acted according to their usual pattern, not to interfere. They allowed events to take their course, as if nothing unusual had happened. After all, any intervention would have forced a thorough investigation of all participants, which would have meant stopping the election. None of the elders had enough power to take on such responsibility. Even after hearing the master's explanation, Yu Yan couldn't accept it. The mentor coldly replied that the foolish girl should learn to think more broadly and gestured for her to follow him. Yu Yan asked in surprise if they were not going to Xin Yun. Instead of answering, the master took her to another place and began to reason calmly. The elder asked a question. Where is the most convenient place to launch a hidden attack? From a height, the victim can be seen without obstruction. The second floor opposite was suitable, but the distance was too great. The best spot was the top of the wall, which allowed an attack from two sides at once. However, at that moment, there was only one person capable of climbing up there unnoticed and striking. Meanwhile, rumors began to spread among the crowd. People whispered that Xin Yun had fallen victim to the absorbing guy. Allegedly, he had poisoned the weapon, and after the fight, Xin Yun collapsed unconscious, foaming at the mouth. Such cruelty was repulsive. Many demanded that such a treacherous participant be expelled. In their opinion, real heroes do not resort to dirty tricks. Since Xin Yun had ultimately fallen, it meant that he had not been able to withstand the pressure. But the conversations abruptly stopped when the very participant they had just been discussing, the absorbing guy, appeared in their field of vision. One glance was enough to understand that he was perfectly fine. There was no sign of exhaustion or the aftermath of the fight. The crowd's hostility grew stronger. It was impossible to tolerate such a snake in the grass. People suspected that he was hiding a weapon or poison even in his sleeve. Li Jiang sharply ordered them to stop staring. He himself did not understand what this woman was thinking. He had clearly told her to wait for the signal, but she had acted on her own, causing chaos and ruining the whole plan. The girl coldly replied that he should blame himself instead of looking for excuses. She acted because Xin Yun turned out to be much more dangerous than expected. Victory and defeat in such battles are decided in an instant, and for that, she used 3 needles at once. Li Jiang didn't find this funny at all. Even if the enemy had taken an advantageous position, it didn't mean he was defeated. However, the reality was harsh. Xin Yun had been seriously underestimated. He couldn't be given a single chance. Otherwise, Li Jiang would be signing his own death warrant. This man was dangerous. The old man may have already come to terms with what had happened, but he didn't have time to deal with Li Jiang. He probably didn't even think about the consequences. Now the road to the martial arts house of his dreams was closed to him. The only question that remained was what to do with the task entrusted to him by his master. Li Jiang had to get into Lin Xiao's martial arts house. That remained the unchanging goal. He didn't even consider the other 3 martial arts houses. Jiang Fei's intuition told him that getting closer to Xin Yun could be beneficial. It was better to be close to the source of chaos than to be under its attack. His master would probably not object. The girl simply replied dryly that the decision was his, but if he made a mistake, she would kill him with her own hands. At that moment, Xin Yun was thinking about the needle and how such techniques were connected to the profound essence of martial arts and the soul of cultivation. He was quietly asked how he was feeling. Poisonous Yang asked if he needed additional rest. The lord of the city suggested reporting the incident to the organizers. At that moment, Yi Chuan, Shun Feng, and Qi Zhou almost stumbled into the room. The lord of the city irritably asked them to be quieter, but immediately received a sharp glance from Poisonous Yang. The old man reminded them that he had clearly ordered no one to be let in, and the city lord himself had brought these children here. Such behavior seemed childish. Besides, didn't they understand that the gentleman needed peace and quiet? Xin Yun calmly intervened and said that everything was fine. He had rested enough. After that, he asked Poisonous Yang to let them in. Shun Feng and Su Qizhou were sincerely glad to see that he was all right. However, noticing their excessive enthusiasm, Xin Yun wearily asked them to keep their distance. He needed silence and a clear head right now. Chuan inquired about the nature of the poison used, assuming that its composition could lead to the killer. Perhaps it was something rare or characteristic of a particular school. However, Xin Yun explained that the poison was very common. Its effect was to temporarily suppress the nervous system and slow down the body's reactions. Su Qizhou immediately expressed her suspicion that the woman who harbored a personal hatred for him could be behind it. In her eyes, Shui Chen-yue remained the prime suspect. However, Yi Chuan and Chunfeng believed that anger and prejudice often clouded the mind. Qizhou, however, was confident that she was right. Xinyun calmly noted that Chen-yue would not have acted so secretly. He reminded her that she had repeatedly emphasized her desire to defeat him in open combat. It would be humiliating for her to weaken her opponent with secret methods before a duel. A face-to-face battle was a matter of principle for her, and therefore, Shui Chen-yue was removed from the list of suspects. However, there was indeed a person among the participants who was well versed in poisons. It is possible that he acted at the request of another participant, but even with such help, Li Jiangfei still ended up losing, which only emphasized the absurdity of the whole endeavor. Xinyun suggested leaving the matter in the past and acting as if nothing had happened. Any further discussion would only attract unnecessary attention and could provoke new attempts at interference. Meanwhile, it was announced that the remaining participants would be randomly paired for the final duels. A total of 6 people advanced to the final stage, and each battle could be decisive. According to the announced order, in the next fight, participant number 55 was to face number 61, Chu Xinyun. Both were told to prepare to enter the arena. The audience immediately began to doubt that the pairing was truly random. The difference between the opponents seemed too obvious. Spiritual cultivation versus mere physical training. Rumors circulated that this fight would be the predetermined final match. Additional concern was caused by the fact that Chu Xinyun had been poisoned in the previous match. Some even believed that the fight should be cancelled. Jun Feng became curious about who exactly was spreading the rumors about the poisoning. Such talk seemed too deliberate. He was sure that even if the opponent was Shui Chen-yue herself, Xinyun would still not give in. It soon became clear that the source of the rumors was the youngest son of the Yue family, a wealthy clan from the northwestern province. One of the participants sarcastically remarked that only a blind man could believe in the victory of physical training over spiritual cultivation. He openly stated that Shui Qianyue was too strong to be underestimated. Xun Feng, on the contrary, was completely confident in his friend, and even offered to bet on the outcome of the fight. Shui Qianyue believed that the time had come to finally end their feud. Xin Yun, in turn, decided not to use a sword for the sake of complete honesty, relying only on his own body and technique. These words only angered her more. In her eyes, it looked like outright contempt and mockery, as if he did not consider her a worthy opponent at all. Unable to contain her rage, Shui Qianyue rushed into the attack first, using the sea wind strike technique. The stream of force cut through the air, but Xin Yun managed to dodge, avoiding a direct hit. At that moment, she realized something strange. He was not reacting to her attacks any faster than usual, but each time, he was exactly where the blow was no longer coming from. It was confusing. She couldn't understand why her attacks kept missing their target. A disturbing thought flashed through Shui Qianyue's mind. It seemed as if he could read her movements in advance, as if he could see right through her. Xin Yun calmly asked if she was really fighting seriously, thereby hurting her pride even more. It seemed as if she was either deliberately stalling for time or simply warming up, testing her opponent's limits. If that was all she was capable of, it was difficult to call what was happening a full-fledged fight. However, Shui Qianyue abruptly cut off this thought, stating with her behavior that she was only testing his reaction and not showing her true strength. The next moment, she suddenly threw her leg forward, putting anger and fury into the blow, as if demanding that he stop treating her with condescension and stop mocking her with indifference. The audience also noticed that Chu Xinyun looked frankly bored. From the outside, it seemed as if he was about to yawn. Shui Qianyue's pressure weakened, and the fight increasingly resembled an awkward commotion, far from the level of an elite competition. No one understood where her former formidable reputation had gone. More and more people began to suspect that she was deliberately holding back. After all, if she really wanted revenge, what was happening seemed strange. It was more like a one-sided beating, but not his. At that moment, Shui Lin Shuang approached the group of spectators and coldly reminded them that it was often the dirty dogs who judged others by their own standards. Despite this, Shui Qianyue still managed to hit him with one of her blows, and a short wave of surprised noise swept through the arena. She immediately noticed his indecision and considered such behavior a blatant insult. In her eyes, it looked as if he didn't even consider it necessary to take her seriously. Xin Yun calmly wondered how one could be truly serious when playing with a girl who herself was undecided about whether she was fighting seriously. He even advised her to go back to training and work on her 9-wave technique. Truthfully, he didn't want to waste his time further humiliating his opponent. If winning at any cost was so important to her, he was willing to admit defeat. His reputation meant nothing to him. These words were the last straw. Shui Qianyue literally exploded with rage and made it clear that he had no right to leave without her permission. She lunged forward, determined to stop him at any cost. There was no longer any restraint in her movements. She made it clear that she was not going to show mercy. If he tried to escape or continued to mock her, she would indeed kill him, and this was not an empty threat. Using 9 blue waves, she closed the distance in a flash. Huge masses of water rose above the arena, as if obeying her will. Even Xin Yun noted to himself that this move looked truly impressive, and finally lived up to her famous name. Without stopping, she immediately moved on to the next technique, the Tiger Wave of the Dragon Lake, in which the power of water was intertwined with fierce pressure. Those present were shocked. This was truly the power of Shui Qianyue. Even the city wall would not withstand such a blow. However, everyone saw the impossible. Chu Xinyun remained standing, taking the attack upon himself. At that moment, she began to form her next attack, gathering the remnants of her strength for the decisive blow. In her imagination, she could already see herself sending him straight to hell. The roar of a tiger and a dragon burst forth, accompanied by a monstrous wave of spiritual energy. The crowd panicked, people scattered, fleeing from the impending flood that could engulf the spectator stance. Shunfeng was swept away by the human tide, while Yi Chuan and Su Qizhou found themselves in the water, having lost their footing. Yu Yan was already ready to intervene, unable to calmly watch what was happening, and fearing for Xin Yun's life. However, the master stopped her, coldly reminding her that intervention was unacceptable. For him, what was happening was still a normal fight within the rules. From the election committee's point of view, there were no violations. The staff were already busy evacuating spectators and minimizing damage. That was why they were there. All the victims were quickly rescued, and the water began to be pushed back behind protective barriers. The fight officially continued until one side admitted defeat or lost the ability to fight. Chuan, Shunfeng, and Su Qizhou were also pulled out of the water and did not suffer any serious injuries. Lord Gu noticed that the children had already regained consciousness. They thanked him for his help, not wanting to miss the rest of the battle. Looking around, they noticed a strange figure in the water and wondered if it was a manifestation of the soul of martial arts cultivation. A huge mantis shrimp towered before them. Shunfeng even wondered for a moment how much food such a creature would provide. But the lord of the city immediately put an end to these fantasies, stating that such a thing was definitely inedible. At the same time, everyone could clearly see that even after such a powerful attack, Shui Chen Yue was unable to win. Chu Xinyan had not yet reached the spiritual level of cultivation, and therefore, what was happening seemed inexplicable. No one understood how he was even capable of resisting such power. Chu Xinyan withstood every attack as if he were not a human being, but a motionless mountain. Waves of power crashed against him one after another, but he neutralized the destructive effects with astonishing ease, not allowing the energy to get out of control. To the spectators, it seemed almost impossible, as if the elements themselves obeyed his will. Shui Qianyue couldn't comprehend what she was seeing. The longer she watched his movements, the more her sense of unease grew. She recognized familiar elements in them, too familiar. At one point, it seemed to her that he was using her own technique, and that thought hit her harder than any defeat. Could he really understand and reproduce her movements right in the middle of a fight? It seemed absurd. She had spent countless hours, exhausting herself with training, shedding blood and sweat to perfect this technique, and now someone was just copying her. She had entered the arena with a single goal, to crush him once and for all, to wipe away the last traces of his dignity. But reality cruelly mocked her intentions. Everything turned out the opposite, leaving her as the loser. During one of the exchanges of blows, part of her clothing was torn by the force of the counterattack. This was the final humiliation, not so much physical as symbolic. She refused to believe what was happening. In her mind, Chu Xinyun had always been trash, a man with no future, no talent, no right to stand next to her. But the person standing in front of her now had nothing in common with his former self. This was a completely different Chu Xinyun, calm, confident, and frighteningly strong. Shunfeng did not hide his delight, rejoicing in his friend's victory and considering what he had seen truly magnificent. Chuan and Su Qizhou were completely confused. They could not understand how such a thing was even possible. Only Yu Yan noticed the key point. In this battle, Xin Yun used his opponent's spiritual pressure to push his own breakthrough through the spiritual level of cultivation. His mastery of spiritual power was frighteningly high. It felt as if he had already surpassed the capabilities of many warriors of the earthly spiritual level. Against such an opponent, Shui Qianyue had virtually no chance from the very beginning. Watching him turn and leave, Shui Qianyue felt despair for the first time, rather than anger. She had always considered herself more talented and was confident that she worked harder than anyone else. But that wasn't enough. Suddenly, she felt clothing fall onto her shoulders, covering the torn areas. It was Chu Xinyun. His actions completely confused her, leaving her unable to even form a normal reaction. She abruptly declared that she would not forgive him, even if he was trying to appear gallant and magnanimous. In response, he calmly noted that she did not need to forgive anything. She could do as she saw fit. After these words, he really left without turning back, or adding another word, as if the battle and everything related to it no longer mattered to him. The elders who were watching what was happening understood perfectly well. These young people could no longer be treated with condescension. These people had not just passed the selection process, they had proven themselves worthy of the main examination for disciples. Moreover, some of them could well be promoted immediately to main disciples of the martial houses. Unfortunately for the other houses, this young man was automatically considered a candidate for the Lin Xiao martial arts house. Many elders gnashed their teeth inwardly with envy, believing that Master Yang had snatched up such a rare talent in advance. Master Yang himself looked genuinely puzzled. He didn't even remember ever making such a promise. However, the elders did not pretend that nothing was happening. They had clearly heard the previous conversation between the two, and so Elder Gu openly expressed his disagreement with the results of the fight, demanding that the elder's right of temporary intervention be activated. This meant one thing. While this right was in effect, no participant in the arena had the right to leave it without the official permission of the elders. Elder Gu coldly stated that, despite the spectacular nature of the fight, after further analysis, the elders had serious doubts about the fairness of the winner's performance. Under the pretext of checking for high-level weapons that were allegedly used to cheat, Gu, on behalf of the council, announced his intention to search Chu Xinyun right in the arena. Xunfeng did not understand what was going on and why a good performance had suddenly become a cause for suspicion. Su Zizhou quietly asked what this right of the elders meant. Lin Yichuan explained that in special cases, the elders could intervene in the course of the competition, but the limit for such intervention was only 5 minutes. This was a bad sign, a very bad sign, but to intervene now would only aggravate the situation and create even more problems for Xin Yun. Yu Yan tensely asked Master Yang why he was silent. He just narrowed his eyes thoughtfully, as if he had seen the balance of power for the first time, and muttered something about how sometimes mice cease to be mice. Chu Xinyun calmly apologized for his possible harshness and remarked that if the elder doubted his victory, he should check all the previous winners instead of publicly humiliating one participant. He added that it would be much more useful to improve the selection system itself than to put on a show in front of the crowd. However, Elder Gu dryly reminded him that he had no right to refuse the test. In the next moment, restrictive shackles filled with spiritual power closed around Chu Xinyun's wrists. The elder coldly stated that this youngster had no right to comment on the election process. He never showed leniency to insolent, arrogant, and disrespectful young people. He called it just a warning. In response, Xinyun calmly asked why they were even pretending if the decision had already been made. In fact, Elder Gu had long planned to remove him from the competition. He had simply expected Shui Qianyue to handle it. When even she was defeated, his rage took over. Secret formations under the arena had already been put on standby. Now he could be accused of anything. Formally, it looked like a joke on the part of the Shui family against an unknown youngster. But after what he saw, the elder realized that this guy was dangerous. Too calm, too confident. His level did not match the strength he demonstrated. He turned what was considered impossible into commonplace. This infuriated the elder completely. He decided to deal with this upstart himself, and, accidentally, finding a reason, loudly declared that it was cheating. The crowd didn't understand what was going on. A representative of the Yunmeng Martial Arts House loudly announced that the elder's authority was in effect, which meant that the investigation was legitimate. It looked as if Chu Xinyun had indeed defeated Shui Qianyue by cheating. A murmur rose from the crowd. Some pointed to the traces of the fight, some made dirty insinuations, and some laughed sarcastically, claiming that every year there were smart Alex who tried to pass the selection dishonestly. For many, it was entertainment. People relished the rumors without thinking about what was really going on. Elder Gu summed it up with cold certainty, loudly declaring that Chu Xinyun had indeed cheated, and now it would be proven. Shui Qianyue sharply declared that it was all a lie. She had seen the fight with her own eyes and understood perfectly well that Chu Xinyun had not cheated. Xunfeng looked on in bewilderment, unable to understand why this old man was so fiercely attacking Xinyun. The lord of the city and Poisonous Yang exchanged glances. The situation was beyond reason, and no one could say how it would end. Xinyun coldly demanded that the talisman be returned to him. Elder Gu smiled and replied that it was key evidence of deception, which meant it would be confiscated and kept until the elders made a decision. At the very moment when Gu tried to hide the talisman, a sharp whistle sounded. No one even had time to blink. The elder's finger was severed with a clean, cold blow. Chu Xinyun's sword pierced the stone of the arena. Next to the blade, pressed against the ground, lay the very talisman. Elder Gu roared with pain and rage, calling Xinyun a rude little monster. He declared that this youngster did not even realize the consequences of attacking an elder of the martial house. Since Chu Xinyun dared to challenge his authority, the elder did not mind playing with him a little. Someone had to teach him a lesson. In this world, only those who know how to bow their heads to authority survive. And if he didn't understand this willingly, the elder would personally hammer this lesson into his bones. Someone in the crowd whispered that it would be easier to just kill him right there. The elder attacked, but Xinyun's sword met the blow, blocking it. Gu frowned and reluctantly admitted that this guy's weapon control was indeed at a high level. Xinyun, breathing heavily, asked if he was really being asked to bow down to such an unscrupulous, rotten authority, to an authority that cheats and then demands obedience. Was this really how an elder should behave? Gu replied coldly, "That is power." As they spoke, a wave of spiritual power passed through Xinyun's body. There was a crack, and the restraining technique that held him apart fell apart. Even Elder Gu lost his composure for a moment. The price was high. Xinyun had expended too much spiritual energy. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to one knee, leaning on his sword. The elder, with a grim expression on his face, acknowledged that the ability to break such a technique was incredible. Perhaps this guy really was a rare talent, but that was precisely why he was dangerous. Because he dared to challenge the heavenly spiritual level. A new formation flared up behind Xinyun. The restraining technique was much more powerful than before, as if the arena itself had decided to crush him. Arrogance must be punished. Elder Gu decided to show him mercy and end it here and now. Enough! A loud voice suddenly rang out. It was Yang Yan. His gaze was cold, and his voice was firm. He asked Elder Gu directly if he really intended to kill a candidate in front of thousands of spectators. If Chu Xinyun had cheated, let the election committee deal with it. But if the elder decided to deal with him personally, no one would remember any cheating. People would remember only one thing, that the elder of the Yunmeng Martial Arts House unable to tolerate someone else's talent, had drowned the election in blood and envy. Shunfeng clenched his fists. He realized that the moment had come when the crowd's doubts could be turned into a weapon. If everything was played out correctly, this situation would not be the end for Xin Yun, but his real beginning. The opportunity to continue the fight still existed. Somewhere on the edge of consciousness, a thought flashed about the guardian star, the last support capable of maintaining balance. However, this thought did not have time to take shape. Consciousness seemed to be covered by a thick veil, and the surrounding world ceased to reach him, as if sounds and images had been forcibly cut off. The two elders noticed the changes almost simultaneously. A power unlike any ordinary breakthrough or activation of technique began to awaken in the young man's body. The space around him became unstable, and the spiritual flows became disorderly. Their experience told them that what was happening was beyond their usual understanding. In the next moment, Elder Gu felt a sharp loss of control over his own spiritual energy. The streams of power inside his body began to flow out, as if someone were pulling them out against his will. It was not suppression or attack. The energy was disappearing, being absorbed, leaving behind an alarming emptiness. Master Yang managed to jump aside, avoiding direct impact. The wave of power passed too close, and he was almost swept away. Even a cultivator of his level could not afford to be careless in such a situation. He tried to comprehend the source of what was happening, but everything pointed to something extremely dangerous and rare. Anxiety grew among the observers. Chen Yue couldn't understand what was happening, and whether it was possible to stop it, or whether it would lead to the death of someone present. Elder Yang himself hoped that intervention could still change the course of events. Poisonous Yang noticed how the master unwittingly came into contact with an alien spiritual energy, but he could not determine its nature. Lord Gu was completely confused, not realizing how the young man was capable of such a thing. One thing he understood clearly: if something happened to Master Chu, the consequences would be unacceptable. Soon, everyone felt something different, a pressure unlike any known aura. It did not press harshly, but penetrated to the very core, causing hearts to shrink and wills to tremble. There was only one type of spiritual pressure in the world capable of eliciting such a reaction, even in the strongest. It was a pressure that even those accustomed to commanding others instinctively bowed to. It was the royal spirit. The will of a true king allows no equals and knows no concessions. Such power does not obey, but only commands, asserting its superiority by the very fact of its existence. The next day, Shui Qianyue appeared before everyone in a completely different state. Just yesterday, she was a proud phoenix, surrounded by attention and admiration. Now she looked broken and humiliated, like a drowned rat washed ashore. Xin Yun silently threw a cloak over her, preventing the crowd from seeing her nakedness and final downfall. Such shame did not deserve to be displayed. A woman brought to such a state had to suffer the consequences and learn her lesson. The maid standing nearby saw muffled whispers spreading around them. People's glances were full of mockery, contempt, and hidden malice. Each such movement of the crowd only engraved itself deeper into the mistress's consciousness, turning her fall into an unforgettable stigma. She couldn't take it anymore and tried to stop him, desperately lunging forward. Inside her, a mixture of humiliation, rage, and bewilderment boiled. Her mind was torn by a single question. How did this man know the movements of the 9 blue waves, the very ones she considered her trump card, the fruit of hard training and secret efforts? The thought that someone could understand this technique better than she did was unbearable to her. The truth turned out to be even more cruel. It turned out that he was the mysterious old man from whom she had purchased the martial arts manual. The book, on which she had pinned such hopes, was not originally something outstanding, just a rough draft that required deep understanding and constant refinement. It was not useless, but it was far from perfect. It all depended not on technique, but on the person using it. She had only one choice left: to admit that her diligence was still not enough, and that the path to true mastery begins where self-confidence ends. Chen Yue was completely crushed. Disappointment overwhelmed her with such force that she felt a sharp desire to simply give up everything, to cast aside her honor, pride, and even her own ambitions. It seemed to her that Chu Xinyun had not simply defeated her, he had played with her, methodically destroying everything she believed in. At that moment, the maid rushed around the residence, trying to find her mistress, feeling that what had happened was too much of a blow for her. The maid was overcome with anxiety. She understood that for her mistress, this could be the most painful defeat in many years. Moreover, memories came flooding back. The last time Chen Yue had cried so inconsolably was for the same reason, because of Chu Xinyun. While the maid was lost in these thoughts, cries full of malice and despair came from the depths of the chambers, filled with curses and threats directed at the man who had become the source of her humiliation. The situation was painfully reminiscent of events 6 years ago. Back then, on a rainy day, on a deserted street, the young Qian Yue had cried just as desperately. The maid still remembered the moment when, seeing her mistress's tear-stained face, she tried to understand the reason for her tears. At that time, Qian Yue sincerely believed that their connection with Chu Xinyun was broken forever, and this realization seemed like the end of the world to her. It was after that incident that her mistress fell seriously ill. The illness seemed to erase part of her past, and when she recovered, her memories of Chu Xinyun had disappeared. In those days, it seemed like a blessing, but now the past had caught up with her again. Leaving her room, she abruptly threw her clothes at the maid, demonstratively rejecting everything that had anything to do with him. For her, It was a manifestation of pride and a desperate desire to distance herself from a man whose help she considered humiliating. Meanwhile, rumors were spreading rapidly through the streets of the city. People whispered that Chu Xinyun had not only broken through to the level of spiritual cultivation, but had also managed to defeat an elder who was at the heavenly level. The story seemed incredible, almost absurd. There was even talk that this elder had been punished and demoted to the initial earthly spiritual level. However, many refused to believe such things, considering it all to be exaggeration or deception. In any case, the disappearance of Elder Gu only added fuel to the fire. He no longer appeared in public, as if he were truly hiding from shame. Suddenly, an unexpected sight caught the attention of those gathered. 3 figures appeared in the field of vision, whose presence was impossible to ignore. The elders of the Jialan, Zi Yin, and Zhang Feng martial houses. Their appearance caused a real stir among the spectators and participants. It seemed as if these elders had come for one purpose: to get Chu Xinyun. Such talent was worth its weight in gold. If he joined the Lin Xiao martial house, he would no longer have to fear pressure from Yun Meng. He had already become a figure worth fighting for. That was why the other martial arts houses had a rare chance to snatch such a valuable genius. However, the strangeness of the situation lay elsewhere. Why did the elders come together? Such unity looked suspicious. It seemed as if a subtle calculation was hidden behind the outward calm, and a hidden struggle for advantage was hidden behind the attempt at cooperation. One thing was clear: what was happening was far from as simple as it seemed at first glance. When the elders approached the residence, they were politely invited inside. They stopped at the entrance, exchanging glances and quietly discussing the situation among themselves. In the end, one of them suggested that Mo go first. The others openly admitted that they were not very skilled in the intricacies of negotiation and persuasion, so they preferred to stay on the sidelines and wait for good news. Such unanimity somewhat surprised Mo. Realizing that everyone really agreed with this decision, Mo couldn't hide a slight smile. He understood perfectly well that the others would feel awkward if everything worked out, which meant that later they would have to make amends with a treat. However, that didn't matter now. He was ready to take the initiative. Meanwhile, the remaining elders continued to discuss recent events, laughing at how ridiculous their previous excuses sounded. Deep down, each of them understood that the real reason for their caution was fear of Elder Gu. At that moment, Mo's attention was drawn to a man standing by the wall. He was wearing a wide-brimmed hat and looked as if he was not attracting any attention. The elder was about to walk past, pretending not to notice him, but the stranger suddenly made it clear that he was in control of the situation, clearly marking his presence. Mo was slightly taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and made it clear that he had come to see Mr. Chu. In response, he learned that Mr. Chu was currently resting and not receiving visitors. Despite his inner dissatisfaction, the elder did not dare to insist and chose to retreat, deciding to wait on the sidelines. Time dragged on slowly. About half an hour passed before Mo's patience began to wear thin. He approached the guards again, hoping to at least find out when the owner of the residence would be able to receive guests. However, the answer was the same. It was unacceptable to disturb the master's peace, and no exceptions would be made. While waiting, Mo couldn't help but ponder the strange situation. His attention was drawn to the fact that the poisonous Yang, who had reached the earthly spiritual level, called Chu Xinyun his master. There was clearly a deep reason behind this. However, any attempts to get closer to the answer hit a brick wall. Poisonous Yang made it clear that further questions were pointless. Meanwhile, Yang Yan remained outwardly calm. He was sure that there was nothing to worry about. It was obvious to him that Chu Xinyun had already made his choice and would join the Ling Xiao martial arts house. Moreover, in his eyes, Xinyun was already under the protection of Master Yan, which meant that the outcome was practically a foregone conclusion. 15 minutes earlier, Yu Yan noticed that more and more people were gathering in front of the hotel. The situation was becoming tense. Representatives of other martial arts houses could well try to intercept Chu Xinyun earlier. In such circumstances, it was risky to act directly. This was not a big problem for her. As long as no one saw Chu Xinyun, the best solution was to sneak inside unnoticed. Therefore, she decided to use the back window, avoiding unnecessary attention and possible interference. Yang Yan himself was genuinely puzzled as to how Chu Xinyun could continue to sleep peacefully when passions were running high around him, and the whole city was discussing the continuation of the elections. This did not cause irritation, but rather curiosity. He was really interested in what this young man was doing right now, and what was going on in his head. The room was silent. Thick curtains blocked out the light, and the main character lay motionless on the wide bed, as if truly immersed in a deep sleep. The air was calm, and nothing betrayed what was happening inside. In fact, he was not asleep at all. His mind remained clear, and the moment an outsider entered the room, he sensed it. Even a carefully concealed aura could not escape his perception. Master Yan was confident in his disguise, so he was inwardly surprised that he had been detected instantly, without the slightest hesitation. Hidden formations were deployed around the building and above the roof, each designed to detect uninvited guests. Moreover, additional layers of control were hidden within these formations. Master Yan, without realizing it, stepped on several such nodes at once, leaving a distinct mark. He did not expect such complex structures to be found in an ordinary hotel, let alone created by such a young man. His surprise only intensified when it became clear that his presence here was unwelcome. The master recalled the events of a recent council meeting where he had issued a public invitation. At that time, it had been ignored, which already seemed bold. Now, when he had condescended to pay a personal visit, he was met with the same cold indifference. If it weren't for Yu Yan's persistence, this visit would not have taken place at all, and it was at this moment that the master noticed something important. Chu Xinyun's condition was far from ideal. His breathing was uneven, and his body temperature was noticeably elevated. His cold was real, not feigned. This explained his reluctance to receive guests. It was hard for the master to believe that such a strong cultivator could suddenly fall ill, especially at such a moment. The fatigue of the last few days, the depletion of spiritual energy, and the aftermath of recent battles had taken their toll. The cold was only an outward manifestation of general overexertion. In any case, Chu Xinyun showed no interest in further communication. Moreover, he had no intention of joining Lin Xiao's martial house. Downstairs, Elder Mo was eagerly awaiting the meeting, which only increased the master's irritation. Deep down, Yang Yan could hardly accept the idea that this young man would prefer the Jialan martial arts house to the Lin Xiao house. However, the real reason was not his choice of another martial house. For Chu Xinyun, the rules of the Lin Xiaowu martial arts house were too strict. He doubted that even someone as influential as Yang Yan could satisfy his demands within that system. The master himself, on the contrary, was confident in his influence and abilities, and saw no reason why the conditions could not be discussed. The only requirement that was voiced came as a surprise and abruptly changed the atmosphere. The desire to become the main disciple went far beyond reasonable expectations. For the master, it came as a real shock, so strong that he barely managed to maintain his composure. This request seemed not only bold, but downright provocative. It gave the impression that the young man was deliberately testing his senior's patience. However, despite all his power and influence, Master Yan understood that this was one condition he could not fulfill. Not now, nor in the foreseeable future. In Lin Xiaowu's martial arts school, there was a clear hierarchy of students. They were divided into preliminary, temple, inner temple, and core students. Each level required passing rigorous qualifying exams, and only a select few, the best of the best, were granted the right to become core students. Core disciples enjoyed special privileges, which in terms of importance were often equated with the powers of some elders. That is why such a request could not be granted by a simple decision, no matter how influential the petitioner was. Xin Yun clearly understood that Master Yan was not in a position to immediately agree to such a request. At the same time, he understood that for other martial arts houses, such concessions might be quite acceptable. He was not interested in the possibility of changing the terms. If the master could not accept this demand, then he should simply leave and allow the owner of the room to finally rest. Yang Yan was still trying to find room for negotiation, hoping that the young man's stubbornness was only for show. However, Xin Yun remained adamant. His position was clear and final, which only increased the elder's irritation. He began to pace around the room, becoming increasingly convinced that this young man was deliberately testing his patience and limits of influence. The endless pacing was depressing. Xin Yun was exhausted both physically and mentally, and the constant movement before his eyes only intensified his weakness. He made it clear that he needed rest and asked to be left alone. This attitude finally drove the master out of his mind, turning his irritation into determination. After a brief internal struggle, Yang Yan made his decision. For the sake of a single disciple, he was willing to make an unprecedented exception, breaking with established order and his own principles. From that moment on, Chu Xinyun officially became Yang Yan's disciple. Along with this, high demands were placed on him, not only in cultivation, but also in morality. From now on, he had to develop restraint, distinguish between good and evil, suppress vice, and uphold justice, forming not only strength, but also character. Xin Yun accepted these teachings internally, understanding their true weight. On behalf of the elder of the Lin Xiaowu martial arts house, he was given a new name, Lin Yun. He became the 9th core disciple of the 53rd generation, thus officially entering the core of the martial arts house. From then on, his every word and deed reflected the dignity of the martial house. The honor, reputation, and future of the family rested on his shoulders. He had to act prudently, strengthen his own virtue, achieve real merit, and set an example for the other disciples. Although he was not required to strictly follow all the formal rules, there were prohibitions that could not be violated. Any serious deviation from these boundaries meant immediate expulsion from the ranks of the main disciples without the right to justification. The master gave him a special plaque, a symbol of status and the key to all the privileges of a core disciple. Losing this item would be tantamount to losing his position, so it had to be treated with extreme care. Considering Xin Yun's poor health, the master did not demand unnecessary formalities. Nevertheless, deep down, he expected recognition of his status. The slight awkwardness that flashed in the young man's movements did not escape his attention. After all, albeit with some embarrassment, Xin Yun still recognized him as his mentor, which caused Yang Yan noticeable satisfaction. Yang Yan patted his new student's hair in a fatherly manner, a gesture that combined satisfaction and rare gentleness. He reminded him that the weather was cold and that Xin Yun should go to bed immediately so as not to aggravate his cold. The young man himself made it clear that he understood everything and at the same time expressed obvious dissatisfaction with the fact that hands continued to reach for his head. The selection was over, which meant it was time for the master to leave. The results of the student selection were to be officially announced within the next 2 days. Yang Yan saw no reason for concern and promised to give Xin Yun a few days to recover and settle his personal affairs. He even planned to send an assistant to take care of the students' daily needs. Qin Yuyan, without hesitation, decided to stay with Xin Yun. When his condition improved, she would accompany him to Lin Xiaowu's martial arts house. Before leaving, Yang Yan paused at the threshold, expecting at least some kind of farewell gesture, but the disciple showed his usual coldness. The elder just smiled and reminded him that after the exception had been made, there would inevitably be those who would provoke and bully the newcomer. Xin Yunyu should remain restrained, avoid impulsive actions, and not respond to minor provocations. In case of serious difficulties, he was advised to turn to Qing Xiangzi, a man capable of resolving many issues within the martial arts house. Meanwhile, life in Darkwater City was bustling. For local establishments, it was a rare period of real excitement. Even a small restaurant located away from the main streets enjoyed a special reputation and was considered a kind of golden brand of the city, consistently bringing in profits on days of major events. Lord Gu was in an excellent mood and ordered the finest wine and the most exquisite dishes to be served. In his opinion, the occasion for celebration was more than worthy. The waiter's curiosity was quite understandable. He noticed the unusual excitement of the guests and soon learned the reason. In the recent elections, Mr. Chu had proved virtually unbeatable. Most of the participants were unable to offer him any real competition. The news spread quickly. Every martial arts house dreamed of acquiring such a talent, but it was Elder Yang of the Lin Xiaowu martial arts house who was quicker than the rest. That same evening, he officially accepted Chu Xinyun as his disciple and presented him with a plaque designating him as his main disciple, which caused a real sensation. It didn't take the waiter long to figure out who he was talking about. There was no other participant in this competition with the surname Chu who had achieved such fame in such a short period of time. The neighboring tables began to discuss what had happened. The elder of the Xian martial arts house looked clearly dissatisfied with the choice and, in the opinion of the listeners, had missed a rare opportunity due to his own short-sightedness. Some guests, upon hearing the name Chu Xinyun, even decided that he was directly related to the ruling family of the city. In a sense, they were not far from the truth. Qing Shan mentioned that he had personally trained the young man for the tournament, which only heightened the interest of those around him. Several people were already thinking about how they could get the opportunity to meet the new genius in person. It was at this moment that the lord of the city noticed Wang, who, oddly enough, had noticeably gained weight again, which slightly detracted from the overall festive atmosphere. The connection between Mr. Chu and Qing Shan no longer seemed surprising. For Wang, many things fell into place, and he looked at the young genius in a completely different light. Deep down, he even had a secret desire for the lord of the city to one day take on the task of nurturing similar talents for himself. Lord Gu took this with restraint. Though he was flattered, he was well aware that such words were dangerous, for if Mr. Chu learned of such hints, the consequences could be extremely unpleasant. Complacency was a luxury he could not afford. Wang even tried to suggest organizing a joint celebration and inviting Mr. Chu himself. However, it became clear that he was feeling unwell and would not be able to attend. As a result, those present limited themselves to good wishes for speedy recovery. At the same time, several elders cautiously tried to keep Elder Mo from getting too carried away with wine, fearing that it would end in trouble. Elder Mo, on the contrary, was determined and clearly had no intention of calming down. His thoughts kept returning to the hated old man named Yang, whom he considered the source of all his current humiliations. Those around him tried to convince Mo to go home and not make the situation worse, but he saw no need for that. In his eyes, Yang had long crossed all acceptable boundaries, and he had no intention of remaining silent any longer. Yang's self-love and his habit of looking down on other families caused Mo undisguised disgust. In his view, the martial houses of Lin Xiao and Yun Meng were no different from other arrogant clans that only hid behind big names. However, Mo's irritation was not directed solely at the elders and Yang. The young Chu Xinyun also seemed overly proud and provocatively self-confident to him. It was just that Lin Xiao and Yun Meng were the only ones who could see the value in this insolent young man. Memories of Yang mocking his inflexibility and ostentatiously boasting about his successes only added fuel to the fire. In his drunken stupor, Mo almost committed a frankly ridiculous act, mistaking someone else's beard for a napkin. Only the intervention of another elder prevented further disgrace, cutting short his actions with one sharp blow. After that, relative silence finally reigned in the hall. It was decided to return to the hotel as soon as possible and end this restless evening. In a way, it was even good that Mo got so drunk. It had been an exhausting day for everyone, and fatigue was taking its toll. The elder was offered to go to bed and rest, but his thoughts were still preoccupied with what had happened, especially the ridiculous incident with the beard. In reality, he had completely different intentions. Instead of resting, he quietly left the crowded place and soon landed on the roof of one of the buildings, disappearing into the night. The elder mentally apologized to the lord of the city for his absence and belated actions. He clearly understood that the most useless thing for a person is a passionate desire to obtain something that he cannot reach. It was this feeling that pushed him to take further, much more risky steps. That same evening, a man from the capital arrived at the hotel, but he did not dare to go inside. He remained outside for some time, hidden in the shadows, as if assessing the situation and weighing the possible consequences of any move. The origins of this young man were highly questionable. His past seemed too vague, and his path to his current position too rapid. It was necessary to figure this out as soon as possible, but it was not easy to do so. The object of observation was under tight and clearly well thought out security. In addition, he had already joined the Lin Xiao martial arts house, which, although not the worst option, significantly complicated further plans. In such situations, misfortune often hides the seeds of future luck, and luck in turn hides new troubles. All that remained was to wait, keeping a close eye on what was happening, allowing events to unfold in their own way. No matter how stubborn and principled he was, Yang Yan was still forced to accept reality and agree. The status of a core disciple opened up too many opportunities for the young man to ignore its value. Poisonous Yang quickly noticed that the master was in a rare good mood, so he brought dinner, hoping that the food would help him regain his strength. Xin Yun was indeed about to eat, but at that moment, the main disciple's nameplate suddenly slipped and hit him right in the face. This absurd accident seemed almost symbolic, as if reminding him that even behind the master's back, he should not allow himself to have frivolous thoughts. The aroma of the food was surprisingly appetizing, and Xin Yun suddenly felt hungry. At the same time, he was intrigued by Qing Shan's absence. It turned out that he had indulged in drinking, celebrating the events of the past day. Xin Yun became curious as to why the old man had not stayed nearby. The explanation turned out to be simple. The master was unwell, and therefore needed supervision. Nevertheless, Xin Yun noted to himself that, despite Poisonous Yang's reliability, his habit of appearing without knocking seemed strange and even alarming. No sooner had this thought formed than Poisonous Yang suddenly lunged forward, attacking Xin Yun without warning. At that moment, it became clear that this was not a disguise or a substitute. It was indeed Poisonous Yan, with his familiar aura and movements leaving no room for doubt. However, the main and most disturbing question remained. Who exactly was controlling his actions now, and whose will was behind this unexpected attack? Xin Yun tried to bring him to his senses, doing everything in his power to interrupt the growing madness. At that moment, it became clear that what was happening was beyond a simple mistake. Poisonous Yang was indeed on the verge of taking his life. The attack bore the hallmarks of a familiar hand. The Tai family, a notorious organization of hired assassins from the true spiritual continent, was famous for precisely such methods: covert intervention, mind control, and targeted strikes against the most vulnerable targets. However, such techniques were too crude and superficial to really work against Xin Yun. To him, it seemed like nothing more than a primitive attempt to test the limits of his defenses. After a while, Poisonous Yang came to his senses. The first thing he noticed was his bandaged arm, and then the traces of destruction around him. The room had clearly been through a serious battle. The realization of what had happened made the old man shudder inwardly. The thought that he could have raised his hand against his own master seemed unthinkable. Xin Yun watched him closely, trying to understand if he remembered what had happened. Poisonous Yang immediately admitted his guilt. He realized that he had lost control of himself and had indeed attacked the one he was supposed to serve. There was no room for excuses in his mind. The old man was ready to accept any punishment, believing that such a mistake could not go unpunished. However, Xin Yun did not attach such tragic significance to what had happened. The wound he had received was nothing more than a superficial scratch. It was obvious that Poisonous Yang had acted under external influence, which meant that his actions were not deliberate. Despite this, the old man himself continued to consider what had happened to be his responsibility. Xin Yun did not immediately understand the source of such a profoundly self-deprecating reaction. The reason lay much deeper than a simple mistake. Poisonous Yang had long had doubts. He was confused by the nature of Xin Yun himself. Too young, too mysterious, too disproportionate to his position and power. The old man had tried more than once to get to the bottom of things, trying to understand who his master really was. And yet, despite these doubts and dark thoughts, he was sincerely touched by the trust that Xin Yun continued to show him. It was this hidden hostility and inner doubt that his enemies took advantage of. Poisonous Yang clearly realized that he had become a weak link, allowing outside interference to penetrate his mind. He considered what had happened to be his personal mistake and was ready to accept any punishment for it. Xin Yun, however, saw the situation differently. He considered fear of the unknown to be a natural state for any rational being. What was much more important was that Poisonous Yang did not hide the truth and chose to be honest. It was this decision that deserved recognition rather than punishment. The image of a thin, curved needle came to Xin Yun's mind, the very one that had been used to destroy the second elder of the Chu family. He had kept the last of these needles for a long time as a means of making a final decision, to kill or to spare. Now it was no longer necessary for him and was given to Poisonous Yang as a tool for self-defense. The old man could not hide his deep gratitude. His respectful bow spoke louder than any words. He clearly understood that he had just escaped not only punishment, but death. Xin Yun ordered 2 days of rest. During this period, he did not want any visits or interference. After completing all the necessary tasks, Poisonous Yang could leave and restore order.